When my family stole my inheritance, I made sure they paid every cent back, with interest. I'm 28 and my older siblings, Marcus, 38, Elena, 36, and Garrett, 34, just learned that stealing from family has consequences. I need to start with my dad because understanding who he was makes everything else matter. Dad was a quiet, hard-working man who spent 30 years as a machinist, saving every dollar he could. He wasn't wealthy, but he was careful. He bought 20 acres of rural land in the early 2000s when it was cheap, paid off his modest house by the time he was 50, and kept a small but steady investment portfolio. By the time he died at 68 from a sudden heart attack, his estate was worth about $480,000. Not a fortune, but a meaningful legacy for his 4 kids. Dad and I were close in a way I wasn't with my older siblings. Maybe it was because I was the surprise baby, born when Dad was 40 and my siblings were already teenagers. Or maybe it was because we were similar, both quiet, both practical, both more comfortable with actions than words. My siblings had moved out before I hit middle school, so in many ways I grew up as an only child. Just me and Dad after Mom died when I was 12. Dad worked on projects in his garage, woodworking, small engine repair, things he could do with his hands. I'd sit with him for hours, handing him tools, learning by watching. He'd talk about the importance of planning ahead, of not trusting people just because they were family, of making sure everything was documented. People show you who they are when money's involved, he told me once while we were rebuilding a lawnmower engine. Doesn't matter if they're blood. Money changes people. I thought he was being cynical. I was 17 and still believed family meant something. My siblings and I weren't close. Marcus was 10 years older than me and had always treated me like an annoying kid. He worked in commercial real estate, made decent money, lived in a big house with his wife and 3 kids, and spent more than he earned. Elena was 8 years older, worked as a pharmaceutical rep, divorced twice, constantly stressed about money despite her good salary. Garrett was 6 years older, bounced between sales jobs, always had some new business venture that never quite worked out. They visited Dad maybe 3 or 4 times a year. Holidays mostly. Brief visits where they'd ask Dad how he was doing, comment on how the house or property looked, then leave. I was the one who mowed Dad's lawn every week, helped him with home repairs, drove him to doctor appointments when he got older. When Dad died suddenly 3 years ago, I was devastated. I just finished my bachelor's degree in accounting and was working at a small firm. Dad had been healthy, active, planning to finally travel now that he was retired. Then one morning, he didn't wake up. Massive heart attack in his sleep. The doctor said he probably didn't feel anything. The funeral was small. Dad didn't have many friends. He was a private person. My siblings showed up looking appropriately somber. Marcus gave a eulogy about what a strong, independent man Dad was. Elena cried. Garrett stood next to me and squeezed my shoulder. "We'll get through this together," he said. "Family sticks together." The will reading was scheduled for 2 weeks later. Dad's attorney, a man named Paul Richardson, who Dad had known for 20 years, gathered all 4 of us in his office. The will was straightforward. Dad's estate, the house, the 20 acres of land, his investment accounts, his savings, would be split equally among his 4 children. Each of us would receive approximately $120,000 after estate expenses and taxes. "Your father was very clear about his wishes," Paul said. "Equal distribution among all children. The assets will need to be liquidated, or one of you would need to buy out the others if you want to keep any of the properties." Marcus spoke first. "The land is the main asset, right? What's it worth?" Current appraisal came in at $280,000. It's appreciated significantly since your father purchased it. And the house? Approximately $160,000. The investment portfolio is around $75,000, and there's about $25,000 in savings and life insurance after final expenses. Marcus looked at Elena and Garrett. Something passed between them, a look I couldn't quite read. "Here's what I'm thinking," Marcus said, shifting into what I recognized as his business mode. "Liquidating everything is going to be complicated. Multiple assets, probate process, could take months. What if the three of us," he gestured to Elena and Garrett, "handle the estate administration? We've got more experience with this kind of thing. We'll sell everything, split the proceeds 4 ways, keep everyone updated." "I can help," I said. "I'm an accountant. I understand estate administration." "You just graduated," Elena said, not unkindly. "This is complicated stuff. Let us handle it. We'll make sure everything's fair." "Dad wanted everything split equally," I said. "I just want to make sure." "Of course it'll be equal," Garrett interrupted. "We're family. We'll handle the sale of the land and the house, liquidate the investments, and split everything 4 ways. Simple." Paul looked at me. "Are you comfortable with this arrangement?" I hesitated. Something felt off, but I couldn't articulate what. And these were my siblings, Dad's kids, family. "I guess so," I said, "as long as everything's documented and I can see the paperwork." "Absolutely," Marcus said. "Total transparency." Paul drew up documents designating Marcus, Elena, and Garrett as co-executors of the estate, with me as a beneficiary. I signed. I trusted them. That was my first mistake. For the first month, they kept me updated. Marcus would send group texts. Met with a realtor about the land. Getting appraisals. Found a buyer for Dad's truck. Working on the investment liquidation. Then the updates became less frequent. When I'd ask for specifics, I'd get vague responses. "Still working on it. These things take time. Don't worry, we've got it handled." 3 months after Dad died, Marcus called me. "We need to talk about the land." "Okay, what's up?" "Mark, it's been tough. We listed it at $280,000 like the appraisal, but we're not getting any serious offers. The realtor says we might need to drop the price significantly to move it." "How significantly?" "Maybe down to $220,000, possibly lower. That's a $60,000 loss. Can't we wait for a better offer?" "We could wait, but property taxes are piling up, and the longer we hold it, the more it costs the estate. Sometimes you have to take a hit to move forward." "Let me see the listing and the feedback from potential buyers. I'll send it over." He never did. Another month passed. Marcus sent a group text. "Good news, sold the land. Got $215,000. Not what we hoped, but better than continuing to pay carrying costs. House sold too for $150,000. Market's brutal right now." I did the math. That was $65,000 less than the appraised values. Something felt wrong. "Can I see the sale documents?" I texted back. "Paul has everything. He'll send final distribution paperwork once probate closes." 2 more months passed. Finally, Paul's office sent me a letter. Estate Distribution Summary. According to the document, Dad's estate had been fully liquidated. Land sold for $215,000. House sold for $150,000. Investment portfolio liquidated for $68,000. Various personal property and vehicles sold for $18,000. Total estate value, $451,000. After estate expenses, taxes, and administrative costs, the net distributable amount was $380,000. My share, $95,000. I stared at that number. We were supposed to each get roughly $120,000. I was getting $95,000. Where did $25,000 go? I called Paul's office. He explained that the administrative costs had been higher than expected. Realtor fees, legal fees, property maintenance during the sale period, tax penalties for early liquidation of some investments. "Can I see an itemized breakdown of these costs? Your siblings, as co-executors, have all the documentation. You'll need to request it from them. I called Marcus. I need to see the detailed breakdown of estate expenses. My share is $25,000 less than it should be. Estate administration isn't cheap. There were a lot of unexpected costs. Like what? Legal fees, realtor commissions, property taxes, maintenance, probate costs. It adds up. I want to see the receipts. Are you saying you don't trust us? I'm saying I want documentation. That's normal in estate administration. Marcus sighed heavily. Fine. I'll put together a packet for you. Give me a few weeks. 3 weeks later, I received a folder with various documents. Realtor agreements, closing statements, legal invoices. I started going through everything carefully, using my accounting training to verify the numbers. That's when I started finding problems. The land sale documents showed a sale price of $215,000, but the buyer information seemed odd. I looked up the LLC that had purchased the property. The registered agent was Marcus's wife's maiden name. My brother had sold Dad's land to his own shell company. I checked the house sale, sold to an LLC registered to Garrett's business partner. My hands were shaking as I kept digging. The investment portfolio showed liquidation at $68,000, but I found Dad's last statement. It had been worth $82,000 when he died. Where did $14,000 go? I found a signature page that was supposedly mine, authorizing the land sale at the reduced price. I'd never signed that document. The signature looked similar to mine, but the loops were wrong. The pressure was different. It was forged. My siblings hadn't just mismanaged Dad's estate. They'd stolen from it, and they'd stolen from me. I sat in my apartment that night, surrounded by documents, feeling like I'd been punched in the stomach. My own siblings, Dad's kids, had systematically looted his estate and cut me out of my rightful inheritance. I wanted to call them immediately, to scream, to demand answers. But I remembered something Dad had told me. When someone wrongs you, don't react in anger. Plan in silence. Hit back when they least expect it. So I didn't call them. I started gathering evidence. I spent the next 3 years building my case in absolute silence. The first thing I did was secure all the estate documents I had. I made multiple copies, stored them in different locations, uploaded everything to encrypted cloud storage. Then I started systematically investigating every transaction. I requested public records for the land sale. The property had been sold by the estate to Riverside Holdings, LLC, for $215,000. I traced Riverside Holdings through business registration databases. The LLC was registered to Marcus's wife, Diana, with Marcus listed as a member. 6 months after they'd bought Dad's land from the estate for $215,000, they'd sold it to a commercial developer for $320,000. They'd made a $105,000 profit on land they'd stolen from Dad's estate by undervaluing it. I did the same investigation on the house. Garrett's business partner had bought it through an LLC for $150,000, then sold it 8 months later for $195,000. My siblings had systematically bought Dad's assets through shell companies at below-market prices, then resold them for their actual value, pocketing the difference. But I couldn't just accuse them. I needed ironclad proof and a legal strategy. I worked my regular accounting job during the day. At night and on weekends, I studied estate law, fraud law, and criminal statutes related to theft and forgery. I read case law about similar situations. I learned about forensic document analysis, about how to prove signatures were forged, about the legal requirements for executor misconduct. I also worked on my career. I switched jobs twice, each time moving to a larger firm with better pay. I saved aggressively. I knew that when I eventually took action, I'd need resources for legal fees. By the end of year 2, I had $45,000 saved specifically for this purpose. During those 3 years, my siblings occasionally reached out. Holiday texts. Marcus invited me to his daughter's graduation. Elena sent me a birthday card. Garrett called once to ask if I wanted to grab beers. I was polite but distant. Busy with work. Can't make it. Maybe another time. They probably thought I'd moved on, accepted the inheritance situation, decided not to make waves. They had no idea I was spending every spare moment building a case against them. In year 3, I hired a private investigator. His name was Dennis, a former FBI agent who specialized in financial fraud cases. I paid him $8,000 to verify everything I'd found and to dig deeper. Dennis came back with more than I'd expected. He'd tracked the money flow through multiple accounts. He'd found that Marcus had also siphoned money from Dad's investment accounts before liquidating them, taking out $14,000 in unauthorized early withdrawals and pocketing the cash. He'd found that Elena had submitted fraudulent expense reports to the estate, claiming $9,000 in property maintenance costs that were never actually incurred. He'd found that all 3 siblings had systematically inflated the administrative costs of the estate by submitting personal expenses as estate expenses. Garrett had charged the estate for his lawyer's time on an unrelated matter. Marcus had charged the estate for property inspection trips that were actually family vacations. In total, definition estimated that my siblings had stolen approximately $180,000 from Dad's estate through various schemes. $105,000 from the below-market land sale to Marcus's LLC. $45,000 from the below-market house sale to Garrett's Partners LLC. $14,000 from unauthorized withdrawals from Dad's investment accounts. $16,000 from fraudulent expense claims. My share of that $180,000 would have been $45,000. But because they'd stolen it from the estate before distribution, I'd lost not just my quarter share of the stolen amount, I'd also gotten a reduced distribution from the remaining legitimate estate. I'd been cheated out of approximately $50,000 total. But the case wasn't just about the money. Dennis found the forged signature on the authorization document. He had it analyzed by a forensic document examiner who concluded with high degree of certainty that my signature had been forged. Forgery, fraud, breach of fiduciary duty, theft, criminal and civil violations. I now had everything I needed. In month 36, exactly 3 years after Dad died, I finally contacted an attorney. Not just any attorney, but one of the best estate litigation attorneys in the state. Her name was Victoria Morse, and she had a reputation for being absolutely ruthless in fraud cases. I sat in Victoria's office with 3 accordion folders full of documentation. She reviewed everything over the course of 2 meetings. "This is one of the most clear-cut cases of executor fraud I've seen," she said. "Your siblings violated their fiduciary duty in multiple ways. They self-dealt. They stole from the estate. They forged your signature. They submitted false expense reports. This is criminal behavior. What are my options? We can pursue this civilly, criminally, or both. Civilly, we sue them for breach of fiduciary duty, fraud, and conversion. We seek damages equal to what you lost, plus punitive damages. Criminally, we report the forgery and theft to the district attorney and let them decide whether to prosecute. Which approach is better? Both. We file a civil suit immediately. While that's proceeding, we refer the criminal aspects to law enforcement. The criminal investigation will freeze their assets and put pressure on them to settle the civil case favorably. They're going to fight this. Let them. We have overwhelming evidence. They're going to lose, and they're going to lose badly. What's this going to cost me? My retainer is $25,000. Additional fees will depend on how long they drag it out. But given the strength of your case, I'm willing to work on a partial contingency. I'll cap my fees at $50,000 total and take 25% of any recovery beyond that. I'd saved $45,000. It would take almost everything I had, but I was ready. Let's do it. Victoria filed the lawsuit 1 week later. The complaint was devastating. 38 pages detailing every act of fraud, every stolen dollar, every forged signature. We sued all 3 siblings individually for the full amount of damages, plus punitive damages, plus attorney fees. They were served simultaneously at their workplaces. I'd insisted on that timing. I wanted it to be public, embarrassing, unexpected. Marcus called me within 2 hours of being served. He was furious. "What the hell is this? You're suing us?" "You stole from Dad's estate. You stole from me. Yes, I'm suing." "This is insane. We handled the estate exactly as we said we would. You bought Dad's land through your shell company at below market value, then resold it for a $100,000 profit. That's theft." "How did you... That's not... We paid fair market value." "I have all the records, Marcus. The appraisals, the sale documents, the subsequent resale. You stole that land and profited from it. You can't prove anything. I have a 38-page complaint with 47 exhibits proving everything. You also forged my signature. That's a felony." There was silence. "Marcus, you and Alina and Garrett systematically looted Dad's estate. You thought I wouldn't notice because I was young and inexperienced. You thought I'd just accept whatever you gave me and move on. We're family. You stopped being my family when you stole from me. See you in court." I hung up. Alina called next, then Garrett. Same script from all of them. Shock, denial, anger, then attempts to negotiate. "Can't we work this out? Do we really need lawyers involved? What do you want from us?" What I wanted was simple. Everything they'd stolen, plus interest, plus punitive damages for their betrayal. Victoria sent a settlement demand, $150,000 total, $50,000 to me per sibling, plus dropping the criminal referral to the district attorney. They laughed at the demand. Garrett's lawyer called it absurd and without merit. So Victoria made the criminal referral. She sent a comprehensive package to the district attorney's office with evidence of forgery, fraud, and theft. She specifically highlighted the forged signature, which was the clearest criminal act. The DA opened an investigation within 2 weeks. Suddenly, my siblings weren't laughing anymore. The civil case and criminal investigation proceeded in parallel, and the pressure on my siblings mounted rapidly. The DA's office subpoenaed their financial records as part of the forgery investigation. When forensic accountants started going through their accounts, they found more than just the estate fraud. Marcus had unreported income from the land resale. He'd pocketed $105,000 in profit and never reported it as capital gains. That was tax evasion. Alina had claimed some of her fraudulent estate maintenance expenses as tax deductions on her personal return. More tax evasion. Garrett's shell company had failed to file proper business tax returns. Even more tax issues. Suddenly, my siblings weren't just facing a civil lawsuit from me. They were facing potential criminal charges for forgery and theft, plus IRS investigations for tax evasion. Their bank accounts were frozen pending the investigation. Their assets were placed under court-ordered restrictions. They couldn't sell property, couldn't access certain accounts, couldn't make large financial moves without court approval. Marcus called me 2 months into the investigation. He sounded defeated. "We need to settle this." I sent settlement terms. You laughed at them. That was before we didn't understand the scope of... He took a breath. "What do you want?" "I want everything you stole from me, plus 3 years of interest, plus punitive damages for the emotional distress of being betrayed by my own family." "We don't have that kind of money." "You had it when you stole it. Figure it out." Marcus tried a different approach. Dad wouldn't have wanted this. He wouldn't want his kids destroying each other over money. Dad wouldn't have wanted his kids stealing from each other either. But you did it anyway. We made mistakes. We can fix this. But what you're doing, going to the DA, getting our accounts frozen, potentially sending us to prison, that's not fixing things, that's revenge. No, Marcus. Revenge would be wanting you to suffer for the sake of suffering. What I want is justice. I want what you took from me. If the process of getting that back happens to cause you suffering, that's a consequence of your own choices. Please. Elena's kids. She can't afford to keep them in their school if her accounts stay frozen. Garrett might lose his business. My wife is talking about divorce because of the legal stress. Our families are falling apart. You should have thought about your families before you decided to steal from Dad's estate. Victoria negotiated the final settlement. It took 4 months of back and forth, but eventually my siblings capitulated. The settlement terms. Marcus would pay me $95,000, his share of the stolen money, plus interest and damages. He'd have to take out a second mortgage on his house to raise the funds. Elena would pay me $75,000, her smaller share plus damages. She'd have to liquidate her retirement accounts and face the tax penalties. Garrett would pay me $60,000, his share plus damages. He'd have to sell his stake in his business to his partner. Total recovery, $230,000. In exchange, I would agree not to pursue further civil damages, and I'd request that the DA consider leniency given their cooperation and repayment. They had 60 days to produce the money. All 3 paid within the deadline. The payments showed up in my account in 3 separate wire transfers. I stared at my balance. $230,000 that should have been mine 3 years ago, plus all the interest and growth it would have earned. The DA ultimately decided not to pursue criminal charges, given the full restitution and the family circumstances. The victims have been made whole, and these defendants have no criminal history. Prosecution would be expensive and unlikely to serve additional justice. I was fine with that. I didn't need them in prison. I just needed them to pay. The last time I saw my siblings in person was at the final settlement signing. We met at Victoria's office to sign the release forms. Marcus looked like he'd aged 5 years in 4 months. Elena couldn't make eye contact with me. Garrett just looked angry. After the signing, Marcus approached me in the parking lot. I hope you're proud of yourself. You got your money. You also destroyed 3 families in the process. I got what you stole from me. We made mistakes, but what you did, waiting 3 years, gathering evidence, building a case, deliberately timing everything for maximum damage, that wasn't about justice. That was calculated destruction. You're right. It was calculated. Because I learned something from Dad. When someone wrongs you, don't react in anger. Plan in silence. Hit back when they least expect it. Dad would be ashamed of you. Dad would be ashamed of all of us, but especially of you 3 for stealing from your own father's estate. Elena spoke up. We'll never forgive you for this. I don't need your forgiveness. I needed my inheritance. Now I have it. Garrett added, We're done. Don't ever contact us again. You're not our family anymore. I stopped being your family when you forged my signature and stole from me. This is just making it official. That was 8 months ago. I haven't spoken to any of my siblings since. They've blocked me on social media. I'm not invited to family gatherings. Our few remaining mutual relatives are uncomfortable around me. The family is fractured, probably permanently. Marcus and Diana are apparently separated. The financial stress and legal issues were too much for their marriage. Elena's kids had to change schools. Garrett's business folded after he sold his stake, and he's working a regular sales job now. They've lost financially, socially, maritally. And I'm the one who caused it all, by refusing to let them get away with stealing from me. My college friend Jake thinks I did exactly the right thing. They committed fraud. You held them accountable. End of story. But my girlfriend Sarah has asked harder questions. Did you have to wait 3 years? Could you have confronted them earlier and maybe worked it out without destroying everyone? If I'd confronted them immediately, they would have had time to hide evidence, create cover stories, claim everything was a misunderstanding. I needed time to build an unbreakable case. But you also enjoyed it. Building the case, springing the trap, watching them panic. That wasn't just about getting your money back. She might be right. There was satisfaction in watching my siblings, who'd thought they were so much smarter than me, who treated me like a naive kid they could manipulate, realize I'd outsmarted them completely. When I served them at their workplaces, when their bank accounts were frozen, when they had to liquidate assets and borrow money to pay me back. Yes, there was satisfaction in that. But was that satisfaction vindictive, or was it just the natural feeling of justice being served? My therapist asked me last week, if you could go back to the moment you discovered the fraud, would you handle it differently? I don't know. Maybe I could have confronted them sooner, tried to negotiate before involving lawyers and law enforcement. Why didn't you? Because I didn't trust them to be honest. They'd already stolen from me and lied about it. Why would they suddenly become honest when confronted? That's probably true. But there's a difference between protecting yourself and deliberately maximizing damage to them. What's the difference? Protecting yourself is getting your money back. Maximizing damage is timing everything to cause public embarrassment, deliberately triggering criminal investigations that would freeze their accounts, structured settlements that would force them to liquidate assets. You weren't just recovering what was yours, you were making sure they suffered as much as possible in the process. Was that wrong? They stole from me. They betrayed family. They thought they'd get away with it because I was younger and less experienced. I made sure they didn't get away with it. I made sure there were consequences, real consequences that they'd remember for the rest of their lives. The $230,000 is sitting in my investment account now. I've been too uncomfortable to spend any of it. It doesn't feel like windfall money. It feels like compensation for betrayal. And I don't know how to reconcile my satisfaction at getting it back with my guilt about how completely I destroyed my siblings' lives to get it. Last month, I got a message from Marcus's daughter, my niece who I used to babysit when she was little. She's 16 now. I don't understand everything that happened between you and Dad, but I know he's struggling now. Mom left, and he's drinking too much, and our house is for sale. He won't talk about it, but I know it has something to do with Grandpa's estate. I just wanted you to know what's happening. I miss you. I haven't responded, because I don't know what to say. My siblings stole my inheritance. I got it back. That's justice. But in getting it back, I triggered a cascade of consequences that destroyed their marriages, their finances, their mental health, and their children's stability. Was that justice? Or was that revenge disguised as justice? So here's what I can't figure out. Am I the asshole for waiting 3 years to build an airtight case against my siblings for stealing my inheritance, knowing that pursuing it would financially devastate them and destroy their families? Or was that justified accountability for people who betrayed family and committed fraud? After my narcissistic mom stole my college fund, I made her pay every penny back in shame. I'm 26 now, and this story starts when I was 18. Fresh out of high school with a full-ride academic scholarship to a state university. My mom, who's 51 now, had always been controlling and difficult. She'd raised me alone after my dad left when I was 3, and she never let me forget it. Every meal, every piece of clothing, every roof over my head came with a reminder that I owed her for sacrificing so much. Growing up, she'd tell me constantly that children were supposed to take care of their parents, that I needed to remember everything she'd done for me, and that someday I'd pay her back for all those years of struggle. She worked as a nurse and made decent money, but she always acted like we were on the edge of poverty, even though we lived in a nice apartment, and she drove a new car every few years. When I was younger, my grandparents had set up a college fund for me. They'd put money in it regularly from the time I was born until they passed away when I was 15. My mom was the custodian of the account until I turned 21, but I knew there was money there. My grandparents had told me about it many times before they died, saying they wanted to make sure I could go to college without debt. When I got the scholarship, I was thrilled. It covered tuition, housing, and books. I wouldn't need to touch the college fund my grandparents had left me. I could save it for graduate school, or use it as a nest egg after graduation. My mom seemed happy about the scholarship too, saying it was about time something went right for us. I started college that fall, focused on my classes and working a part-time job for spending money. I didn't think much about the college fund because I didn't need it yet. My mom and I talked occasionally, but I was busy building my new life, and she seemed fine with the distance. Then, about a year into college, I started getting calls from debt collectors. They were looking for me regarding past due payments on loans. I told them there must be a mistake, because I hadn't taken out any loans. My scholarship covered everything, and I paid for my personal expenses with my part-time job. They insisted the loans were in my name and gave me account numbers. I pulled my credit report and felt sick. There were 3 credit cards maxed out and 2 personal loans, all opened within the past year. Total debt was about $28,000, all in my name, all delinquent. I hadn't opened any of these accounts. I immediately thought identity theft and started panicking about how to fix it. Then I called the bank where my college fund was held to check on the account, thinking maybe I could use some of it to deal with this identity theft situation while I sorted it out. The bank representative told me the account had been closed 8 months ago. All funds had been withdrawn by the custodian. My mom. I sat in my dorm room, hands shaking, as the pieces came together. My mom had withdrawn my entire college fund, over $40,000 that my grandparents had saved for me. And on top of that, she'd taken out loans and credit cards in my name. She'd stolen from me twice over, and the debt she'd created was destroying my credit before my adult life had even started. I called her that night. She answered cheerfully and asked how school was going. I asked her about the college fund. There was a pause, and then she said she'd closed it because I didn't need it anymore with my scholarship. I asked where the money went. She said she'd used it for expenses, that she'd struggled financially for years raising me and deserved to recoup some of what she'd spent. She said it matter-of-factly, like it was the most reasonable thing in the world. Then I asked about the loans and credit cards in my name. Another pause. She said she'd needed help with some bills, and that since I owed her anyway for everything she'd done for me, this was just me paying her back. She said I was being ungrateful and selfish for questioning her. I didn't know what to do at first. I was 19, overwhelmed, and terrified of confronting my mother legally. She'd raised me to believe that everything I had was because of her, that I owed her my loyalty and my gratitude, no matter what. Part of me felt guilty for even being angry. But I was also staring at $28,000 in fraudulent debt, and had lost the $40,000 my grandparents had saved for me. I went to the university's legal aid office and explained the situation. The lawyer I spoke with was very clear. What my mom had done was identity theft and fraud. I could report it to the police and dispute the debts, but it would likely result in criminal charges against my mother. I asked what would happen if I didn't report it. She said I'd be legally responsible for the debts, my credit would be destroyed, and I'd be paying for my mother's spending for years. I couldn't decide right away. I tried talking to my mom again, asking her to at least take responsibility for the debts she'd created in my name. She refused. She said I was being dramatic and that this was just how families worked. She said if I really loved her, I'd understand that she'd earned that money by raising me. When I mentioned my grandparents had saved that college fund specifically for me, she said they'd given it to her to manage, and she'd managed it how she saw fit. I started documenting everything. I kept records of every call with debt collectors. I saved text messages where my mom admitted to taking the college fund and opening accounts in my name. I gathered bank statements from the college fund showing the withdrawal. I got copies of the loan and credit card applications that had my information but not my signature. I built a file over several months, working with the legal aid lawyer to make sure I had everything I'd need. During this time, I didn't confront my mom. I stayed cordial when she called, acted like everything was fine, and let her keep talking. She was narcissistic enough that she didn't think she'd done anything wrong, so she'd openly discuss using my college fund and opening accounts in my name, especially when she'd had a few drinks. I recorded some of these conversations after checking that my state allowed single-party consent recording. I graduated at 22 with my degree in criminal justice and got a job as a paralegal at a law firm. I was making decent money but still had this weight hanging over me. The debt collectors had started threatening legal action. My credit score was in the 400s. I couldn't get approved for an apartment on my own or qualify for a car loan. My mom's theft was actively ruining my ability to build an adult life. I decided to act when I was 23. I filed a police report for identity theft and fraud. I provided all my documentation showing that my mom had opened accounts in my name without permission and had stolen my college fund. The detective I worked with said it was one of the most well-documented cases of family identity theft he'd seen. The investigation took about 4 months. During that time, my mom had no idea what was coming. I didn't tell her I'd filed the report. She'd call occasionally, and I'd keep conversations short and surface level. She continued to believe she'd gotten away with it, and that I'd just accepted the situation. Then she got arrested. She called me from the police station, hysterical, saying I'd done this to her, that I'd reported her like she was some criminal. I told her she was a criminal. She'd committed identity theft and fraud. She said I was destroying her life over money, that she was my mother and I owed her everything. I told her she'd destroyed my financial life and stolen my future, and now she was facing consequences. The charges were serious: identity theft, fraud, and multiple counts of forgery. My mom hired a lawyer who tried to paint it as a misunderstanding, a mother managing her daughter's finances poorly, but without criminal intent. The evidence I'd gathered destroyed that narrative. Text messages where she admitted knowing what she was doing. Recorded calls where she justified it by saying, I owed her. Bank records showing she'd spent the money on herself, not family necessities. The prosecution offered a plea deal. If she pled guilty, made full restitution of the college fund plus the fraudulent debts, and accepted probation, she'd avoid jail time. She refused at first, insisting she'd done nothing wrong. Her lawyer apparently told her she'd lose at trial and face actual prison time. She took the plea. Restitution was set at $68,000 total, the original college fund amount plus the debts she'd created, minus what she'd already paid on some accounts. She didn't have that kind of money. She'd spent the college fund and had her own debts from supporting her lifestyle. The court put liens on her property and garnished her wages. But there was more. Her nursing license board got wind of the criminal conviction. They opened an ethics investigation. Identity theft and fraud convictions were grounds for license suspension or revocation, especially when the victim was a family member. The board ruled that her actions demonstrated a lack of moral character incompatible with nursing. They revoked her license. My mom lost her career. She'd been a nurse for 25 years and suddenly couldn't work in her profession anymore. She tried to get the revocation overturned, but the board stood firm. Criminal fraud was a disqualifying conviction. She had to sell her condo to make the restitution payments. She moved into a small apartment and got a job in retail, making a fraction of what she'd earned as a nurse. She was also placed under financial supervision as part of her probation. She couldn't open new credit accounts without approval from her probation officer. Her wages were garnished to pay me back. Every month, I received a payment toward what she owed me. It took 3 years, but eventually, I got back the full amount. My mom didn't speak to me for the first year after her conviction. Then she started sending letters. Long, rambling letters about how I'd ruined her life, how ungrateful I was, how she'd sacrificed everything for me, and I'd repaid her by destroying her career. Some letters she'd blame me. Others she'd beg for forgiveness and ask me to help her get her nursing license back. I didn't respond to any of them. Extended family who knew the situation were split. Some said I'd done the right thing and that she'd brought it on herself. Others said I'd gone too far, that I should have found a way to handle it privately, that turning my own mother into the police and ruining her career was cruel. An aunt I'd been close with told me that family forgives family, and that I'd chosen money over my relationship with my mother. I wrestled with guilt for a long time. Part of me felt terrible for destroying my mom's nursing career and forcing her to sell her home. Part of me still heard her voice in my head telling me I owed her, that children were supposed to take care of their parents, that I was ungrateful and selfish. My therapist helped me work through it. She helped me see that what my mom had done was abuse, that stealing my identity and my future wasn't parental authority. It was criminal behavior. The restitution was fully paid 2 years ago. My credit score recovered. I was able to get my own apartment, buy a car, and build the adult life my mom had tried to steal from me. I used some of the returned money to go to graduate school and got my master's degree in social work. I now work with young adults who've experienced financial abuse from family members. I help them understand their rights and navigate the legal system. My experience made me an expert in something I never wanted to know about. My mom is 51 now, working retail, living in a small apartment, and under financial supervision until her probation ends next year. She sent me a card on my birthday last year with a note saying she hoped I was happy now that she'd lost everything. I didn't respond. Some people think I went too far, that destroying her career and forcing her into poverty was excessive punishment for what she did. But here's what those people don't understand. She didn't just take money. She raised me believing my entire life belonged to her, that everything I accomplished was because of her sacrifice, and that I owed her whatever she decided I owed her. She stole my identity, destroyed my credit, and took the future my grandparents had tried to give me. She did it without remorse and expected me to just accept it because she was my mother. I reported her crimes and let the justice system decide her punishment. She lost her career because the nursing board decided someone who commits fraud against their own child lacks the character to care for vulnerable patients. She lost her home because she had to pay back what she stole. She lost her financial freedom because she proved she couldn't be trusted with it. People say I went too far. But when someone raises you believing your life belongs to them, that every boundary is negotiable, that their needs always come first, justice feels like peace. I sleep well now, knowing I'm not carrying her debts anymore. She taught me that I owed her everything. I taught her that theft has consequences, even when it's your own mother. Maybe that makes me heartless. Or maybe it just makes me free. After my parents stole my college fund for my brother's wedding, I made sure they regretted it. I'm 30 now, but the moment that changed everything happened when I was 18. That's when my parents took the college fund I'd been counting on and gave it to my older brother Danny for his wedding. Danny is 34 now, and he's always been the golden child who could do no wrong. I was always the artsy one, the dreamer, the kid who didn't need as much attention or support because I'd figure things out somehow. My college fund had about $45,000 in it. My parents had been contributing since I was born, and I'd added to it with birthday money and summer job earnings throughout high school. I had scholarships that would cover about half my tuition at a decent state university, and the fund would cover the rest plus living expenses. I'd planned everything carefully because I knew I wanted to study graphic design and maybe minor in business. Then Danny got engaged to his girlfriend Melissa when I was a senior in high school. She wanted a wedding that belonged in a magazine. The venue alone was $20,000. She wanted a designer dress, a live band, an open bar for 200 guests, and a honeymoon in Italy. The total cost was going to be around $65,000. Danny was working in sales and making decent money, but not enough to pay for the wedding Melissa wanted. He asked my parents for help. 3 months before I was supposed to start college, my parents sat me down in the living room. My dad did most of the talking while my mom looked uncomfortable. He said Danny needed financial help with the wedding, and they'd decided to loan him money from my college fund. They said it was temporary, just a loan, and they'd pay it back within a year. They promised I wouldn't lose anything, and that this was what family did for each other. I asked how much they were loaning him. My dad said $40,000, almost my entire fund. I asked how I was supposed to pay for college. My mom finally spoke up and said I was the creative one, that I'd figure something out, that maybe I didn't even need college right away. She said Danny's wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and I'd have other opportunities. I was furious, but I was also 18 and didn't know how to fight back. I told them I didn't agree with this. My dad said it wasn't up for discussion, that they were the account holders and had already made the decision. The money was already transferred. Danny's wedding was happening in 2 months, and I needed to be supportive because that's what families do. I went to Danny's wedding and smiled for the photos. I watched them get married at an expensive vineyard with ice sculptures and a 7-course meal. I watched Melissa in her $8,000 dress and listened to speeches about how generous my parents were. Nobody mentioned that my college fund had paid for the centerpieces and the champagne fountain. When August came, and I was supposed to start school, I had about $5,000 left in my account and a partial scholarship. It wasn't enough. I deferred enrollment and told the university I'd start in January instead. My parents seemed relieved that I wasn't making a big deal about it. They said they'd start paying me back soon. They never did. Every time I brought it up over the next year, my dad would say money was tight, or that Danny was going through something and needed help getting established. My mom would change the subject. By the time January rolled around, I realized I was on my own. I moved out of my parents' house into a tiny apartment with 2 roommates. I worked 3 jobs, waiting tables during dinner shifts, doing freelance graphic design whenever I could find clients, and working weekend shifts at a retail store. I enrolled in community college, taking night classes because that's all I could afford and all my schedule allowed. The next 4 years were brutal. I worked constantly, slept maybe 5 hours a night, and took classes whenever I could fit them in. I transferred to a state university after 2 years at community college and continued working multiple jobs while taking night and online classes. I graduated when I was 23 with a degree in business and about $30,000 in student loans, because even working 3 jobs wasn't enough to cover everything. During those years, my parents would occasionally ask how school was going. They never offered to help financially. They never brought up the college fund again. Danny and Melissa had a baby, and my parents were over the moon about being grandparents. Family gatherings became showcases for Danny's growing family, while I was still grinding away trying to build a life. After graduation, I got a job at a financial planning firm as an assistant. I was good with numbers and good with people, and I learned quickly. I got my certifications and became a licensed financial advisor by the time I was 25. I specialized in helping young adults recover from financial setbacks and plan for their futures. The irony wasn't lost on me. I built a solid client base and got promoted twice. By the time I was 28, I was a senior advisor with my own office and was making good money. I'd paid off my student loans, had savings, and had invested wisely. I bought a condo and a reliable car. I was doing well, and I'd done it entirely on my own. Then Danny's business venture failed. He'd quit his sales job 2 years earlier to start some kind of consulting company that never really got off the ground. He'd burned through his savings and had borrowed money from my parents to keep it afloat. When it finally collapsed, he was in serious debt, and my parents had drained their retirement accounts helping him. My mom called me on a Tuesday afternoon. She said they needed to talk to me about something important and asked if I could come to dinner that weekend. I hadn't been to their house in almost a year. I'd kept my distance because every visit felt like being reminded that I wasn't the priority. At dinner, they laid it out. They had about $120,000 in debt between credit cards, a second mortgage they'd taken on the house, and personal loans. Their retirement accounts were nearly empty because they'd loaned Danny over $80,000 for his business. Danny couldn't pay them back because he was drowning in his own debt. They were both still working but barely making minimum payments. They were looking at bankruptcy or losing the house. My dad asked if I could help them figure out what to do. My mom said they knew I was good with finances now, and maybe I could give them advice. They looked desperate and old in a way I'd never seen before. I asked them if they remembered my college fund. There was an uncomfortable silence. My dad said that was a long time ago, and this was different. I asked how much they'd paid me back. My mom quietly said they hadn't been able to. I told them I'd help them. I saw the relief on their faces. Then I told them my conditions. I would manage their finances completely, make all the decisions about their spending and debt repayment, and they would follow my plan exactly. They looked uncertain, but desperate. My dad asked what the plan was. I said they'd find out once they signed the paperwork giving me financial power of attorney. They hesitated for a day. Then my mom called and said they'd do whatever I needed them to do. I drew up the papers through my firm and had them sign everything. I don't think they read most of it. They just trusted that I was helping them because I was family. Once I had control, I did a complete audit of their finances. It was worse than they'd told me. They had a vacation cabin they'd bought 5 years ago that was bleeding money in maintenance and property taxes. They had 2 car payments on vehicles they didn't need. They were spending about $4,000 a month on discretionary expenses while drowning in debt. I created a plan. First, I listed the vacation cabin for sale. My parents protested, saying it was their retirement dream. I reminded them they didn't have a retirement anymore because they'd given it to Danny. The cabin sold within 2 months. After paying off the loan on it, the proceeds gave us about $90,000 to put toward their debts. Next, I sold my dad's truck and my mom's SUV. I helped them buy 2 reliable used sedans with no car payments. They complained about driving older cars. I showed them the spreadsheet of how much they were paying in car loans and insurance. They stopped complaining. I put them on a strict budget. Groceries were $400 a month. Entertainment was $100. No eating out except once a month. No vacations. No helping Danny financially unless they wanted to derail the entire plan. Every extra dollar went to debt repayment. I set up automatic payments so they couldn't mess it up. My mom cried when she saw the budget. She said it felt like being punished. I told her it was called accountability. My dad said I was being harsh and that I didn't understand what it was like to be their age and facing this. I reminded him that I understood what it was like to be 18 and told I didn't need college while my fund paid for someone else's party. They stopped talking to me as much. Family gatherings became tense. Danny called me once and said I was being cruel to our parents, making them live like they were poor. I asked him when he was planning to pay them back the $80,000 he'd borrowed. He said that wasn't fair because his business failing wasn't his fault. I hung up on him. Over the next 2 years, I managed their finances ruthlessly. Every month I reviewed their spending. Any deviation from the budget had to be approved by me. I refinanced their mortgage to a lower rate and extended the term. I negotiated with credit card companies to lower interest rates. I sold items they didn't need on online marketplaces. Their vacation home furniture, my dad's golf clubs, my mom's jewelry collection that she never wore. The debt went from $120,000 to $70,000 in 18 months. They hated me for it, but the numbers worked. They started seeing hope that they might actually retire someday. My dad, begrudgingly, admitted I was good at what I did. My mom stopped calling to complain about the budget after the first year. Last month, they paid off the last credit card. They're down to just the mortgage now, and they're back on track for retirement in about 5 years if they stick to the plan. I'm gradually transferring financial control back to them, but I'm still monitoring everything. We had dinner last week, and my dad said he appreciated what I'd done even though it was hard. My mom said she was sorry they'd taken my college fund and never paid me back. She said she understood now why I'd been so strict with them. I told them I wasn't doing it to punish them, even though part of me had wanted to. I was doing it because someone had to teach them that choices have consequences. Danny still hasn't paid them back. He's working a regular job again and struggling with his own debt. My parents haven't loaned him any money in 2 years because I won't let them. He's barely speaking to me now because I'm the reason they won't help him anymore. People who know the story are divided on whether I did the right thing. Some say I was too harsh and that you should help family without conditions. Others say my parents needed someone to force them to face reality. I honestly don't know which side is right. What I do know is that my parents destroyed my college plans to fund a wedding that led to a marriage that's now struggling under financial strain. They enabled Danny his entire life and nearly destroyed their own future doing it. I could have just given them advice and let them figure it out. Instead, I took control and made them live through the kind of financial hardship I'd experienced because of their choices. They taught me that family helps family, but they only applied that lesson when it was convenient. So I taught them accountability, budgeting, and consequences. They didn't like the lesson, but they needed it. My college fund paid for champagne fountains and ice sculptures. Their retirement fund is paying for the education they never thought I deserved. Maybe that makes me vindictive, or maybe it just makes us even. After my parents stole my inheritance for my golden child sister, I made them beg me for help. I'm 28, and my parents Linda and Robert, both 56, and my sister Madison, 25, just learned that stealing someone's future has consequences. I need to start with my grandfather, because understanding who he was makes everything else matter. Grandpa Tom was a self-made man, started with nothing, built a successful chain of hardware stores across 3 states, sold the business when he was 70, and retired comfortably. He wasn't flashy wealthy, but he was secure, and he believed deeply in giving his grandchildren opportunities he'd never had. Grandpa and I were close. I was his first grandchild, born when he was 58, and I spent countless hours with him as a kid. He'd take me to his stores, teach me about inventory management and customer service, tell me stories about starting from nothing. The key to success, he'd say, is working hard and being smart with money. Don't spend what you don't have. Don't rely on anyone else to build your future. Madison was born 3 years after me, and from the moment she arrived, the family dynamic shifted. She was the baby, the surprise blessing, the one with the bright smile and outgoing personality. I was studious and quiet. Madison was charming and social. I got good grades through hard work. Madison coasted on charisma. My parents adored her in a way they'd never adored me. When Madison wanted something, she got it. Dance lessons, expensive clothes, a car at 16. When I wanted something, I had to earn it, or save for it myself. I understood the dynamic, but didn't resent it exactly. That's just how it was. I was the responsible one. Madison was the favorite. Grandpa saw it differently. One day when I was 16, helping him reorganize his garage, he said, "Your parents spoil your sister. They're not doing her any favors. You can't build character if someone's always handing you things. They just love her. They love you too. They just show it differently." But love isn't the same as respect. They respect you because you work hard. They indulge Madison because she asks for things. Big difference. When Grandpa died during my sophomore year of college, I was devastated. He was 81, had been declining for a few months, but it still felt sudden. The funeral was well attended. He'd been respected in the business community, generous to his employees, known for his integrity. The will reading was 2 weeks later. Grandpa had structured things carefully. Some money to my parents, some to charity, and then specific trusts for his grandchildren, me and Madison. The attorney, a man named Philip Grant, who'd known Grandpa for 30 years, explained the structure. Thomas Morrison established educational trusts for both grandchildren. Each trust contains $150,000 to be used for educational expenses and then released fully to the beneficiary upon completion of their education. The trusts are managed by the parents as executors until the beneficiaries reach age 25 or complete their education, whichever comes first. $150,000. That was life-changing money for a college student. It meant I could finish undergrad without loans, maybe go to grad school, have a cushion to start my career. I could actually breathe instead of working 2 part-time jobs while taking classes. The trusts are specifically designated for education first, Philip continued. Tuition, books, housing, necessary educational expenses. Any remaining funds after graduation are to be distributed to the beneficiaries directly. My dad, as executor, nodded seriously. We'll manage it carefully. Make sure both kids are taken care of. I used some of the trust during my final 2 years of college, tuition and living expenses, about $40,000 total. I still worked part-time because I didn't want to drain the trust completely. I graduated with a degree in marketing, no student loans, and roughly $110,000 still in the trust. My plan was simple. Use that money to get established after graduation. First and last month's rent on an apartment, business clothes for interviews, maybe a reliable used car, and keep the rest as a cushion while I found a good job. Having that security meant I could be selective about opportunities instead of desperate. Madison was still in college. She'd started late after taking a gap year that turned into 2 years of finding herself. She was now a sophomore studying something. Fashion merchandising? Design? It changed every semester. 2 weeks after I graduated, I called my dad to discuss accessing the trust funds. I'm moving to the city for a job opportunity. I need to set up an apartment, get situated. Can we start the distribution process for what's left in the trust? Dad's voice was careful. Let's talk about that in person. Can you come to dinner this weekend? Something in his tone made me uneasy, but I agreed. That Saturday, I drove to my parents' house. Madison was there too, which was unusual. She rarely came home from college except for holidays. We sat down to dinner, and there was this weird tension. Mom kept glancing at Dad. Madison was on her phone, not making eye contact. Finally, Dad cleared his throat. We need to talk about Grandpa's trust. Okay, what about it? There's been a change in how the funds are being allocated. What kind of change? Mom jumped in. Madison has this amazing opportunity. She's been working so hard on her business plan, and she's ready to launch her own boutique. Designer resale, vintage pieces, curated collections. It's going to be incredible. I stared at her. What does that have to do with my trust? We invested your remaining trust funds into Madison's business, Dad said, along with her trust funds. It's a loan, technically. When the boutique becomes profitable, you'll be paid back with interest. The words didn't make sense at first. You invested my inheritance in Madison's boutique? It's an investment in family, Mom said. Madison needs capital to get started. This is her dream. Your education is finished. You have a degree. You're employable. Madison needs help getting launched. That money was mine. Grandpa left it to me specifically. Grandpa left it in trust with us as executors, Dad corrected. We have discretion to use it in ways that benefit the family. Benefit the family? Or benefit Madison? Madison finally looked up from her phone. Why are you being so selfish? This is my chance to build something. You already got your college paid for. I need help too. You have your own trust. Use your own inheritance. I am using it, but it's not enough for what I need. The boutique needs $200,000 to launch properly. My trust plus yours makes that possible. So you took my entire remaining inheritance, $110,000, without asking me. We're the executors, Dad said firmly. We made a decision that we believe serves the best interests of the family. You're young. You'll recover. Madison needs this opportunity now. I need that money now. I have to set up my life, find an apartment, get established. You'll be fine, Mom said dismissively. You're resourceful. You've always been able to figure things out. Madison needs more support. Because you've never made her figure anything out on her own. Don't make this about favoritism, Dad said. This is about recognizing that different children need different things. You're self-sufficient. Madison needs help. That's not favoritism, that's being responsive to reality. The reality is you stole my inheritance to fund Madison's vanity project. It's not a vanity project, Madison snapped. It's a real business. And it's not like you won't get paid back. Once the boutique is profitable, you'll get your money back with 5% annual interest. And if it's not profitable? Silence. What happens if Madison's boutique fails? Do I just lose $110,000 because you gambled my inheritance? It's not going to fail, Mom said. Madison has a solid business plan. Let me see it. What? The business plan. If you invested my inheritance in this, I should at least see the business plan. Madison's face went red. I don't have to justify my business to you. You do if you're using my money. It's not your money anymore. Mom and Dad made an investment decision. It's done. I looked at my father. Is there any paperwork, any formal loan agreement, any legal structure to ensure I get paid back? Dad looked uncomfortable. We have a verbal agreement. A verbal agreement. You took $110,000 of my inheritance and gave it to Madison based on a verbal agreement. We're family. We don't need contracts. I stood up. I want it back. All of it. Now. We don't have it, Mom said. It's been invested in inventory, store setup, lease deposits. It's gone into the business. Then I want Madison to sign a promissory note. Legal documentation that she owes me $110,000 plus interest. That's not necessary, Dad started. It's absolutely necessary. You stole my inheritance. The least you can do is document the debt. We didn't steal anything, Madison said. God, you're so dramatic. This is a family investment. You'll get paid back. Stop being such a selfish bitch about it. I left without another word, drove home shaking with rage and shock. That night I called Philip Grant, Grandpa's attorney. Can they do this? Can executors just take trust funds meant for one beneficiary and give them to another? Philip sighed heavily. The trust language gave your parents broad discretion in managing the funds. It's not uncommon for executors to have that authority. However, if they used the funds in a way that violated the trust's purpose or their fiduciary duty, you could potentially challenge it. What would that take? Litigation. You'd need to prove they violated their fiduciary duty, that the investment wasn't reasonable, that they acted in bad faith. It's expensive, time-consuming, and uncertain. You'd be suing your own parents. So they can just steal my inheritance and there's nothing I can do? I wouldn't say nothing, but your options are limited and costly. I'm sorry. Your grandfather trusted your parents to do right by both you and your sister. It appears that trust may have been misplaced. I hung up feeling utterly defeated. My inheritance, money my grandfather had specifically set aside for my future, was gone. Taken by my parents without my consent and given to my sister for a business venture that had no guarantee of success. That night, I made a decision. I wasn't going to sue my parents or fight this legally. The cost and emotional toll weren't worth it, and frankly, I probably wouldn't win. Instead, I was going to succeed so completely that they'd regret what they'd done. I was going to build something so successful that the $110,000 they'd stolen would seem insignificant in comparison. And when they eventually needed help, because I knew Madison's boutique would fail, knew my parents had made a catastrophic financial decision, I would make sure they understood exactly what their choice had cost them. The first year after graduation was brutal. Without the cushion of my inheritance, I had to take the first job I could find, an entry-level marketing coordinator position paying $38,000 a year. In a city with high cost of living, that barely covered rent, food, and transportation. I moved into a tiny studio apartment with a roommate I found on Craigslist. We shared 600 square feet, split bathroom time, kept our belongings in careful separation. It was cramped and uncomfortable, and nothing like what I'd planned with my inheritance money. But I worked. God, did I work. Marketing coordinator by day, freelance social media management by night and weekends. I'd come home from my regular job at 6, eat something quick, and work until midnight managing Instagram accounts and creating content for small businesses that couldn't afford agencies. Every freelance dollar went into savings. I was rebuilding what my parents had taken from me, dollar by dollar. Meanwhile, I watched Madison's boutique launch on social media. She posted constantly, photos of the storefront with its expensive fixtures, racks of designer vintage clothing, herself in carefully styled outfits. Living my dream. So grateful to my amazing parents for believing in me and helping make At Madison Vintage possible. Hashtag boutique boss. Hashtag small business owner. Hashtag dream big. My inheritance. My grandfather's careful planning for my future, reduced to Instagram captions and curated aesthetics. The boutique was in an expensive neighborhood, trendy area with high foot traffic, the kind of location that required serious monthly rent. Madison posted pictures of her merchandise, vintage Chanel bags, 1970s Halston dresses, designer shoes, high-end inventory that required serious capital. My capital. I unfollowed her. Blocked her, actually. I couldn't watch her flaunt the life she was building with my stolen inheritance while I was eating ramen and working 70-hour weeks. My parents called occasionally. Superficial conversations where they'd ask how work was going, if I'd met anyone, what my plans were. They never mentioned the inheritance. Never asked if I was okay financially. Never acknowledged what they'd done. Madison never called at all. Year 2, I changed strategy. The freelance social media work had taught me something. I was good at this. Really good. I understood algorithms, could create engaging content, knew how to build audiences and convert followers to customers. I was making more from freelancing than from my day job. So I quit the day job and went full-time freelance, rebranding myself as a digital marketing consultant. I focused on small e-commerce businesses, helping them build social media presence, optimize their online stores, create marketing campaigns that actually converted. I was terrified. No steady paycheck, no benefits, no safety net. But I also had nothing to lose. My inheritance was gone. I was already operating without a cushion. The first 6 months were unstable. Some months I made $3,000, some months $7,000. But by month 9, I'd built enough steady clients that I was consistently making $8,000 to $10,000 monthly, more than double my old salary. I saved aggressively, moved to a better apartment, still modest but my own place, no roommate, built an emergency fund, started investing. I was rebuilding the security my parents had stolen from me. Year 3, I launched an online course teaching e-commerce businesses how to use social media marketing effectively. I'd noticed patterns in my client work, the same questions, the same mistakes, the same breakthrough strategies. I packaged that knowledge into a comprehensive course priced at $497. I used my own social media following, built over 2 years of consistent content, to promote it. I expected maybe 50 sales the first month. I got 200. That was $99,400 in a single month, more than my parents had stolen from me. I cried when I saw the numbers, not from joy, from vindication. I'd done it without family support, without my inheritance, despite my parents choosing my sister over me. I'd built something real through pure work. I immediately launched a membership program, $97 monthly for ongoing training, community access, and resources. Within 6 months, I had 800 members. That was nearly $80,000 in monthly recurring revenue just from the membership, not counting course sales or my consulting clients. Year 4, my business did $1.2 million in revenue. I hired a small team, a project manager, a course instructor, a customer success person. I spoke at conferences. I was featured in business publications about building successful online education businesses. I bought a house, a nice townhouse in a good neighborhood. I bought a new car, not flashy but reliable and comfortable. I traveled to Europe for a month, working remotely from beautiful locations. I posted all of it on social media, not obnoxiously, but visibly. Photos from Santorini with my laptop, caption about working from anywhere. Photos of my new home office, caption about building the workspace of my dreams. Photos of nice dinners, travel, success. I made sure my parents could see all of it. I never blocked them. I wanted them to watch me succeed without them, without the inheritance they'd stolen, without their support. Madison's boutique, meanwhile, was struggling. I could tell from her posts, even though I'd blocked her. My friends would occasionally mention it, or I'd see her posts shared by mutual acquaintances. The carefully curated aesthetic was still there, but the desperation was showing through. Constant sales. 40% off everything. Flash sale today only. Posts about supporting small business and shopping local. The language of a business that wasn't making money. I didn't feel sympathy. I felt satisfaction. Year 5, my business hit $2.3 million in revenue. I'd expanded to offering certification programs, corporate training, and a high-ticket mastermind program. I had a team of 12 people, was featured in Forbes, was asked to speak at major marketing conferences. I was living the life I'd planned to build with my inheritance, except I'd built it entirely on my own, through work and skill and determination. Then I got the call from my mother. "We need to talk," she said. Her voice was strained. "Can you come to dinner this weekend?" "Is something wrong?" "We just need to talk, please." There was something in her tone, embarrassment maybe, or desperation. I knew what this was about before I agreed to come. That Saturday I dressed carefully. Designer jeans I'd bought without thinking about the price. A cashmere sweater. Expensive boots. Subtle jewelry. I looked successful. I wanted to look successful. I drove to my parents' house in my paid-off BMW. Parked in the driveway next to my dad's 10-year-old sedan. The house looked tired. The paint was peeling slightly. The garden, which my mom used to maintain meticulously, was overgrown. Small signs of financial stress that I noticed immediately. My parents answered the door looking older than I remembered. Stressed. Tired. Madison was there too. She looked awful. Weight loss, stress lines, no makeup. Nothing like the polished boutique owner from her Instagram posts. We sat down to dinner. Take-out Chinese food, not the home-cooked meal my mom usually made. Another small sign. We made strained small talk through the meal. Then my father cleared his throat. We need to discuss something. Madison's boutique is closing. I looked at Madison. She was staring at her plate. The retail environment has been challenging, Dad continued. The lease was expensive, the inventory costs were high, and foot traffic wasn't consistent enough to maintain profitability. I tried everything, Madison said quietly. Sales, promotions, social media. It just didn't work. How much debt are we talking about? I asked. My parents exchanged glances. Madison had to take out business loans. We co-signed because she didn't have established credit. How much? $85,000. I sat with that number. So the $200,000 from the inheritance is gone, plus your $85,000 in debt. The boutique's assets will cover some of it, Dad said. The remaining inventory, the fixtures. But we'll still be about $60,000 in debt after liquidation. And you can't pay it? Mom's voice was small. We've been helping Madison with the minimum payments. It's been difficult. We've depleted our savings. The number stunned me. My parents, who'd been financially stable when they'd stolen my inheritance 5 years ago, were now broke because they'd continued to enable Madison's failure. We're going to have to sell the house, Dad said. Downsize significantly. We're meeting with a bankruptcy attorney next week. The house. The house I'd grown up in. The house that held all our family memories. Gone, because they'd poured money into Madison's vanity project. Why are you telling me this? I asked, though I knew. Another glance between my parents, then Mom. We were hoping you might be able to help, financially. Just a loan to help us stabilize. There it was. How much do you need? If you could loan us $60,000 to pay off the business debt, we wouldn't have to sell the house. I looked at Madison. What about you? What's your plan? I'm moving back home, she said quietly. I need to figure things out. At 25 years old, you're moving back in with your parents after destroying their financial stability with a business that failed. I didn't mean for it to fail. Did you have a real business plan? Did you understand your market? Did you manage your expenses properly? Or did you just spend $200,000 of inheritance money, half of which was mine, on expensive inventory and a trendy storefront for Instagram content? That's not fair. What's not fair is that you stole my inheritance, built a failed business with it, dragged our parents into debt, and now want me to bail you all out. We're not asking you to bail us out, Dad said. We're asking for a loan. We'll pay you back. Like Madison was going to pay me back when you invested my inheritance in her boutique? How did that work out? Silence. Here's what I need to understand, I said. 5 years ago, you took $110,000 that my grandfather specifically left for me. You gave it to Madison without asking me, without my consent, without any real legal documentation. You told me I was resourceful and would figure it out. You chose her over me. We didn't choose, Mom started. You absolutely chose. You chose to believe that Madison's dream was more important than my security. You chose to invest in her unproven business instead of respecting Grandpa's wishes for my inheritance. You chose her, and now you're facing the consequences of that choice. So, you're going to let us lose our home? Dad asked. You're going to let your parents go bankrupt because you're angry about something that happened 5 years ago. I'm going to let you face the natural consequences of your own decisions, the same way you let me face the consequences of being robbed of my inheritance. I stood up. Wait, Mom said desperately. Please. We made a mistake. We should have handled the inheritance differently. We're admitting that. But we're your parents. You can't just abandon us. You abandoned me first. When I needed support getting started after college, you stole my inheritance and told me to figure it out. So I did. I figured it out. I built a successful business. I created financial security. And I did all of it without you. So this is revenge? Madison said. You're going to let our family fall apart because you're bitter? This isn't revenge. This is me choosing not to rescue you from your own bad decisions. There's a difference. I pulled out my wallet and placed $300 bills on the table. That covers my portion of dinner. I don't accept charity, and I don't give it to people who don't respect me. I walked out. The calls started the next day. My mother, crying, begging me to reconsider. My father, angry, telling me I was being cruel and vindictive. Madison, alternating between apologizing and blaming me for being selfish. I didn't answer. I let them go to voicemail. After a week, I blocked their numbers. They tried reaching me through other relatives. My aunt called. Your parents are in real trouble. I know you're upset about what happened with the inheritance, but they need help now. Can't you be the bigger person? Being the bigger person doesn't mean enabling people who've proven they'll exploit you. They're your parents. They're also the people who stole my inheritance and told me to figure it out on my own. So that's what I'm letting them do. Figure it out on their own. The house sold 3 months later. My parents moved into a small apartment in a less expensive area. They'd avoided bankruptcy, but just barely. They'd had to liquidate everything: savings, retirement accounts, even family heirlooms they'd planned to leave to us. Madison moved in with them. From what I heard through the family grapevine, she was working retail at a department store, making minimum wage, and still looking for her next opportunity. My business continued thriving. I hit $3 million in revenue in year 6. I bought a second property as an investment. I traveled extensively. I lived well. I made sure it was all visible on social media. Not obnoxiously. I wasn't posting constantly about money or trying to show off. But I lived my life publicly enough that anyone looking could see I was doing exceptionally well. I wanted my parents to see it. I wanted them to watch me succeed beyond anything they'd imagined, and to know they'd had nothing to do with it. To know, in fact, that I'd succeeded despite them. A year after they'd asked me for help, my father sent an email. Not asking for money this time, just asking to talk. I understand why you're angry. I understand why you won't help us. But I miss my daughter. Whatever our mistakes, don't we deserve a relationship? Can't we move past the financial issues and just be family again? I didn't respond. 6 months after that, Madison sent a message. I got accepted to a coding boot camp. It's $15,000 tuition. Mom and Dad can't help. I know I don't deserve to ask, but this is my chance to build real skills and start over. Can you loan me the tuition? I'll pay you back. I blocked her. My mother sent a birthday card on my 28th birthday with a long, handwritten note. I think about you every day. I think about the choices we made and how they hurt you. I think about the relationship we've lost. Money isn't worth losing a daughter over. Whatever we did wrong, whatever debt we owe you, can't we find a way back to being a family? I miss you. I'm sorry. Please give us a chance. I put the card in a drawer and tried not to think about it. My therapist asked me, "Do you think you'll ever forgive them?" I don't know. Forgiveness doesn't mean I have to rescue them or have them in my life. No, but it might mean letting go of the anger. For your own peace, not for theirs. I'm not sure I'm ready to let go of the anger. The anger is what drove me to build all of this. Without it, would I have pushed so hard? That's a dangerous relationship with your success, building it on anger and revenge. Maybe, but it worked. My best friend Jake, who'd watched this whole situation unfold over 5 years, said something that stuck with me. I get why you won't help them. They stole from you, chose your sister over you, then came back asking for rescue when their bad decisions caught up with them. You don't owe them anything. But at some point, their suffering stops being justice and starts being just suffering. Does watching them struggle actually make you feel better? Sometimes, I admitted. Sometimes it feels like justice, like they're finally understanding what it felt like when they took my future and told me to figure it out. And other times? Other times I feel guilty, like I'm punishing them beyond what they deserve, like I'm using my success as a weapon instead of just living my life. Which feeling is stronger? I didn't have an answer. Last month I found out my father had a health scare, a minor heart attack, apparently stress-related. He's okay, but it was serious enough that he needed a hospital stay and follow-up care. My aunt called to tell me, thinking I'd want to know. He's going to be fine, but the medical bills are significant. They're on a high-deductible plan because it's all they could afford after selling the house. They're looking at about $8,000 in out-of-pocket costs. $8,000. That was 3 days of revenue for my business. Nothing to me. Everything to them. I'm not helping, I said. Even for a medical emergency? They can set up a payment plan with the hospital. They can figure it out. Just like I had to figure out how to build my life after they stole my inheritance. But after I hung up, I sat with that decision. My father had a heart attack, possibly stress-induced, possibly related to the financial disaster they'd created by choosing Madison over me. And I was refusing to help. Was that justice? Or was that cruelty? My girlfriend Emma, who I've been dating for 2 years, knows the whole story. She's been supportive, but also challenges me. I understand why you're hurt and angry, but at some point, you have to decide. Do you want to be right, or do you want to be at peace? Because you can be right. They did wrong you. They did make terrible choices. They did damage your future. But holding on to this anger and refusing any reconciliation isn't bringing you peace. They haven't really apologized, not in a meaningful way. They've asked for money and said they made mistakes, but they've never fully acknowledged what they did or how it affected me. Have you given them the chance? Have you told them what you need to hear? Why should I have to tell them? They're adults. They know what they did. But maybe they don't know how to fix it. Maybe they're paralyzed by guilt and shame. Maybe they're waiting for you to tell them what reconciliation would look like. I pulled out my mother's birthday card from the drawer where I'd left it 6 months ago. Read it again. Money isn't worth losing a daughter over. Except it wasn't about money. It was about betrayal. About being told I didn't matter as much as my sister. About being told to figure things out while they poured resources into her dream. About watching her fail and drag them down while I succeeded, alone. The money was just the symbol of all of that. My business just closed a deal with a major corporation. $500,000 contract to develop their digital marketing training program. It's the biggest deal I've ever closed. I celebrated by taking Emma to an expensive restaurant, the kind of place my parents could never afford now, the kind of place I couldn't have afforded 5 years ago when they stole my inheritance. Over dinner, Emma asked, "Are you happy?" Of course. This deal is huge. It validates everything I've built. That's not what I asked. Are you happy? Not, is your business successful? Are you happy? I thought about it. My business was thriving. I had financial security beyond what I'd ever imagined. I'd proven everyone wrong. I'd succeeded despite my family, not because of them. But I also hadn't spoken to my parents in over a year. I had no relationship with my sister. My family thought I was cold and vindictive, and every success felt tinged with anger, proving them wrong instead of just building something good. I don't know, I finally said. Do you think you'll ever forgive them? Should I? They stole from me, chose my sister over me, destroyed their own financial stability, and then expected me to rescue them. Why do I owe them forgiveness? You don't owe them anything. But maybe forgiveness isn't for them. Maybe it's for you. So you can build success from love instead of from anger. I've thought about that conversation every day since. So here's what I can't figure out. Am I the asshole for refusing to help my parents financially after they stole my inheritance to fund my sister's failed business, leaving them to face bankruptcy and lose their home while I've built a multi-million-dollar business without them? Or is that justified accountability for people who betrayed my trust and chose my sister over me? How I made my narcissistic aunt lose the inheritance she stole from my dying grandmother. I'm 26, and this story starts when I was 23, right around the time my grandmother got her terminal diagnosis. She was 79 and had been the center of our family for as long as I could remember. My mom was 52 then, the younger of two daughters, and had always been close with Grandma. My Aunt Patricia, who's 58 now, was the older daughter and had always been Grandma's favorite, even though she'd barely visited over the years unless she needed something. Grandma had been living independently up until the diagnosis. Pancreatic cancer, stage 4, maybe 6 months if she was lucky. My mom immediately started going over every day to help her, taking time off work, cooking meals, managing medications, all of it. I went over after work and on weekends to help however I could. We were there constantly, trying to make her comfortable and spend as much time with her as possible. Patricia lived about 2 hours away and worked in real estate. She had money, a big house, and spent most of her time posting on social media about her perfect life. When Grandma got sick, Patricia suddenly became very involved. She started showing up at the house whenever my mom and I were there, acting overly concerned and taking charge of conversations with doctors. She'd talk over my mom and position herself as the primary caregiver, even though she was barely around. About 2 months into Grandma's illness, Patricia suggested that Grandma should update her estate planning. She said things needed to be organized properly and that Grandma's will was outdated. My mom thought it was reasonable, since Grandma's will was about 15 years old. What we didn't know was that Patricia had already been in Grandma's ear about how my mom wasn't responsible with money and how I was too young to handle an inheritance properly. Grandma had always been sharp, but the cancer and the pain medications were affecting her cognition. Some days she was completely lucid, other days she was confused about what year it was. Patricia started visiting on days when my mom and I weren't there, spending time alone with Grandma. She brought her own lawyer, someone she knew through her real estate work, and had papers drawn up. My mom found out about the new will after Grandma signed it. Patricia mentioned it casually one day, saying everything was taken care of now, and Grandma could rest easy. When my mom asked what had changed, Patricia said it was just technical updates and nothing to worry about. My mom trusted her sister and didn't push it. I had a bad feeling, but I was 23 and didn't think I had any right to question family decisions. Grandma's condition deteriorated quickly after that. She had about 4 months total from diagnosis to when she passed. Toward the end, she was barely conscious most of the time. Patricia was there constantly those last few weeks, hovering, making decisions, and keeping my mom and me at arm's length. She said Grandma needed peace and quiet, and that too many visitors were overwhelming her. When Grandma died, my mom was devastated. She'd lost her mother and barely got to say goodbye properly because Patricia had controlled access so much at the end. The funeral was a blur. Patricia played the grieving daughter perfectly, posting tributes on social media and accepting condolences like she'd been the primary caregiver. The will reading was scheduled for 2 weeks after the funeral. My mom almost didn't want to go. She said it felt wrong to think about money when she was still grieving. I convinced her we should both be there to honor Grandma's wishes and to make sure everything was handled properly. We sat in the lawyer's office, Patricia's lawyer, and he read through the will. The house, which was worth about $400,000, went entirely to Patricia. Grandma's savings, about $180,000, went entirely to Patricia. Some jewelry and personal items were listed for my mom, things with more sentimental than monetary value. I got nothing, not even a mention. The will stated that Patricia had been the primary caregiver and deserved to inherit the bulk of the estate for her dedication and sacrifice. My mom just sat there with tears running down her face. She didn't say anything, didn't object, just absorbed the betrayal quietly. Patricia had this small smirk on her face like she'd won something. She said something about how Grandma had made her wishes clear and we should respect them. The lawyer asked if there were any questions. My mom shook her head and left. I was furious, but I didn't show it in that office. I drove my mom home and she cried the whole way. She said she couldn't believe her own mother would do that to her, that she must have done something wrong to deserve being cut out. I told her this wasn't about her, that something was off about the whole situation. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about how Grandma had been on those medications, how Patricia had isolated her at the end, how convenient it was that Patricia's own lawyer had drawn up the will. I started going through my phone, looking at old text messages and voice recordings from the past few months. I'd gotten into the habit of recording conversations when Patricia was around because she had a tendency to deny things she'd said or twist situations later. I found a recording from about a month before Grandma died. Patricia was talking to someone on the phone in Grandma's kitchen while I was in the living room with Grandma. She didn't know I was recording. She was complaining about how senile Grandma had become and how easy it had been to convince her that my mom was irresponsible. She laughed about it. I found text messages between Patricia and someone, probably a friend, where she talked about making sure she got everything because she'd earned it by putting up with Grandma all these years. She called Grandma a burden in one text. She said in another text that my mom was too soft and would never fight back. Then I started looking at financial records. Grandma had given me access to her online banking a few months before she died, so I could help pay bills if needed. I went back through the statements and found multiple large transfers to Patricia over the past year. $15,000 here, $20,000 there, always with vague descriptions. After the new will was signed, there were even more transfers. Patricia had been draining Grandma's accounts while she was sick. I took everything to a lawyer who specialized in elder law and estate disputes. His name was David, and he'd been recommended by a friend of my mom's. I showed him the recordings, the text messages, the financial records, and the timeline of events. He listened to everything and then told me we had a strong case for undue influence and possible elder financial abuse. The problem was my mom. She didn't want to fight. She said Patricia was still her sister and she couldn't handle a legal battle while grieving. I told her this wasn't about the money. It was about what was right. Grandma had been manipulated when she was vulnerable, and Patricia had stolen from her while she was dying. After a week of convincing, my mom agreed to let David file a challenge to the will. We filed the petition about a month after the will reading. Patricia lost her mind when she got served. She called my mom screaming about betrayal and greed. She called me a manipulative brat who was turning my mom against her family. She posted on social media about ungrateful relatives who couldn't respect a dying woman's wishes. Her friends commented with support and outrage on her behalf. The legal process took almost a year. David subpoenaed medical records showing Grandma's mental state during the time the will was changed. He brought in an expert witness who testified that someone on Grandma's medication regimen and with her diagnosis would have been highly susceptible to manipulation. He presented the recordings of Patricia calling Grandma senile and bragging about manipulating her. He showed the text messages and the financial records. Patricia's lawyer tried to argue that the gifts were voluntary and that Grandma had simply recognized Patricia's superior caregiving. But David had statements from Grandma's doctors and nurses who confirmed that my mom had been the primary caregiver, and that Patricia had rarely been around until the last few months. He had visitor logs from the hospice nurses showing who was actually there, day to day. The most damaging evidence was a signature analysis. David had hired a forensic document examiner to look at some of the financial documents. Several of the large transfers had authorization forms with signatures that didn't match Grandma's handwriting from other documents. Patricia had forged at least 3 signatures to authorize transfers to herself. The judge invalidated the new will based on undue influence. The original will from 15 years ago was reinstated. That will split everything evenly between my mom and Patricia. But then the judge went further. Based on the evidence of financial exploitation, he ordered an investigation into elder financial abuse and ruled that Patricia had to return all the money she'd taken from Grandma's accounts over the past 2 years. The total came to about $167,000. Patricia didn't have it. She'd spent it on renovations to her house, a new car, vacations, all the things she'd been posting about on social media. She had to take out a loan against her house to repay the estate. She also had to pay legal fees for both sides, which added another $45,000. The financial abuse investigation resulted in criminal charges, though she ended up pleading down to a misdemeanor and got probation because she was a first-time offender. The house was sold, and the proceeds split between my mom and Patricia, after Patricia repaid what she owed. My mom ended up with about $280,000 total after everything was divided. Patricia got about $95,000 after her debts were paid. My mom gave me $50,000 as a gift since Grandma had wanted me to have something. I tried to refuse, but she insisted. Patricia sent my mom a letter after everything was finalized. It was full of venom, calling my mom weak and saying I'd poisoned her against her own sister. She said the family was destroyed because of our greed. My mom read it once and threw it away, but Patricia kept sending letters. One came addressed to me about 3 months after the case closed. It was 8 pages of single-spaced hatred about how I'd ruined her life and turned her sister against her. She said I was evil and that karma would come for me. I framed that letter and hung it in my home office, not because I'm proud of destroying my aunt, but because it reminds me that standing up for what's right isn't always comfortable or easy. My mom still struggles with what happened. She lost her mother and then had to fight her sister. Some days she wonders if it was worth it. I remind her that Grandma deserved better than to be manipulated and stolen from in her final months. Patricia and my mom haven't spoken since the judgment. I heard through a cousin that Patricia had to downsize her house because of the loans she took out. Her social media went quiet after the case concluded. The perfect life she'd been broadcasting was built partially on money she'd stolen from her dying mother, and now everyone in the family knows it. Do I feel guilty about collecting that evidence and pushing for the lawsuit? Sometimes, late at night, I wonder if I should have just let it go. But then I remember Grandma teaching me to bake cookies in her kitchen, taking me to the park when I was little, and telling me to always stand up for what's right, even when it's hard. She didn't deserve what Patricia did to her. My mom didn't deserve to be cut out after spending months caring for her dying mother. Justice needed help finding its way home, and I was willing to be the one to help it get there. I'd do it again. My mom lied that I was mentally unfit to steal my inheritance, so I took everything back in court. I'm 32 now, and this nightmare started when I was 26, right after my dad died from a sudden stroke at 58. He'd been healthy, active, and had his life together. His will was straightforward. Half of everything went to my mom, his wife of 35 years, and half went to me, their only child. The estate was worth about $1.2 million, including the house, retirement accounts, life insurance, and investments. My half should have been $600,000, enough to change my life. My mom and I had always had a complicated relationship. She was controlling when I was growing up, always managing my decisions and questioning my choices. When I was in my early 20s, I'd gone through a rough patch with depression and anxiety after a bad breakup. I'd seen a therapist for about a year, got on medication briefly, and worked through it. By the time Dad died, I'd been stable and happy for years, working as a project manager at a tech company and living independently. About 2 weeks after Dad's funeral, Mom asked me to come over to discuss the estate. She said Dad's lawyer would be there to walk us through everything. When I arrived, there was a different lawyer I didn't recognize. Mom sat me down and explained that she'd been talking to this attorney about the best way to handle the inheritance. She said that given my history with mental health issues, it would be irresponsible to give me direct access to that much money all at once. I was confused and asked what she meant. She said she was going to petition the court to be appointed as conservator of my portion of the inheritance. She'd manage the money for me and give me an allowance as needed. She said it was for my own protection and that Dad would have wanted this. The lawyer nodded along, saying it was a common arrangement for beneficiaries with documented mental health concerns. I told her I didn't have mental health concerns anymore and that I was perfectly capable of managing my own finances. She got this sad look on her face and said she knew I believed that, but she couldn't in good conscience watch me destroy my future. She said if I fought her on this, she'd have to present evidence to the court about my instability, and wouldn't that be embarrassing for everyone? I left her house angry and confused. I consulted with an attorney the next week who told me that if Mom petitioned for conservatorship, I'd have the right to contest it and present evidence of my competence. He said these cases were hard to prove unless there was significant recent evidence of mental incapacity. I felt confident I could fight it if it came to that. 2 months later, I got served with papers. Mom had filed for full conservatorship, claiming I was mentally unfit to manage my inheritance due to severe depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation. I was shocked by the language in the petition. It painted me as someone on the verge of breakdown, unable to make rational decisions, and at risk of squandering the inheritance or worse. Attached to her petition were medical records from my therapist from 6 years earlier, but they'd been altered. Dates were changed to make it look like I'd been in treatment recently. Notes were modified to sound more severe than they'd been. There was even a letter supposedly from my current doctor stating I was under psychiatric care, which was completely false. I hadn't seen that doctor in over 4 years, and certainly not for mental health treatment. The hearing was scheduled quickly, and I scrambled to get representation. The lawyer I'd consulted before was expensive, and I couldn't afford his retainer on short notice. I ended up with a public defender type who seemed overwhelmed and underprepared. At the hearing, Mom showed up looking concerned and maternal. She testified tearfully about how worried she was about me, how I'd been acting erratically since Dad died, how she feared for my safety. Her lawyer presented the forged documents. My lawyer barely challenged them. I tried to testify on my own behalf, but I was emotional and probably came across as unstable just from the stress of the situation. The judge granted Mom temporary conservatorship pending a full evaluation and said we'd revisit in 6 months. Those 6 months turned into years. Mom's lawyer kept filing continuances and delays. Every time we'd get close to a hearing date, something would come up. Meanwhile, Mom had complete control of my inheritance. She was supposed to provide me with regular distributions for living expenses, but the amounts were minimal and sporadic. I'd get maybe $1,000 a month if I was lucky, and I had to justify every request. I was still working full-time, making about $65,000 a year, which was decent, but not enough to afford the kind of lawyer I needed to fight a conservatorship case properly. I was stuck in a cycle where I couldn't afford to fight for my money, because I didn't have access to my money. Meanwhile, Mom's lifestyle upgraded significantly. She sold the house Dad had left her, which should have been enough for her to live comfortably, and bought a bigger place in an expensive neighborhood. She went on vacations to Europe and posted photos on Facebook. She wore designer clothes and jewelry. She was living off my inheritance while giving me scraps. I tried reaching out to family, friends, and relatives, but Mom had gotten to them first. She'd told everyone about my mental health history and painted herself as the devoted mother protecting her unstable child. People looked at me with pity or avoided me altogether. Even my dad's brother, who I'd been close with, kept his distance after Mom told him I'd become paranoid and was making accusations against her. I felt completely trapped. Every day I went to work, did my job, came home to my small apartment, and wondered how this had happened. My therapist from years ago had retired and moved to another state. My medical records were somehow showing treatments I'd never received. The system that was supposed to protect people was being used to control me. Then, about 3.5 years after Dad died, I got a message on Facebook from a woman named Patricia. She'd been a close friend of my mom's for 20 years, but they'd had a falling out recently over something unrelated. She said she had information I needed to see and asked if we could meet for coffee. We met at a cafe near my apartment. Patricia looked nervous but determined. She pulled out a folder and slid it across the table. Inside were copies of documents from my conservatorship case, along with text messages between her and my mom. In the texts, Mom bragged about how easy it had been to modify my old medical records. She joked about taking me to the cleanest when I thought I was getting half. She talked about the vacation she was planning with my money. Patricia said she couldn't stay silent anymore after their friendship ended. She said she'd made copies of everything before Mom knew they weren't speaking. She told me she felt guilty for not speaking up sooner, but she'd believed Mom's story about protecting me until she saw how Mom was really spending the money and laughing about it. I took the documents immediately to a real lawyer this time. I'd been saving every penny I could, and I had about $15,000 set aside. I found an attorney named Rebecca who specialized in conservatorship abuse and elder financial fraud. When I showed her what Patricia had given me, her eyes went wide. She said this was one of the clearest cases of fraud she'd seen and agreed to take the case. We spent the next 8 months building the case. Rebecca subpoenaed my actual medical records from all my providers. We got statements from my employer showing I'd been consistently employed and performing well. We tracked down my old therapist, who confirmed that the records presented to the court had been altered. We got expert analysis on the forged signatures. We documented every purchase Mom had made with the estate funds and showed it was for her personal benefit, not my care. The hearing was scheduled for early on a Tuesday morning. Mom showed up, wearing pearls and a designer suit, looking every bit the concerned mother. She brought her lawyer and sat with this practiced expression of worried dignity. I sat with Rebecca, my hands shaking, trying to stay calm. Rebecca systematically destroyed Mom's case. She presented the original medical records next to the forged ones, highlighting every alteration. She showed text messages where Mom admitted to the fraud. She brought in my employer, who testified about my competence and reliability. She presented bank statements, showing Mom had spent over $400,000 of my inheritance on herself, while giving me minimal support. Mom's lawyer tried to argue that the text messages were taken out of context, and that any discrepancies in the medical records were clerical errors. Rebecca countered with the forensic document analysis, showing deliberate forgery. Then she called Patricia as a witness. Patricia testified about the conversations she'd had with Mom, where Mom explicitly admitted to lying about my mental state to maintain control of the money. I watched my mom's face change as the hearing progressed. The confident, concerned expression crumbled. She started crying, but they weren't the sympathetic tears she'd used before. These were tears of panic as she realized she was cornered. Her lawyer looked like he wanted to be anywhere else. The judge asked Mom directly if she'd falsified medical records to obtain conservatorship. She tried to deny it at first, but when faced with the evidence, she broke down and admitted she'd modified some documents because she truly believed I wasn't ready to handle the money. She said she was protecting me from myself, and that everything she'd done was out of love. The judge was not sympathetic. He terminated the conservatorship immediately and ordered a full accounting of all estate funds. When the accounting showed that Mom had spent over $400,000, he ordered her to make full restitution. He also referred the case to the district attorney for potential criminal charges for fraud and forgery. Mom was arrested in the courtroom that day. She was charged with multiple counts of fraud, forgery, and financial exploitation. She posted bail and hired a criminal defense attorney. Over the next 6 months, she fought the charges, but eventually took a plea deal that included probation, community service, and a permanent criminal record. She avoided jail time because she had no prior record and agreed to full restitution. The problem was, she didn't have the money anymore. She'd spent it. The judge froze her accounts and put liens on her property. She had to sell the expensive house she'd bought and downsize to a small condo. She had to sell her car and most of her jewelry. Even after liquidating everything, she was still short about $80,000. The court set up a payment plan where she'd be paying me back for years. I got access to what remained of my inheritance, about $200,000 after legal fees and what couldn't be recovered. It wasn't the $600,000 I should have gotten, but it was something. I invested it carefully and used some to pay off my student loans and buy a modest condo. My mom hasn't spoken to me since the hearing, except through lawyers. She sent one letter about 6 months after everything concluded, saying she'd only been trying to protect me and that I'd destroyed our family over money. I didn't respond. Some relatives have reached out saying I should forgive her because she's still my mother. Others have cut her off completely after learning what she did. I still struggle with what happened. I lost years of my life fighting to prove I was competent to manage my own inheritance. I lost most of the money my dad intended for me. I lost my relationship with my mother, which was complicated but still meant something. The woman who was supposed to protect me weaponized my darkest moments against me for financial gain. But I also learned I was stronger than she ever gave me credit for. She called me too weak to handle money, too unstable to be trusted with my own future. In the end, I was strong enough to fight back, smart enough to build a case, and resilient enough to see it through. She tried to steal my inheritance and my dignity. I took back what I could and made sure she faced consequences. I'm rebuilding my life now with what's left of the inheritance. I have a therapist again, not because I'm unstable, but because processing betrayal of this magnitude requires professional help. I've learned that sometimes the people who claim to love you are the ones you need to protect yourself from most. My dad left me that money to help me build a future. My mom tried to steal it. I fought back and won, even if the victory was incomplete. She's paying me back in monthly installments now, and every payment is a reminder that justice sometimes needs help finding its way home. My parents sold my inheritance to fund my brother's wedding, so I took back what was mine in court. I'm 28 now, and this whole situation started when I was 23. That's when my grandfather passed away and left me his farm in his will. I'd spent almost every summer there since I was 6 years old, learning how to take care of the land, fix things around the property, and just being with him. My parents, both in their mid-50s at the time, never really got why I loved that place so much. My brother Marcus, who's 3 years older than me, visited maybe twice in his entire life and complained about the smell both times. The will reading happened about 2 weeks after the funeral. Grandpa had been very clear about what he wanted. The farm went to me, all 42 acres of it, including the old house and the equipment barn. He'd even written a little note that the lawyer read out loud that said it was for the grandkid who'd actually shown up and put in the work. My parents sat there with these tight expressions on their faces, and Marcus just stared at his phone the whole time like he couldn't be bothered. After the reading, my mom pulled me aside and said we needed to talk about being fair. She said Marcus was getting married soon, and it wasn't right that I got everything while he got nothing. I tried to explain that Grandpa had made his choice based on who'd actually been there for him, but she just shook her head and said I was being selfish. My dad backed her up, saying family meant looking out for each other, and maybe I should consider what was best for everyone, not just myself. I got the deed transferred into my name about 3 weeks later. I was planning to move out there eventually, maybe fix up the house and actually live on the property like Grandpa had. In the meantime, I was working in the city as a graphic designer and sending money every month to cover the property taxes and basic maintenance. Then Marcus announced his engagement to this woman named Stephanie. She came from money and had very specific ideas about what their wedding should look like. My parents were thrilled that Marcus was settling down and started planning this massive celebration. The problem was that the kind of wedding Stephanie wanted cost more than my parents had saved. About a month after I got the deed, my parents invited me to dinner. They sat me down and told me I should sell the farm. They had all these reasons ready. I was too young to manage property. The upkeep would eat up my savings. The land wasn't generating income, just sitting there. They even had a real estate agent's card ready with an estimate of what it could sell for. When I said no, that I was keeping it because it meant something to me, my mom got teary and said I was being unreasonable. My dad said I'd regret not helping out when Marcus needed family support. I held firm and left that dinner thinking that was the end of it. Marcus got married 4 months later in this huge ceremony at some vineyard estate. I went because I didn't want to start family drama, but something felt wrong the whole day. My parents kept avoiding me, and whenever I tried to talk to Marcus, he'd suddenly need to be somewhere else. I didn't find out what they'd done until 2 years later. I'd been religiously paying the property taxes every 6 months, keeping records of everything, and planning to finally start renovations. Then I got a notice from the county saying my property taxes were overdue, and if I didn't pay within 30 days, there'd be penalties. That made no sense. I'd just sent a check 3 months earlier. I called the county tax office, and the woman on the phone told me that the property had been sold almost 2 years ago, and the new owners were responsible for taxes now. I told her that was impossible because I owned that property, and I had the deed to prove it. She asked for the parcel number, put me on hold, and came back saying that, according to their records, the property had been sold and the deed transferred 22 months ago. I took the next day off work and drove to the county recorder's office. I needed to see the documents myself because none of this made any sense. The clerk pulled up the file and showed me a deed transfer dated about 5 months after Grandpa died. There was a signature on it that was supposed to be mine. It wasn't even close. My father had signed my name and notarized it with some notary I'd never heard of. The property had been sold to a development company for $285,000. I sat in that office staring at the paperwork for probably 20 minutes. The clerk asked if I was okay, and I couldn't even answer. My parents had forged my signature and stolen my inheritance. They'd sold the farm that Grandpa had left specifically to me, and I knew exactly where that money had gone. Marcus's wedding had cost around $65,000 according to my mom's bragging at the time. The honeymoon to Bali was another $15,000. My parents had also suddenly paid off their cars and redone their kitchen right around that same time. I found a lawyer who specialized in real estate fraud that same week. Her name was Patricia, and she'd been practicing for 30 years. I showed her all the documents, and she barely needed 5 minutes to tell me it was a slam-dunk case. The signature was obviously forged. The notary seal looked fake. The buyers should have done more due diligence. She said we'd sue to void the sale and go after my parents for fraud. We filed the lawsuit about a month later. My parents both got served at their house. My mom called me 12 times that day. I didn't answer. She left voicemails crying and asking how I could do this to them. My dad sent me a long text saying I was tearing the family apart over property that Grandpa shouldn't have left to just one person anyway. Marcus sent me a message calling me a vindictive piece of work who couldn't just let things go. The development company was furious when they realized the sale was fraudulent. They'd already started clearing the land and had architectural plans drawn up for a housing subdivision. They immediately turned around and sued my parents for the full purchase price, plus all their development costs and legal fees. Patricia had warned me this would happen, that the developers would want their money back, and my parents would be on the hook for everything. The court case took about 9 months. My parents tried to argue that they'd had my verbal permission to sell, which was a complete lie. They couldn't produce any evidence of that because it never happened. The judge reviewed the documents, looked at the signature analysis from the handwriting expert Patricia hired, and ruled that the sale was void due to fraud. The final judgment came down when I was 26, about 3 years after Grandpa had passed. The sale was declared null and void, and the farm was legally mine again. The development company got a judgment against my parents for $285,000 plus interest, their development costs of about $60,000, and legal fees of another $35,000. The total came to around $390,000. My parents had maybe $40,000 in savings left after funding Marcus's wedding. They had to sell their house, the one they'd lived in for 23 years, the one where I grew up. It sold for enough to cover most of the judgment, but they still had to sell both their cars and buy cheaper used ones. They cleaned out their retirement accounts and took massive tax penalties. My dad had to postpone his planned retirement, and my mom picked up a part-time job at a department store. Marcus called me after the judgment came through. He said I'd destroyed our parents' lives over a piece of land. He said they'd only done it to help him start his marriage off right, and I was punishing them for being generous. I asked him if he'd known what they were planning to do. He got quiet for a second, and then said it didn't matter, because they were trying to make things fair. I hung up on him. Here's the part that still makes me shake my head. Stephanie left Marcus about 10 months after the wedding. Apparently, she'd realized pretty quickly that the fancy ceremony was the highlight of their relationship, and everything after that was just disappointment. The divorce was finalized before my lawsuit even went to trial. So my parents destroyed their financial future for a wedding that led to a marriage that didn't even last a year. I got the farm back about 18 months ago. I've been out there a handful of times, but it doesn't feel the same anymore. The developers had torn down Grandpa's old equipment barn and ripped out half the fence line before the court stopped them. The house looks abandoned, even though legally it's mine. Every time I drive up there, instead of remembering the good times with Grandpa, I just think about how my parents valued Marcus's one day over my lifetime of memories. My parents now live in a small 2-bedroom apartment about 40 minutes from where they used to live. Marcus moved back in with them after his divorce, so the 3 of them are crammed in there together. I heard through an aunt that money is tight, and my dad is working longer hours than he ever did before. My mom apparently cries a lot. I haven't spoken to any of them since the judgment. They've tried reaching out a few times. My mom sent a card on my birthday last year that I threw away without opening. My dad showed up at my apartment once, and I didn't answer the door. Marcus sent me an email saying I'd won, and asking if I was happy now. I deleted it without responding. Some people think I went too far. A cousin told me at a family gathering that I should have just let it go, that destroying my parents financially wasn't worth it. But here's what those people don't understand. It wasn't about the money, or even really about the land. It was about them thinking they could just erase what Grandpa wanted and steal from me because they decided Marcus deserved it more. The farm is mine again, legally and completely. But I'm not sure I actually got back what they took. Was it justice, or just revenge? Most days I think it was justice, but sometimes, late at night, I wonder if anyone really won. My parents sold my inheritance to fund my brother's wedding, so I took back what was mine in court. I'm 32, and this whole mess started when I was 26. My grandfather died that year, and it broke something in me that I don't think ever fully healed. He was 81, lived a good life on his small farm about an hour outside the city, and I'd spent almost every summer there from the time I was 8 until I graduated college. My parents, both in their late 50s when this happened, never understood why I wanted to spend my vacations shoveling manure and fixing fences instead of going to summer camps or hanging out with friends. My brother Derek, who's 4 years older than me, certainly never got it. He visited the farm maybe 3 times in his entire life. Grandpa left a will, very clear, very specific. The farm went to me. 38 acres, an old farmhouse that needed work, a barn, and the land he'd spent 40 years cultivating. He'd typed it up himself and had it properly notarized and witnessed. There was a handwritten note attached that said, "To the grandkid who actually cared enough to show up." My parents lost their minds when the will was read. My mom cried and said it wasn't fair to Derek. My dad called it divisive and claimed Grandpa had been manipulated or wasn't in his right mind toward the end, which was complete garbage. Grandpa was sharp as ever right up until the heart attack took him. Derek didn't say much at the funeral, just gave me these looks like I'd personally stolen something from him. The executor handed me the deed about 3 weeks after the funeral. I had plans for that place. I was going to fix it up gradually, maybe rent out the land to local farmers until I could afford to do something more with it. It was my connection to Grandpa, the place where he'd taught me about responsibility and hard work and patience. Then Derek got engaged. Her name was Michelle, and she wanted a wedding that would have made royalty blush. My parents were thrilled. Their golden boy was finally settling down, and they were going to make sure everyone knew it. The problem was that weddings like that cost money they didn't have. I didn't see it coming. Why would I? The farm was mine, legally mine, with my name on the deed. But about a month after I got the property transferred into my name, my parents sat me down and tried to convince me to sell it. They said it was too much responsibility for someone my age. They said the upkeep would drain my savings. They said I should just sell it, split the money with Derek to be fair, and everyone could move on. I said no. That farm meant everything to me. It wasn't about the money or the property value. It was about Grandpa and everything he'd taught me there. They dropped it after that conversation, or so I thought. Derek got married 6 months later in this over-the-top ceremony at some resort. I went because I didn't want to cause drama, but something felt off. My parents seemed nervous around me the whole time, and Derek wouldn't make eye contact. I didn't find out what they'd done until almost 3 years later. I'd been busy with my career, working as an engineer for a tech company, and honestly, I'd been putting off dealing with the farm. I sent checks for the property taxes twice a year and kept telling myself I'd get out there to start renovations. Then I got a notice in the mail from the county saying my property taxes were delinquent. That didn't make sense. I'd been paying them regularly. I called the county office, and that's when everything unraveled. They told me the property had been sold 2.5 years ago. New owners, new tax account. I must have the wrong parcel number. Except I didn't. I had the deed right in front of me, my name on it, my grandfather's signature on the transfer. I drove to the county recorder's office that same day and demanded to see the records. That's when I saw it. A deed transfer, dated 8 months after Grandpa died, 4 months after the property was put in my name. My father's signature. Not mine, my father's. He'd forged my signature and sold my farm, sold it to some developer for $340,000. The money was long gone, but I knew exactly where it went. Derek's wedding had cost around $80,000. The honeymoon to Europe was another $20,000. My parents had paid off their car loans and done renovations on their house with the rest. I sat in my car outside the recorder's office for an hour, just staring at the copies they'd given me. The betrayal was so complete, so calculated, that I couldn't process it at first. They'd stolen from me. Not just money or property, but my connection to Grandpa. They'd erased him from my life because Derek wanted a fancy party. I hired a lawyer that week. Cost me $15,000 up front, but she was a specialist in property fraud. She took one look at the documents and told me it was one of the clearest cases she'd ever seen. The signatures didn't match. My father hadn't even tried to forge it well. The notary stamp was fake. The whole transaction was illegal from top to bottom. We filed suit against my parents and against the developers who'd bought the land. My lawyer explained that the developers would come after my parents for the full purchase price plus their development costs once they realized the sale was void. She wasn't wrong. My parents tried to call me when they got served. I didn't answer. My mom showed up at my apartment crying, begging me to drop it, saying it would destroy them financially. I asked her if she'd thought about that before she helped Dad commit fraud. She said they'd done it for the family, to make things fair between me and Derek. I told her to leave and never come back. The legal process took 8 months. The developers were furious, as expected. They'd already started clearing land for a subdivision. They sued my parents for everything. My lawsuit was running parallel, claiming emotional distress and demanding the return of the property. The judge sided with me on every single point. The final judgment came down about 4 years after Grandpa died. The sale was voided. The farm reverted to me, and my parents were ordered to pay the developers $340,000 plus interest and legal fees. The total came to just over $425,000. They didn't have it, not even close. They had to sell their house, the one they'd partially renovated with my stolen inheritance money. They sold both their cars and bought used ones. They drained their retirement accounts and took the tax penalties. My dad had to go back to work. He'd been semi-retired, doing consulting work, but now he was back full-time at 62 years old. My mom picked up shifts at a retail job. Derek called me once during all of this. He said I was destroying the family over a piece of land. He said Grandpa would be ashamed of me. I asked him how the marriage was going. He hung up on me. Turns out Michelle had left him about 8 months after the wedding. She'd gotten what she wanted, the big fancy event with all her friends watching, and then realized she'd married a guy with no ambition and a family full of thieves. The divorce was final before my lawsuit even went to trial. So that $80,000 wedding bought Derek about 10 months of marriage and a whole lot of debt since he'd signed for some of it too. I got the farm back 14 months ago. I've been out there a few times to check on it, but honestly, it doesn't feel the same. The developers had torn down part of the old fence line before the injunction stopped them. Some of Grandpa's old equipment that had been in the barn was gone, probably sold off or trashed. The place feels violated in a way I can't quite explain. My parents now live in a small rental house about 30 minutes from where they used to live. I heard through an aunt that they're struggling to make ends meet. Derek apparently had to move back in with them after his divorce. The 3 of them, sharing a 3-bedroom rental. All because they decided I didn't deserve what Grandpa left me. I haven't spoken to any of them since the judgment. My mom sends letters sometimes. They show up at my apartment, and I throw them away without opening them. My dad tried to approach me at a cousin's wedding last year. I walked away before he could say anything. Derek sent me a long email about 6 months ago, calling me selfish and vindictive. I blocked his address. People who know the story are split on whether I did the right thing. Some say family should forgive family, that I destroyed my parents' retirement over pride. Others say I had every right to take back what was stolen. Honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. I won in court, got my property back, and watched them lose everything. But the farm sits empty most of the time now, and I can't bring myself to spend weekends there like I used to with Grandpa. Every time I drive up to that property, all I see is what they took from me, not what I got back. Maybe that's the real cost of all this. The farm is mine again, but the memories are ruined, and my family is gone. Was it worth it? I genuinely don't know. Some days I think yes, other days I'm not so sure. They forced me out of the family business, so I took every client with me and watched it collapse. I'm 34, and my older brother Cameron, 38, just learned that pushing family out of a business they built has consequences. I need to start with the company because it wasn't just a business, it was 3 generations of work. Morrison & Sons Construction was founded by my grandfather in 1972. Small residential projects at first, then eventually commercial work as the company grew. My dad took over in the mid-90s and expanded into municipal contracts. Schools, municipal buildings, infrastructure projects. By the time I was old enough to understand what the company did, it was one of the most respected contractors in our region. I started working there when I was 14. Summer jobs at first, cleaning job sites, organizing the equipment yard, filing paperwork in the office. Dad would bring me to project sites and explain how everything worked, how to read blueprints, how to manage subcontractors, how to bid jobs, how to build relationships with clients. This business is about trust, Dad told me when I was 16, standing on a job site where we were building an elementary school. Anyone can pour concrete and frame walls. What separates us from everyone else is that when we say we'll deliver something on time and on budget, we do it. That's how you build a reputation that lasts generations. I loved the work, loved the problem solving, the planning, the satisfaction of seeing a project go from blueprints to a finished building. When I graduated high school, I'd planned to go to college for construction management or civil engineering. But the summer after graduation, the 2008 recession hit. The construction industry collapsed overnight. Projects were canceled. Credit dried up. Companies were going bankrupt left and right. Morrison & Sons was struggling. Dad had overextended on a large project that suddenly lost financing halfway through. The company was facing serious cash flow problems. Dad sat me and Cameron down. Cameron was 22, just finished college, working at the company in a vague business development role. "We're in trouble," Dad said. "I need to cut costs everywhere possible. I might have to lay off half the crew. I might have to take out loans against the house. This could sink us." "What do you need from us?" I asked. "I need help. Real help. Someone managing the existing projects to make sure we don't have cost overruns. Someone handling client relationships so we don't lose more work. Someone I can trust to keep this thing running while I try to fix the financing." Cameron spoke first. "I can handle the business side. Client relationships, new business development. That's what I went to school for." Dad looked at me. "What about you?" "I'll do whatever you need. Project management, operations. I'll learn as I go." "What about college?" "College can wait. The business can't." So I stayed. I deferred my college acceptance. I started working 70-hour weeks, managing projects I barely understood, learning on the fly, making mistakes and fixing them, doing whatever it took to keep jobs on schedule and under budget. Cameron, meanwhile, showed up when he felt like it. He'd take clients to lunch, schmooze at networking events, take credit when projects went well. But when there were problems, cost overruns, scheduling conflicts, difficult clients, he was nowhere to be found. That fell to me and Dad. We survived the recession. Barely. It took 3 years, but we stabilized, started winning new projects, rebuilt our crew. By 2012, the company was healthy again. I never went back to college. I'd learned more about construction management from those 3 crisis years than I ever would have in a classroom. I was 23, running project operations, managing relationships with subcontractors, handling the day-to-day, while Dad focused on business strategy. Cameron was supposedly handling sales and client development, but I was the one clients called when they had questions or concerns. I was the one they trusted to solve problems. Cameron was good at taking them to golf outings and expensive dinners, but when it came to actually delivering projects, they wanted to work with me. This dynamic continued for the next decade. I'd work 60 to 70-hour weeks. Cameron would work maybe 35. I'd be on job sites at 6 a.m. Cameron would show up to the office around 9:30 and leave by 4. I built deep relationships with every major client. Cameron networked at cocktail parties. But Cameron was the favorite son, the one who'd gone to college, the one who looked good in a suit at client meetings, the one who'd gotten married and had kids, giving my parents grandchildren. I was just the workhorse, reliable but not impressive, essential but not celebrated. Dad started talking about retirement when I was 32. He was 67, tired, ready to step back. "I want to transition leadership to you boys," he said at a family dinner. "Cameron handling business development and client relations, you running operations and project delivery. Co-managers, equal partners." That made sense to me. It played to our strengths. Cameron could do what he'd always done: sell, network, maintain relationships. I'd do what I'd always done: deliver the actual work, manage the teams, ensure quality. "We'll formalize it over the next year," Dad continued. "Get the legal documents in order, transition ownership shares to you both, make it official." I felt proud. Finally, recognition for 15 years of work that had kept this company alive. Cameron's wife, Michelle, who'd been quiet during dinner, spoke up. "Before we finalize anything, we should probably discuss management structure. Who's making final decisions? Who has ultimate authority?" "They'll share it," Dad said. "That's what co-managers means." Michelle smiled tightly. "Shared authority doesn't work in business. Someone needs to be the ultimate decision maker. Someone needs to be CEO." "Why?" I asked. "Because when there are disagreements, someone needs to have final say. Because banks and investors want to know who's actually in charge. Because co-equal leadership creates conflict and paralysis. It's worked fine with Dad and me sharing responsibility for years. Because your dad was technically in charge, but when he's gone, you two will be equal owners arguing about direction. That's a recipe for failure." Dad looked uncomfortable. "We'll figure out the structure as we formalize things." But the seed had been planted, the question of who would really be in charge. Over the next few months, I noticed Cameron and Michelle having quiet conversations with my parents. Cameron would take Dad to lunch, just the two of them. Michelle would visit Mom, bringing the grandkids, having long talks. I didn't think much of it. Cameron had always been close with our parents in a way I wasn't. More social, more communicative, better at the family relationship part of things. I was too busy working. Then, 6 months after that dinner, Dad called me into his office. Cameron was already there, along with a lawyer I didn't recognize. We need to discuss the transition, Dad said. He looked uncomfortable, wouldn't quite meet my eyes. Okay, I said, sitting down. The lawyer slid papers across the table. We've structured the ownership transition to reflect each son's role in the company going forward. Cameron will assume the role of president and CEO with 60% ownership. You'll be vice president of operations with 40% ownership. I stared at the papers. What? Dad cleared his throat. We've thought a lot about this. Cameron has the business education, the client relationships, the strategic vision. You're invaluable for operations, but leadership requires a broader skill set. I've been running half this company for 15 years. You've been managing projects, Cameron corrected. That's not the same as running the whole business. Managing people, developing strategy, growing revenue, that requires different skills. Skills you don't have either. You've been taking clients to golf while I've been doing the actual work. That's exactly the attitude Dad and I are concerned about, Michelle chimed in from the corner where she'd been sitting quietly. You don't respect the business development and relationship side. You think showing up early and working late is all that matters. But without Cameron bringing in clients and maintaining those relationships, there'd be no work for you to manage. Without me delivering quality projects on time and budget, there'd be no relationships to maintain. Clients work with us because we deliver, not because Cameron buys them lunch. Dad held up his hand. This isn't productive. We've made the decision. Cameron will be majority owner and CEO. You'll be VP of operations with significant equity and a good salary. This is a generous arrangement. Generous? I've given 15 years to this company. I skipped college. I worked through the recession when we almost lost everything. And now I'm being told I'm not management material enough to be an equal partner? You're being offered 40% ownership of a thriving company, the lawyer said. That's hardly nothing. It's not what was discussed. We were supposed to be equal partners. Cameron leaned forward. Look, you're great at what you do. Project management, operations, keeping things running. But CEO requires more than that. It requires vision, leadership, strategic thinking. Dad and I both agree I'm better suited for that role. When did you and Dad discuss this? Over the past few months, we've had a lot of conversations about the future of the company. Conversations I wasn't part of. Because we needed to make a decision, and we knew you'd be resistant. I looked at my father. Is this really what you want? To push me into a subordinate role in the company I helped build? Dad wouldn't look at me. It's what's best for the business. I stood up. I need time to think about this. The transition is happening either way, Cameron said. The question is whether you're part of it or not. I left the office and drove home in a daze. That night, I read through the documents carefully. The more I read, the angrier I got. The arrangement wasn't just unequal ownership. It gave Cameron final authority on all major decisions. It gave him control over my salary, my bonus, my role. It gave him the power to remove me from the company entirely if he felt I wasn't performing adequately. They were offering me a job in my own family's company, with my own brother as my boss, who could fire me at will. I called my dad the next morning. I can't sign this. It's not fair. It's not what we discussed. It's the offer. Take it or leave it. And if I leave it, then we'll find someone else to run operations. You'd really replace me? We need someone in that role. If you're not willing to accept the terms, we'll have to move forward without you. I felt sick. So that's it. After everything I've done for this company, you're just going to push me out? No one's pushing you out. We're offering you a significant role. You're choosing to walk away. Because you're asking me to accept being a subordinate in a company I built alongside you. You helped build it, but it's still my company, and I get to decide how to transition it. I hung up. For 3 days I didn't sleep. I kept going over the numbers, the history, the relationships. Morrison & Sons Construction had roughly $12 million in annual revenue. About 80% of that came from long-term clients who I had direct relationships with. Clients who called me, not Cameron, when they had questions. Clients who trusted me to deliver their projects. I'd spent 15 years building those relationships. And now Cameron was going to own them, control them, profit from them while treating me as a subordinate employee. On day 4, I made a decision. I called Dad back. I'm out. What? I'm not signing your documents. I'm leaving the company. There was a long silence. You're sure? Completely. This is a mistake. You're throwing away your future over ego. No. I'm refusing to let you and Cameron steal 15 years of my work. We're not stealing anything. We made you a generous offer. You made me an offer that treats me like an employee instead of a founder. I'm done. I went into the office the next day and cleared out my desk. Cameron was there, looking surprised. You're really leaving? What else would I do? Except being your subordinate? You could have been VP of a multi-million-dollar company. Instead, you're walking away with nothing. I'm walking away with my dignity and my relationships. What relationships? With every client I've worked with for the past 15 years. You think they're loyal to Morrison & Sons? They're loyal to me. Cameron laughed. You really think clients are going to follow you? They work with the company, not with individuals. You're delusional. Guess we'll see. HR prepared a severance package. 2-month salary, about $15,000. For 15 years of work that had helped save the company from bankruptcy and built it into what it was today. I signed the papers and left. That night, I started planning my revenge. The first thing I did was not call any clients. That would come later. Instead, I spent 2 weeks doing something I'd never had time for while working 70-hour weeks at Morrison & Sons. I researched the market, analyzed the competition, and built a business plan. I identified Morrison & Sons' weaknesses, areas where Cameron's management style had created problems that I'd been quietly fixing for years. Slow response times to client issues, cost overruns on projects because Cameron would overpromise and I'd have to make it work with inadequate budgets. Quality control issues that I'd been personally managing, but that would slip without me there. I mapped out every major client relationship I'd built. Not just who the clients were, but specifically who I'd worked with at each organization. The facilities director who trusted me at the school district, the city engineer who called me directly when there were problems, the hospital administrator who'd worked with me on 3 major renovations. These weren't just names in a database. These were people I'd spent years building trust with. People who knew that when I said a project would be done on time and on budget, it would be. People who had my personal cell phone number and used it. Then, I built a business plan for Morrison Construction, LLC, my company. Smaller than Morrison & Sons, at least initially. Lower overhead, leaner operations, more responsive. I wouldn't try to compete on every type of project, just the ones I was best at. Renovation and expansion projects for institutional clients, schools, hospitals, municipal buildings. The work I'd been specializing in for years. I used my severance and most of my savings, about $35,000 total, to set up the basic infrastructure. LLC registration, insurance, bonding, licensing. A small office space, just 800 square feet. A website, business cards. All the boring stuff that makes you a real company instead of just a guy with ideas. I hired exactly 2 people initially. A project manager I'd worked with years ago who'd left Morrison & Sons for another company and was ready for a change. And an administrative person to handle paperwork and billing. 6 weeks after leaving Morrison & Sons, I was officially in business. I still didn't call any clients. I wanted Morrison Construction to be fully operational and credible before I started reaching out. I wanted to be able to say, I'm not asking you to take a chance on me. I have a real company with real capabilities. I did, however, make sure all my licenses and credentials were publicly listed. In our industry, that information is searchable. Anyone doing their due diligence on contractors would see that I was now independently licensed and operating my own firm. And then I waited. The first call came 8 days after I launched. It was Jim Morehouse, the facilities director for the county school district. Morrison & Sons had been doing school renovation projects for the district for 12 years, work that I'd personally managed for all of those years. Heard you left Morrison & Sons, Jim said. Started my own company. How's that going? Just getting started. Small operation, but fully licensed and bonded. We've got a classroom renovation project coming up. Summer work. About $400,000. Your old company bid on it, but honestly, I'm not confident in them without you managing it. Cameron's a good businessman. Cameron's good at taking people to lunch. You're the one who actually delivered our projects. If you're interested in bidding, I'd like to see your proposal. I'll put something together. I submitted a proposal that was 8% lower than I knew Morrison & Sons' typical bid structure. I could do that because I had lower overhead, no expensive downtown office, no bloated administrative staff, no owner taking excessive draws for personal expenses. I won the contract. When Cameron found out, he called me furious. You stole our client? I bid on a public project and won. That's not stealing. Jim Morehouse has worked with us for 12 years. He worked with me for 12 years. You barely know who he is. This is unethical. You're using relationships you built while working for us to compete against us. Those relationships are mine, not yours. I built them. I maintained them. They're based on trust in me personally, not in the company name. We could sue you for this. For what? Competing in a market you don't own? Good luck with that. He hung up. The second client came 3 weeks later. The city engineer's office had a municipal building renovation project. $800,000. I'd managed the last 2 projects for them while at Morrison & Sons. They called me directly to invite a bid. I won that one too. By month 4, I'd won 6 projects, totaling $3.2 million in contracts. All of them were clients I'd worked with at Morrison & Sons. None of them came from aggressive pursuit. They all called me, asked me to bid, and chose my proposals. I wasn't stealing clients. Clients were choosing to follow me. The pattern was always the same. They'd worked with me personally for years. They trusted me to deliver. And when they found out I had my own company, they gave me the opportunity to compete for their business. My proposals were competitive. My track record was excellent. And I didn't carry the overhead and bureaucracy that Morrison & Sons had developed. By month 8, I'd hired 6 more people. 3 project managers, 2 field supervisors, and another admin person. We were running 8 projects simultaneously. Revenue was approaching $6 million annually. Meanwhile, I started hearing things about how Morrison & Sons was doing. Projects were running over budget. Cameron had apparently tried to manage project operations himself and was failing badly. He'd hired an operations manager to replace me, but the guy didn't have the client relationships or the institutional knowledge. Clients were complaining. Deadlines were being missed. Quality was slipping. And revenue was declining. With 6 major clients having moved their business to me, Morrison & Sons had lost about 30% of their project pipeline. I heard through industry contacts that Cameron had tried to win back the school district by drastically underbidding a project. He won the bid, then lost money on the project because he'd priced it too low and still couldn't deliver efficiently. Year 2, things accelerated. The hospital system I'd been working with for 8 years managing 3 major renovation projects, reached out about a $2.5 million expansion project. Their biggest project in 5 years. They invited me to bid. They also invited Morrison & Sons. I put together a comprehensive proposal. Not just pricing, but a detailed project plan showing exactly how I'd manage timeline, minimize disruptions to hospital operations, coordinate with their staff. The kind of detailed planning I'd always done, but that Cameron had never appreciated. The hospital awarded me the contract. That was Morrison & Sons' single largest client, and I'd just taken them. Cameron showed up at my office the day after the hospital announced the contract. My assistant tried to stop him, but he walked straight into my office. "You're destroying our company," he said. "I'm running my business. You're running yours. Every major client we had is leaving. You're systematically stealing our business." "I'm not stealing anything. I'm competing. You wanted to run Morrison & Sons without me? This is what that looks like. This is personal. You're trying to put us out of business because you're bitter about how the ownership transition was handled. I'm trying to build my company. If your company is suffering because clients prefer to work with me, that's a reflection of 15 years of relationship building that you never appreciated. Dad made a mistake pushing you out. Is that what you want to hear? We should have structured it differently. We should have made you a real partner. I'm admitting that. Now can we talk about how to fix this?" "Fix what?" "This situation. Competition between us is destroying Morrison & Sons. What if we merge the companies, bring you back as a true equal partner, 50-50 ownership, shared decision-making?" I stared at him. "You're offering me what you should have offered me 2 years ago, now that your company is failing." "It doesn't have to fail. Together, we'd be stronger than either company separately." "No." "No? You had your chance to treat me as an equal. You chose to treat me as a subordinate. You literally told me to take your insulting offer or leave. So I left. I built something better. And now you want me to bail you out. This isn't about bailing me out. This is about doing what's best for both of us. What's best for me is continuing to build my company. What happens to yours isn't my problem." Cameron stood there for a long moment. "You're really going to do this? Destroy the company 3 generations of our family built?" "I'm not destroying it. You are. I offered to help build it with you as equal partners. You refused. Everything that's happening now is a consequence of that decision." He left without another word. Year 3. I won the contract that finished them. The city put out an RFP for a major civic center renovation. $8 million project, the largest municipal contract in our area in a decade. This was exactly the kind of project Morrison & Sons had built their reputation on. Their bread and butter work. I bid on it. So did they. My proposal was comprehensive. Detailed timeline, risk management plans, examples of similar completed projects, many of which I'd managed while at Morrison & Sons. Letters of recommendation from satisfied clients. Cameron's proposal was apparently desperate, pricing that couldn't possibly be profitable, promises of timeline compression that weren't realistic, generic boilerplate that showed they'd rushed it together. The City Council awarded the contract to Morrison Construction. That contract was more than half of Morrison & Sons' remaining annual revenue. Losing it was existential. 2 months after I won the Civic Center contract, I heard that Morrison & Sons was closing. Cameron had apparently tried to keep operating, but the financial situation was impossible. They'd lost too many clients, had too many projects go over budget, couldn't maintain their overhead with declining revenue. They sold their equipment, laid off their entire staff, and dissolved the company. Morrison & Sons Construction, founded in 1972 by my grandfather, grown and sustained by my father, and saved from bankruptcy by my work during the recession, ceased to exist. The closing was quiet, no public announcement, just a notice to existing clients that their projects would be transitioned to other contractors, and a filing with the state that the business license was being surrendered. I learned about it from Jim Morehouse, the school district facilities director, who called me with a question. Morrison & Sons just sent us a letter saying they're closing, and we need to find another contractor for the maintenance work they were handling. You have capacity to take that on? They're closing? You didn't know? No. Happened fast, I guess. Letter says they're dissolving the company effective end of month. I sat with that information for a long time after hanging up. I'd known Morrison & Sons was struggling. I'd heard they were losing money, laying people off. But I hadn't realized it was terminal. 3 generations of work, gone. My dad called me 2 days after the closure was finalized. It was the first time we'd spoken in almost 3 years. You got what you wanted, he said. His voice was flat, defeated. What did I want? To destroy the company. To punish us for how we handled the transition. Well, it worked. Morrison & Sons is gone. I didn't destroy it. I just stopped propping it up. You systematically stole every major client we had. You undercut our bids. You leveraged relationships you built while working for us to compete against us. I competed fairly in an open market. Every client that chose to work with me did so because they trusted me to deliver quality work. That's not stealing. That's earning business. You knew what would happen. You knew that without you, without those client relationships, the company couldn't survive. You did this deliberately. You pushed me out, Dad. You and Cameron decided I wasn't management material. You offered me a subordinate role in a company I helped build. What did you think would happen? I thought you'd accept the offer and we'd continue to work together. I thought family meant something to you. Family meant something to me. It's why I stayed and worked through the recession instead of going to college. It's why I gave 15 years to that company. But you chose Cameron over me. You chose his narrative that I was just an operations guy who didn't deserve equal partnership. And your response was to destroy everything 3 generations built? My response was to build my own company. If that destroyed yours, maybe it says something about how much of your company was actually held together by my work. There was a long silence. Cameron lost everything, Dad finally said. His house is in foreclosure. Michelle left him, took the kids. He's working a job selling commercial real estate, making maybe 1/3 of what he used to. He's destroyed. That's unfortunate. That's all you have to say? Your brother's life is ruined, and you're just unfortunate. He chose to push me out. He chose to treat me as less than equal. I didn't make those choices for him. You chose to compete against us. You chose to systematically take every client. You chose to underbid that civic center project, even though you knew losing it would finish us. I bid competitively on a project I was qualified for. That's how business works. You taught me that. I also taught you about loyalty, about family. Apparently you forgot those lessons. Cameron forgot them first when he convinced you to cut me out. Dad's voice got quiet. I spent 40 years building that company. It was supposed to be my legacy, something to pass to my sons, for them to pass to their children. Now it's gone, and my sons don't speak to each other. Was it worth it? Destroying the family business and the family both? You destroyed the family when you chose one son over the other. I tried to make a decision that was best for the business. You made a decision that was best for Cameron, and now you're facing the consequences. He hung up. That conversation haunted me for weeks. I'd won. My company was thriving. $14 million in annual revenue, 22 employees, strong reputation, steady pipeline of major projects. I'd taken the Civic Center project that Morrison and Sons had lost and delivered it 2 weeks early and under budget, cementing my reputation with the city. Meanwhile, my father's legacy company was gone. My brother was apparently in financial ruin, and I'd caused it all by simply refusing to accept a subordinate role and instead competing successfully. My mom called a month after Dad's call. She'd stayed out of it until now, but she couldn't anymore. Your father's having health problems, stress-related, high blood pressure, heart palpitations. His doctor says he needs to reduce stress, but he can't stop thinking about the company closing. I'm sorry he's having health issues. Are you? Because it seems like you're satisfied with how everything turned out. I'm satisfied with my business. What happened to Morrison and Sons isn't what I wanted, but it's not something I caused. You didn't cause it? You took every major client they had. Clients chose to work with me because they trusted me, because I delivered quality work for years. That's not my fault. You could have chosen not to compete. You could have gone to a different market, different types of projects. You deliberately went after the exact clients you knew Morrison and Sons depended on. Those were the clients I had relationships with, the work I specialized in. What was I supposed to do? Abandon 15 years of relationship building because Cameron wanted to keep those clients for himself? You were supposed to be the bigger person, to put family ahead of business. Cameron didn't put family ahead of business when he pushed me out. So you punished him by destroying the family business? That's revenge, not justice. I built a competing business and competed successfully. That's capitalism, not revenge. It's both. You know it's both. Maybe she was right. When I'd won that Civic Center contract, the one that finished them, had I felt just professional satisfaction? Or had there been something darker? Some satisfaction in knowing that the project that would have saved Morrison and Sons was instead going to build Morrison Construction's reputation. My girlfriend, Ashley, who I'd started dating about a year after leaving Morrison and Sons, asked me about it after my mom's call. Do you feel guilty? Sometimes. Not about leaving, not about building my own company, but about how completely it destroyed theirs. Did you want it to be destroyed? I wanted to succeed. I wanted to prove they'd been wrong about me. I wanted to build something better than what they'd tried to limit me to. That's not the same as wanting theirs to be destroyed, but I knew it would hurt them. Every client I won, every project I took, I knew it was damaging Morrison and Sons, and I kept doing it anyway. Because you were building your business, that's not wrong. But I could have chosen to compete less directly, target different markets, different client types. I specifically went after the clients I knew would follow me, knowing that would devastate their business. Because those were your clients, your relationships. Why should you abandon them to protect a company that pushed you out? I didn't have a good answer for that. Cameron sent me an email last month. Subject line, "Can we talk?" The email was long, rambling, and clearly written late at night. I know we haven't spoken in 3 years. I know you probably don't want to hear from me. But I need to say this. You were right. About everything. About how we treated you. About the ownership structure. About my abilities versus yours. I thought I could run that company without you. I was wrong. I was arrogant, and I underestimated how much of our success was built on your work and your relationships. I lost everything. My marriage, my house, my career. I'm starting over from nothing at 38. Dad's business is gone. 3 generations of work destroyed because I was too proud to treat you as an equal. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not asking for a job, or money, or help. I just wanted you to know that I understand now. You earned everything you have. And I lost everything because I didn't respect that. I'm sorry. I read that email a dozen times. Part of me felt vindicated. He was admitting I'd been right, admitting he'd failed, acknowledging that his arrogance had destroyed both our careers at Morrison & Sons. But another part of me just felt tired. We were brothers. We'd grown up in the same house, worked in the same company. Now we were strangers, with his life in ruins and mine thriving, and a destroyed family business between us. I haven't responded to his email, because I don't know what to say. My therapist asked me, if you could go back to the moment when they offered you that 40% subordinate role, would you handle it differently? I don't know. What were my options? Accept the insulting offer and spend the rest of my career working for my younger brother. Walk away and let them keep all the relationships I'd built. You could have negotiated harder before walking away. You could have tried mediation. You could have given them a chance to reconsider. They'd already made up their minds. Cameron and Michelle had spent months poisoning Dad against me, convincing him I wasn't leadership material. Negotiation wasn't going to change that. So you decided to compete against them. I decided to build my own company, using the skills and relationships I developed over 15 years. If that competed with them, that's because we were in the same market. But you specifically targeted their core clients. You had to know that would be devastating. Those were my clients, my relationships. Why should Cameron get to keep them just because Dad gave him ownership of the company name? Maybe he shouldn't. But did you have to pursue them so systematically? Did you have to underbid that Civic Center project that you knew would finish them? I bid competitively on a project I was qualified for. But you knew what it would mean for them. Yes. And you did it anyway. Yes. Why? That's the question I can't answer. Because I wanted to succeed? Because I wanted to prove they were wrong? Because part of me wanted them to fail as punishment for how they'd treated me? All of the above, probably. Morrison Construction is thriving. We just won another major project, a hospital expansion worth $12 million. We're hiring. We're growing. By next year, we'll probably be doing $20 million in annual revenue. I've built something impressive. Something that proves I was always capable of leadership and strategic vision and all the things Cameron claimed I didn't have. But my brother's life is destroyed. My father's legacy is gone. My family doesn't speak to me. And I did that. Not alone, they made choices that created this situation. But I made choices too. Choices to compete directly, to pursue their clients, to underbid key projects knowing what it would mean. So here's what I can't figure out. Am I the asshole for building a competing business that systematically took clients from my family's company after they forced me out, knowing it would destroy their business and my brother's life? Or was that justified accountability for being treated as subordinate in a company I'd helped build? They kicked me out for being lazy, so I took everything. When their house went up for sale. I'm 29 now, and what I'm about to tell you happened over the course of 10 years, but it all started when I was 19. My parents, both in their mid-50s at the time, decided I was a burden on the family. My older brother Jason was 23 then, and he could do no wrong in their eyes. The day they kicked me out, I remember my dad standing in the doorway with his arms crossed, while my mom sat at the kitchen table refusing to look at me. They said I was lazy, a freeloader, all because I'd chosen to go to college instead of getting a full-time job right after high school. I was taking classes during the day and working part-time at a grocery store at night, barely pulling in enough to cover my tuition since they refused to help. Meanwhile, Jason lived at home completely rent-free, working some dead-end job at a warehouse, and apparently that made him the responsible one, because he occasionally mowed the lawn and took out the trash. My dad told me I had until the end of the week to get out. When I tried to argue, tried to explain that I was working towards something better, he just shook his head and said I needed to learn what real work looked like. My mom finally spoke up to agree with him. Jason stood behind them, smirking. He didn't say a word, but he didn't have to. I packed what I could fit in my beat-up Honda Civic and left 3 days later. I didn't have enough saved for a deposit on an apartment, so I slept in my car in various parking lots for the first 2 months. I picked up a second job washing dishes at a diner, working doubles on weekends. I showered at the gym and studied in the library. It was hell, but I kept going. Every time I wanted to quit, I remembered that smirk on Jason's face. It took me 5 years to finish my degree instead of 4, because I could only manage part-time enrollment while working full-time. Then I got into law school. More debt, more sleepless nights, but I specialized in real estate law. I graduated, passed the bar, and joined a firm that handled property disputes and foreclosures. By the time I was 29, I'd made junior partner. I had my own office, my own caseload, and I was doing well. Really well. I'd bought my own place, paid off most of my student loans, and finally felt like I'd made it. Then, one Tuesday morning, my assistant told me I had a walk-in consultation. A couple facing foreclosure, desperate for help. I almost passed it off to an associate, but something made me take it. I walked into the conference room and there they were. My parents. Older, grayer, but unmistakably them. They didn't recognize me at first. I'd lost the baby fat, started wearing glasses, and grown a beard. I'd also changed my last name when I got married 2 years earlier, so the nameplate on my door wouldn't have tipped them off. My mom did most of the talking. They'd taken out a second mortgage 5 years ago, something about helping Jason start a business that never materialized. The payments had become too much. They were 3 months behind, and the bank was moving forward with foreclosure. They needed someone to help them negotiate, or maybe find a buyer fast enough to avoid the worst of it. I listened to everything they had to say. I took notes. I nodded sympathetically. And I didn't tell them who I was, not yet. I scheduled a follow-up meeting for the next week and spent the time in between doing my research. The house was worth about $400,000 in the current market, but they owed $380,000 between the original mortgage and the second loan. The bank wanted them out within 60 days if they couldn't catch up on payments, which they clearly couldn't. Jason's failed business venture, some kind of pressure washing company that never got off the ground, had eaten through their savings. According to public records, they'd refinanced twice in the past decade. They were drowning. At our second meeting, I presented them with an option. I had a private investor, I told them, who specialized in buying properties quickly to help families avoid foreclosure. The offer would be $385,000, just enough to pay off their debts and walk away with a small amount. They'd have to move out within 30 days of closing, but they'd avoid the foreclosure on their record. My dad asked if there was any other way. I laid out the alternatives, all of which were worse. Bankruptcy, foreclosure, ruined credit for 7 years. This way, they'd be clean. They could start over. My mom was crying by then. She asked if they could think about it. I gave them 3 days. They came back and agreed. We drew up the papers. I watched my dad sign his name on the dotted line without reading a single page beyond where I pointed. My mom did the same. They trusted me because I was a professional, a lawyer who'd shown them sympathy. Just like they'd expected me to trust them when they threw me out with no safety net. The closing took 3 weeks. Standard process. I used an LLC I'd set up years ago for investment properties, so my name wasn't directly on any of the initial paperwork. Everything was legal and above board. They got their check, paid off the bank, and had about $5,000 left over. It wasn't until the deed was recorded and they received the final closing documents that they saw the name of the actual property owner. My name. Their son's name. My mom called me 17 times in 1 hour. I let it go to voicemail. My dad showed up at my office, and security had to escort him out when he started shouting. Jason sent me a string of threatening texts that I forwarded to the police. When things calmed down, I sent them a formal letter through my assistant. They had 30 days to vacate, as stated in the purchase agreement they'd signed. I wasn't required to give them any additional time, but I was feeling generous. 1 month rent-free to figure out their next move. After that, I was listing the property. My mom tried to come to my house. My wife, who knew everything about what they'd done to me, turned her away at the door. She told me later that my mom kept saying it wasn't fair, that family was supposed to help family. That's when it really hit me. The irony was completely lost on them. They moved out on day 29. I had the locks changed on day 30 and hired a cleaning crew. The house needed work. They'd let things slide over the years, probably because they couldn't afford maintenance. I put about $30,000 into updates and renovations, then listed it for $425,000. It sold in 2 weeks. My parents found a 2-bedroom apartment across town. From what I heard through mutual acquaintances, Jason moved in with them. The business degree he'd supposedly been working toward while living at home rent-free never materialized. He bounced between jobs for a while before settling into landscaping work. Nothing wrong with honest work, but the golden child who was too good to struggle like I did now mows lawns for $15 an hour. I haven't spoken to any of them in almost a year. My mom tried reaching out on my birthday, just a text saying she missed me. I didn't respond. My dad sent a Christmas card to my office that my assistant threw away before I even saw it. Jason's threats eventually stopped when he realized I had lawyers who could make his life very difficult if he continued. Some of my wife's family thinks I went too far. They say that holding on to anger like that isn't healthy, that I should have been the bigger person. But here's what they don't understand. I didn't do this out of anger. I did it out of principle. My parents taught me that actions have consequences. They taught me that you have to earn your place in this world, that nobody owes you anything. They taught me that family loyalty isn't automatic. I just applied their lessons better than they expected. The profit from the house sale went into investments and my daughter's college fund. She's 3 now, and she'll never sleep in a car because her parents decided their pride was more important than her future. She'll never be told she's lazy for wanting an education. Sometimes I drive past that apartment complex where they live now. I never stop, never slow down, but I see it. Small, cramped, nothing like the 4-bedroom house they raised us in. The house I now own in a different neighborhood is twice the size of their old place. I sleep fine at night. Better than I did in that Honda Civic, that's for sure. People keep asking if I feel guilty, if there's any part of me that regrets how things played out. Honestly, I don't know what they expect me to say. That I should have just let it go? Forgiven them and helped them keep a house they couldn't afford anyway? Maybe I should have. Maybe that's what a good son would have done. But I stopped being their son the day they put my boxes on the curb and told me not to come back until I learned what real responsibility looked like. I learned it all right. I learned it better than they ever wanted me to. They kicked me out for being lazy, so I took everything. When their house went up for sale. I'm 29 now, and what I'm about to tell you happened over the course of 10 years, but it all started when I was 19. My parents, both in their mid-50s at the time, decided I was a burden on the family. My older brother Jason was 23 then, and he could do no wrong in their eyes. The day they kicked me out, I remember my dad standing in the doorway with his arms crossed, while my mom sat at the kitchen table refusing to look at me. They said I was lazy, a freeloader, all because I'd chosen to go to college instead of getting a full-time job right after high school. I was taking classes during the day and working part-time at a grocery store at night, barely pulling in enough to cover my tuition since they refused to help. Meanwhile, Jason lived at home completely rent-free, working some dead-end job at a warehouse, and apparently that made him the responsible one, because he occasionally mowed the lawn and took out the trash. My dad told me I had until the end of the week to get out. When I tried to argue, tried to explain that I was working towards something better, he just shook his head and said I needed to learn what real work looked like. My mom finally spoke up to agree with him. Jason stood behind them, smirking. He didn't say a word, but he didn't have to. I packed what I could fit in my beat-up Honda Civic and left 3 days later. I didn't have enough saved for a deposit on an apartment, so I slept in my car in various parking lots for the first 2 months. I picked up a second job washing dishes at a diner, working doubles on weekends. I showered at the gym and studied in the library. It was hell, but I kept going. Every time I wanted to quit, I remembered that smirk on Jason's face. It took me 5 years to finish my degree instead of 4, because I could only manage part-time enrollment while working full-time. Then I got into law school. More debt, more sleepless nights, but I specialized in real estate law. I graduated, passed the bar, and joined a firm that handled property disputes and foreclosures. By the time I was 29, I'd made junior partner. I had my own office, my own caseload, and I was doing well. Really well. I'd bought my own place, paid off most of my student loans, and finally felt like I'd made it. Then, one Tuesday morning, my assistant told me I had a walk-in consultation. A couple facing foreclosure, desperate for help. I almost passed it off to an associate, but something made me take it. I walked into the conference room and there they were. My parents. Older, grayer, but unmistakably them. They didn't recognize me at first. I'd lost the baby fat, started wearing glasses, and grown a beard. I'd also changed my last name when I got married 2 years earlier, so the nameplate on my door wouldn't have tipped them off. My mom did most of the talking. They'd taken out a second mortgage 5 years ago, something about helping Jason start a business that never materialized. The payments had become too much. They were 3 months behind, and the bank was moving forward with foreclosure. They needed someone to help them negotiate, or maybe find a buyer fast enough to avoid the worst of it. I listened to everything they had to say. I took notes. I nodded sympathetically. And I didn't tell them who I was, not yet. I scheduled a follow-up meeting for the next week and spent the time in between doing my research. The house was worth about $400,000 in the current market, but they owed $380,000 between the original mortgage and the second loan. The bank wanted them out within 60 days if they couldn't catch up on payments, which they clearly couldn't. Jason's failed business venture, some kind of pressure washing company that never got off the ground, had eaten through their savings. According to public records, they'd refinanced twice in the past decade. They were drowning. At our second meeting, I presented them with an option. I had a private investor, I told them, who specialized in buying properties quickly to help families avoid foreclosure. The offer would be $385,000, just enough to pay off their debts and walk away with a small amount. They'd have to move out within 30 days of closing, but they'd avoid the foreclosure on their record. My dad asked if there was any other way. I laid out the alternatives, all of which were worse. Bankruptcy, foreclosure, ruined credit for 7 years. This way, they'd be clean. They could start over. My mom was crying by then. She asked if they could think about it. I gave them 3 days. They came back and agreed. We drew up the papers. I watched my dad sign his name on the dotted line without reading a single page beyond where I pointed. My mom did the same. They trusted me because I was a professional, a lawyer who'd shown them sympathy. Just like they'd expected me to trust them when they threw me out with no safety net. The closing took 3 weeks. Standard process. I used an LLC I'd set up years ago for investment properties, so my name wasn't directly on any of the initial paperwork. Everything was legal and above board. They got their check, paid off the bank, and had about $5,000 left over. It wasn't until the deed was recorded and they received the final closing documents that they saw the name of the actual property owner. My name. Their son's name. My mom called me 17 times in 1 hour. I let it go to voicemail. My dad showed up at my office and security had to escort him out when he started shouting. Jason sent me a string of threatening texts that I forwarded to the police. When things calmed down, I sent them a formal letter through my assistant. They had 30 days to vacate, as stated in the purchase agreement they'd signed. I wasn't required to give them any additional time, but I was feeling generous. 1 month rent-free to figure out their next move. After that, I was listing the property. My mom tried to come to my house. My wife, who knew everything about what they'd done to me, turned her away at the door. She told me later that my mom kept saying it wasn't fair, that family was supposed to help family. That's when it really hit me. The irony was completely lost on them. They moved out on day 29. I had the locks changed on day 30 and hired a cleaning crew. The house needed work. They'd let things slide over the years, probably because they couldn't afford maintenance. I put about $30,000 into updates and renovations, then listed it for $425,000. It sold in 2 weeks. My parents found a 2-bedroom apartment across town. From what I heard through mutual acquaintances, Jason moved in with them. The business degree he'd supposedly been working toward while living at home rent-free never materialized. He bounced between jobs for a while before settling into landscaping work. Nothing wrong with honest work, but the golden child who was too good to struggle like I did now mows lawns for $15 an hour. I haven't spoken to any of them in almost a year. My mom tried reaching out on my birthday, just a text saying she missed me. I didn't respond. My dad sent a Christmas card to my office that my assistant threw away before I even saw it. Jason's threats eventually stopped when he realized I had lawyers who could make his life very difficult if he continued. Some of my wife's family thinks I went too far. They say that holding on to anger like that isn't healthy, that I should have been the bigger person. But here's what they don't understand. I didn't do this out of anger. I did it out of principle. My parents taught me that actions have consequences. They taught me that you have to earn your place in this world, that nobody owes you anything. They taught me that family loyalty isn't automatic. I just applied their lessons better than they expected. The profit from the house sale went into investments and my daughter's college fund. She's 3 now, and she'll never sleep in a car because her parents decided their pride was more important than her future. She'll never be told she's lazy for wanting an education. Sometimes I drive past that apartment complex where they live now. I never stop, never slow down, but I see it. Small, cramped, nothing like the 4-bedroom house they raised us in. The house I now own in a different neighborhood is twice the size of their old place. I sleep fine at night. Better than I did in that Honda Civic, that's for sure. People keep asking if I feel guilty, if there's any part of me that regrets how things played out. Honestly, I don't know what they expect me to say. That I should have just let it go? Forgiven them and helped them keep a house they couldn't afford anyway? Maybe I should have. Maybe that's what a good son would have done. But I stopped being their son the day they put my boxes on the curb and told me not to come back until I learned what real responsibility looked like. I learned it all right. I learned it better than they ever wanted me to. They mocked me for being adopted, until I exposed the family secret that destroyed their pride. I'm 27 now, and I've been dealing with this my entire life. My parents adopted me when I was 6 months old. They were open about it from the beginning, and it never bothered me. I knew I was chosen and loved, and that was enough. My mom is 56, my dad is 58, and they gave me everything I could have asked for in parents. The problem was never them. It was my dad's brother and his family. My Uncle Richard is 61, and his wife Caroline is 59. They have 3 kids: Brandon, who's 32, Ashley, who's 29, and Marcus, who's 27. From the time I was old enough to understand family gatherings, they made sure I knew I was different. It started small when I was a kid. Comments about how I didn't look like anyone in the family. Questions about whether I knew my real parents. Little reminders that I was adopted while their kids were biological. As I got older, it got worse. Brandon especially loved to make comments. At family dinners, he'd say things like, "Well, you wouldn't understand because you're not really family," when talking about family traits or history. Ashley would join in, making jokes about how I was the charity case. Marcus was younger and usually just followed along with whatever his older siblings did. My Aunt Caroline was the worst. She'd smile sweetly while delivering the cruelest comments. She'd say things like, "It's so generous that your parents took you in when nobody else wanted you." She'd make a show of explaining family history to me as if I wasn't entitled to it the same way her kids were. My Uncle Richard never stopped her. He'd actually smirk when she made these comments, like he agreed but was too polite to say it out loud. My parents tried to keep the peace. They'd tell me to ignore it, that Caroline and Richard were just old-fashioned in their thinking, that family was complicated. They never confronted them directly, because my dad didn't want to cause a rift with his brother. So I endured it. Every holiday, every family gathering, every reunion, where I had to sit there and take the subtle and not-so-subtle reminders that I wasn't truly one of them. I went to college, got a degree in data analytics, and started working for a tech company. I was doing well, living on my own, and had mostly limited my contact with the extended family to major holidays where I couldn't avoid them. When I was 25, there was a big family reunion planned. My grandmother was turning 85, and the whole family was gathering at a rented venue to celebrate. I almost didn't go, but my parents asked me to come for Grandma's sake. She'd always been kind to me and had never treated me differently. So I went. The reunion was the usual mix of relatives I barely knew and the core family I saw regularly. Caroline was in her element, holding court and telling stories, being the center of attention like always. About halfway through the evening, after a few glasses of wine, Caroline started talking loudly about family and heritage. She was going on about bloodlines and family traits, how Brandon had my uncle's nose and Ashley had her eyes. Then she turned to me with that sweet smile and said, "It must be so strange for you, not knowing where you got your features from. Your birth parents probably didn't want you, but at least you ended up somewhere decent." The table went quiet. My mom looked mortified. My dad looked angry but said nothing like always. Brandon and Ashley were smirking. I felt something break inside me. I'd spent 25 years taking this abuse, being the polite adopted kid who didn't make waves. I was done. I'd been doing ancestry research for about a year at that point. It started as curiosity about my own background, but I'd also convinced several family members to take DNA tests just for fun. My parents had done it. So had my grandparents. And so had Brandon, Ashley, and Marcus, back when I'd pitched it as a cool way to learn about family heritage. They'd all agreed, thinking it was harmless. When the results came back, I'd spent time looking at the family connections and percentages. That's when I noticed something odd. Brandon's DNA showed he was related to Marcus and Ashley, and to my grandparents, but his connection to my Uncle Richard was listed as 0. No paternal match. I'd checked it multiple times, thinking there was an error. There wasn't. Brandon wasn't my uncle's biological son, which meant Caroline had either cheated or there was some other explanation nobody had shared. I'd sat on this information for months, not sure what to do with it. I wasn't trying to destroy anyone's life, but after Caroline's comment about my birth parents not wanting me, in front of the entire family, while everyone laughed or stayed silent, I stopped caring about protecting her secret. I looked at Caroline across the table and said very calmly that it was interesting she wanted to talk about bloodlines and family traits. She smiled, not realizing what was coming. I said I'd been doing some ancestry research and had found some fascinating results about our family. My mom's eyes went wide. She knew I'd been working on this project and probably guessed where this was going. I said that DNA testing had become so advanced we could now see exactly who was related to whom and how closely. I said it was amazing how accurate it was, down to determining paternity with near certainty. Caroline's smile started to fade. My uncle looked confused. I pulled out my phone and said I had the results right here if anyone wanted to see them. Then I said it. I said that according to the DNA results, Brandon shared DNA with Marcus, Ashley, my grandparents, and my Aunt Caroline, but showed zero paternal connection to Uncle Richard. The room went dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Brandon's face went white. Ashley looked confused. Marcus looked between his parents in shock. My Uncle Richard stood up slowly from his chair. He looked at Caroline, and I could see him processing what I'd just said. He asked if it was true. Caroline started stammering, saying there must be some mistake, that these tests weren't accurate, that I was lying out of spite. I offered to show her the results on my phone. She turned red and told me I had no right to share private information. My uncle didn't wait for more explanation. He walked out of the venue without another word. Brandon followed him, calling after him. The party basically fell apart after that. People started making excuses to leave. My grandmother looked devastated. My parents pulled me aside, and my mom asked if I was sure about what I'd shared. I showed them the DNA results. My dad looked grim, but didn't say I was wrong to reveal it. Caroline tried to come after me on her way out, calling me vindictive and cruel. She said I'd destroyed her family because I couldn't handle a joke. I told her that 25 years of being reminded I wasn't real family wasn't a joke, and that if she'd built her marriage on lies, that wasn't my fault. She left in tears with Ashley trying to comfort her. The fallout was immediate and severe. Within a week, my uncle had moved out and filed for separation. He demanded a paternity test to confirm what the DNA results had shown. The test confirmed it. Brandon wasn't his biological son. My uncle filed for divorce within a month. The family fractured completely after that night. My uncle stopped speaking to most of the family, including my dad. He was devastated, not just by the infidelity, but by the fact that he'd raised Brandon for 32 years believing he was his son. Brandon was struggling with his own identity crisis, trying to figure out who his biological father was, and what this meant for his relationship with the man he'd called Dad his whole life. Caroline tried to do damage control. She reached out to family members with her side of the story, claiming that she'd had a brief affair early in her marriage during a rough patch, and that she'd honestly thought Richard was Brandon's father. Some people believed her. Others thought she'd known all along. Either way, her credibility was destroyed. Ashley called me a few weeks after the reunion. She was crying and angry. She said I'd destroyed her family because I couldn't take a joke, that I was petty and vindictive, and that I'd ruined her parents' marriage out of spite. I told her that I hadn't ruined anything. Her mother's lies had done that. I'd just revealed the truth after being pushed too far. Marcus reached out separately. He was quieter about it, but he said he understood why I'd done it even if he wished I'd found another way. He said the family had treated me terribly for years and that he was sorry for being part of it. I appreciated that he at least acknowledged it, even if it didn't fix anything. My parents were conflicted. My dad was heartbroken that his relationship with his brother was destroyed. He felt caught in the middle between his brother's pain and the fact that I'd been defending myself after years of abuse. My mom was more supportive of me. She said she understood why I'd reached my breaking point and that Caroline had brought this on herself. The divorce was finalized about 8 months after the reunion. My uncle got the house. Caroline moved into an apartment. Their assets were divided. Brandon stopped speaking to Caroline for several months, though I heard they'd eventually reconciled somewhat. He never spoke to me again. Ashley sent me occasional hateful messages on social media until I blocked her. Marcus and I remained on civil terms, but were not close. Family gatherings became impossible after that. We couldn't all be in the same room anymore. My grandmother's birthday celebrations became separate events. Christmas was split. My parents alternated which side of the family they'd see for different holidays. The unified family structure that had existed, as flawed as it was, completely fell apart. Some relatives blamed me for destroying the family. An aunt I barely knew sent me a long email about how I should have kept quiet, that family secrets should stay secret, and that I'd caused unnecessary pain. Others quietly thanked me for standing up for myself. A few cousins reached out to say they'd always thought Caroline was cruel to me, and were glad someone finally called her out, even if the method was extreme. I wrestled with guilt for months. I hadn't planned to drop that bomb at the reunion. I'd been sitting on that information, trying to figure out the right thing to do with it. But when Caroline made that comment about my birth parents not wanting me, in front of everyone, while my family stayed silent again, something snapped. I wanted her to feel the same humiliation and pain she'd spent years inflicting on me. Did I destroy their marriage? I exposed a lie that Caroline had maintained for over 3 decades. I revealed that Brandon wasn't my uncle's biological son. But the marriage imploded because of her choices, not mine. She cheated. She either lied deliberately or was reckless with the truth. She spent years building her family's pride on the idea of bloodline and biology, while mocking me for being adopted, all while hiding the fact that her own son wasn't biologically connected to her husband. They loved reminding me that blood makes a family. They used it as a weapon to make me feel like an outsider for 25 years. I proved that blood can also break a family, that their precious biological connections were as fragile as the lies holding them together. My uncle lost his marriage and the son he thought was his. Brandon lost his identity and his relationship with his father. Caroline lost her marriage and her reputation. Ashley and Marcus lost their intact family. I'm still not sure if I did the right thing. Some days I think I was justified in defending myself after years of abuse. Other days, I wonder if I should have found a different way, or kept the secret, or just walked away from that family permanently without burning everything down. I exposed a truth that destroyed their pride, their marriage, and their family structure. They taught me that I wasn't real family because I was adopted. I taught them that their biological family was built on secrets and lies. Neither lesson brought anyone peace. I just know I'm done being their punching bag, even if it cost me any chance of having an extended family. The truth set me free, but it burned down their whole world in the process. They mocked me for being the failure child. Now they work for the company I secretly own. I'm 31, and for most of my life I was the family embarrassment. My older sister Vanessa is 34, and she was everything my parents wanted in a child. Perfect grades, captain of the debate team, full scholarship to a prestigious university, the whole package. I was the kid who barely scraped by with C's and D's, had no friends, and spent most of my time taking apart computers in my room. My parents, both in their late 50s now, never missed an opportunity to remind me how I was wasting my potential, or how I'd never amount to anything like Vanessa. The comparisons started early. I remember being maybe 10 years old and bringing home a math test with a B- on it, actually proud because I'd studied hard. My dad looked at it, looked at me, and said Vanessa had never gotten below an A in math. My mom would introduce us to people as, "This is Vanessa, our brilliant daughter, and this is our son." Like I didn't even deserve a name half the time. High school was worse. Vanessa had graduated as valedictorian and was at college on full scholarship, studying pre-med. I was struggling to pass basic classes and had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. My parents made it clear I was a burden. They'd talk at dinner about how much Vanessa was accomplishing, and then look at me like they were wondering where they went wrong. When I was 17, I started working at a computer repair shop after school. I was good at it, really good, and I started saving every penny. By the time I graduated high school, I had about $8,000 saved up. I was planning to maybe take some community college classes or figure out some kind of certification program. Then Vanessa's scholarship didn't cover her medical school applications and prep courses. My parents sat me down and told me it was time to contribute to the family. They wanted my savings to help Vanessa with her expenses, since her future was so important. I said no. It was my money that I'd earned, and I needed it for my own future. My dad lost it. He said I was being selfish, and that Vanessa's success would benefit the whole family eventually. My mom cried and said she didn't raise me to be so self-centered. When I still refused, they gave me a week to either hand over the money or find somewhere else to live. I packed my stuff and left 3 days later. I was 18, had my $8,000, and absolutely no plan beyond not giving them what they wanted. I crashed on a friend's couch for a month, then found a tiny studio apartment that cost most of my savings for first and last month's rent, plus deposit. I worked 2 jobs for the first year, one at the computer repair shop and one doing overnight shifts, stocking shelves at a grocery store. The tech skills I'd been building kept getting better. I started taking freelance jobs fixing computers and building websites for small businesses. It wasn't glamorous, and I was barely surviving, but I wasn't home listening to how worthless I was compared to Vanessa. My parents didn't call. Not once. Vanessa texted me maybe twice in the first year to ask if I was still mad about the money thing. Over the next decade, I kept grinding. I taught myself programming, did contract work, and eventually met a guy named Chen through a coding forum. He had an idea for project management software that could integrate with existing business tools in ways nothing else on the market did. I had the technical skills to build it. We became partners and spent 2 years developing the platform while both working other jobs to pay bills. When we launched, it was slow at first. Small businesses here and there. Then a mid-size marketing firm started using it and wrote about it on their blog. Things picked up. We hired 3 people, then 10, then 20. About 5 years ago, a major venture capital firm approached us about investing. They put in $15 million for a 25% stake. The company was suddenly valued at $60 million, and my share was worth about $22 million on paper. We kept growing. We hit $100 million in valuation 2 years ago, then $200 million last year. I'd made more money than I'd ever imagined, but I kept my lifestyle pretty modest. Nice apartment, decent car, nothing flashy. I didn't tell my family anything about what I was doing. As far as they knew, I was still doing freelance computer work. Then about 8 months ago, I heard through a mutual family friend that my parents' business was in trouble. They'd run a small manufacturing company for industrial parts for about 20 years. It had been doing okay, nothing special, but apparently they'd made some bad investments and lost a major client. They were hemorrhaging money and looking for a buyer or investors. I did some research through my company's finance team. Their business was valued at maybe $2 million at best, probably less given the debts. They were about 6 months from bankruptcy. I had an idea that I couldn't quite shake. I set up an LLC through my lawyer, completely separate from my main company, with a generic name that couldn't be traced back to me. Then I had my lawyer reach out to their business broker with an offer. We offered $1.8 million for the company. My parents accepted within a week. They were desperate and probably would have taken less. The deal closed through the LLC, and suddenly I owned their business. They stayed on as employees during the transition, thinking they were working for some investment group that wanted to restructure and resell. I spent the next few months quietly fixing things. I brought in a new operations manager, renegotiated supplier contracts, and used connections from my tech company to find them 2 new major clients. Within 6 months, the business was actually profitable again. My parents were thrilled with their new boss, who they'd never met in person, only communicated with through the operations manager. Then I did something that probably makes me a bad person. I fired them. Not maliciously, just restructured their roles right out of existence as part of a reorganization. They got severance packages, but they were suddenly unemployed in their late 50s with no business and no prospects. 2 months later, I created a position at my actual tech company. Director of Operations Support. It was basically administrative work, managing schedules and logistics for our operations team. I had HR posted externally and internally. My parents both applied. They had no idea the company was mine because I'd kept my name off most public materials, and Chen was the public face of the business. They both got interviews. They both got hired. Their first day was 3 weeks ago. Watching them walk into the office on their first day was surreal. My mom was wearing a nervous smile and carrying a new notebook. My dad kept adjusting his tie. They were being shown around by HR, introduced to their team, and getting their security badges made. I watched from my office on the executive floor through the security camera feeds. They had no idea I was in the building. Their jobs are fine. Not glamorous, but stable with decent benefits. They coordinate schedules, manage supply orders, handle logistics for our operations team. They work directly under our operations VP and have been telling everyone how grateful they are for the opportunity. I've listened to my mom on a conference call talking about how the company culture is so positive and how lucky they feel to work somewhere that values its employees. I haven't revealed myself yet. I work mostly from the executive floor or remotely, and I've made sure our paths don't cross. Chen thinks it's hilarious and keeps asking when I'm going to tell them. My girlfriend thinks I'm being petty and that I should either come clean or let it go. She might be right. Last week I got a call from Vanessa. First time she'd called me in maybe 4 years. She said Mom and Dad had told her they got new jobs and were doing better financially after a rough period. She said it was nice that things were working out for them and asked what I was up to. I told her I was still doing computer stuff. She said that was nice and that she was finishing her residency. Then she said Mom had mentioned I should really think about getting a real career before it was too late. I almost told her right then. Instead, I just said I'd think about it and ended the call. My parents have been working for me for almost a month now. Every morning they badge into a building I own, sit at desks I paid for, and collect paychecks I sign off on. They still think I'm a failure doing freelance work somewhere. They have no idea their disappointment of a son is the reason they have jobs at all. Part of me wants to keep it this way forever. Just let them work there, never knowing, while I watch from a distance. Another part of me wants to walk down to their floor, stand in front of their desks, and watch their faces when they realize who's been signing their paychecks. I haven't decided which would be more satisfying. Chen asked me yesterday what the end game is here. Honestly, I don't know. I didn't plan any of this. I bought their business to save it, then gave them jobs because some part of me still cares even though I shouldn't. But watching them be grateful to some anonymous boss while they still think their son is nothing, that does something for me I can't quite explain. Vanessa texted me this morning asking if I wanted to come to Sunday dinner at Mom and Dad's new apartment. She said they'd love to see me and hear about what I've been doing. I haven't responded yet. I'm not sure what I'd even say if I went. Would I sit there and listen to them talk about their wonderful new jobs? Would I smile and nod while they ask when I'm going to get serious about my future? Or would I finally tell them the truth and watch everything implode? I've spent most of my life being the failure in their eyes. Now I'm literally their boss and they still don't see me. Maybe that says everything that needs to be said. Maybe the revenge isn't in revealing the truth. Maybe it's in keeping the secret forever and knowing something they never will. I honestly haven't figured out which option makes me feel better or worse about who I've become. They sold my late grandma's house behind my back, so I bought it and evicted them all. I'm 28 now, and this started when I was 24, right after my grandmother died. She was 82 and had lived in the same house for over 50 years. I'd spent countless weekends there growing up, learned to cook in her kitchen, helped her garden in the backyard, and slept in the upstairs bedroom that she always kept ready for me. That house was more than just property to me. It was every good memory I had of her. Grandma's will was clear. The house was to be divided equally among her 4 grandchildren. Me, my older sister Emma, who's 31, my younger brother Josh, who's 26, and my cousin Tyler, who's 29. My parents were named as executors since my dad was her oldest child. The will stated we could decide together whether to keep it, rent it, or sell it, but any decision had to be unanimous, and any proceeds split 4 ways. After the funeral, my parents said they'd handle the estate paperwork, and we'd all sit down together once everything was settled to decide what to do with the house. I trusted them. They were my parents, and they'd been close with Grandma. I was also dealing with grief and working full-time as a teacher, so I was grateful they were taking care of the administrative stuff. About 3 months went by. I'd ask occasionally how things were going with the estate, and my dad would say it was all legal red tape and taking time. My mom said we'd have that family meeting soon. I drove by the house a few times just to see it and make sure everything looked okay. It sat empty, which made me sad, but I figured that was temporary while we decided what to do. Then one Saturday afternoon, about 4 months after Grandma died, I drove by and saw a moving truck in the driveway. There were people carrying furniture into the house. Strangers. I pulled over and sat there in shock, trying to understand what I was seeing. I called my dad immediately. He picked up on the 3rd ring and sounded casual. I asked him why there were people moving into Grandma's house. There was a long pause. Then he said they'd sold it. Just like that. They'd sold it. I asked when they were planning to tell me. He said they were going to bring it up at Sunday dinner that weekend. He said they'd gotten a good offer and the money would be split among everyone, that it was the practical choice. I asked why I hadn't been consulted. The will said it had to be a unanimous decision. My dad said that as executors, they had the legal authority to make decisions for the estate, and that this was what made the most sense financially. I asked how much they sold it for. He said $380,000. I asked when I'd get my share. He got quiet again, and then said that the money was being used to cover estate taxes and family expenses, and that whatever was left would be distributed eventually. I drove to my parents' house immediately. Emma was there for dinner prep, and Josh showed up about 10 minutes after I did. I asked all of them point blank what happened. My dad explained that they'd sold the house 2 months ago. The money had gone into an account he and my mom controlled. They'd used about $60,000 to pay off their own mortgage. Another $40,000 went to Emma for her wedding that was coming up. Josh got $30,000 for a down payment on a car and to pay off some credit cards. Tyler, my cousin, apparently got $25,000 for his student loans. I asked what I was getting. My mom said they were saving money for me too, but that my needs weren't as immediate as everyone else's. I didn't have debt like Josh, wasn't getting married like Emma, and had a stable job. They'd give me my share when the time was right. I left my parents' house and didn't speak to any of them for 2 weeks. I was beyond furious, but more than that, I felt betrayed. They'd sold the one place that connected me to Grandma and used my share of the inheritance to fund everyone else's lives while deciding I could wait. I consulted with a lawyer to see if I had any recourse, He reviewed the will and the estate documents and said that, technically, executors do have broad authority, and unless I could prove they were acting in bad faith or mismanaging the estate, it would be expensive and difficult to fight. I decided on a different approach. I was going to get that house back, no matter how long it took. First, I looked up the public records to find out who'd bought it. The buyers were a couple in their 30s named Mark and Jennifer Chen. I didn't contact them right away. Instead, I focused on getting my finances in perfect shape. I was making $52,000 as a teacher, which wasn't much, but I was single with low expenses. I moved into a cheaper apartment to save on rent. I picked up summer school teaching and tutoring jobs. I cut every unnecessary expense from my budget. Over the next year, I saved about $35,000. I built my credit score up to nearly 800 by paying everything on time and keeping my credit utilization low. I got pre-approved for a mortgage. Then I started casually monitoring the property records for Grandma's old house, checking every few months to see if anything changed. About 18 months after the house was sold, I noticed the property taxes had gone delinquent. The Chens had missed 2 payments. I did some more digging through public records and found they'd taken out a second mortgage on the property about 6 months after buying it. They were over-leveraged. I waited another 6 months, watching. The tax delinquency continued. Then the house popped up on a pre-foreclosure list. They were in trouble. I had my opportunity. I contacted them through a real estate agent, expressing interest in the property for personal reasons. I explained that my grandmother had owned it, and I had sentimental attachment. I offered them $420,000, which was $40,000 more than they'd paid, and enough to get them out from under their mortgages and back taxes with a small profit. Given their financial situation, it was a lifeline. They accepted within a week. The sale took about 45 days to close. I used every dollar I'd saved, got a mortgage for the rest, and on a Tuesday afternoon, 2 years after Grandma died, I became the legal owner of her house. The Chens seemed relieved to be out from under the financial stress. They had no idea about the family history beyond what I'd told them about my grandmother living there. I didn't tell my family what I'd done. I spent the next month cleaning the house and doing minor repairs. The Chens hadn't taken great care of it, and seeing the damage to Grandma's home made me even more determined to set things right. I had the walls repainted in the original colors I remembered. I fixed the garden that had been neglected. I made it feel like home again. Then, I planned a dinner. I sent a message to my parents, Emma, Josh, and Tyler, saying I wanted to have a family gathering to discuss moving forward and letting go of past conflicts. I said I'd host it at a meaningful location and asked them to come on a Saturday evening. Everyone agreed. They probably thought I was finally ready to forgive them and move on. They showed up at the house around 6 in the evening. I watched their faces as they pulled up and realized where they were. My mom looked confused. My dad's expression was unreadable. Emma and Josh both seemed uncomfortable. Tyler looked like he wanted to leave immediately. I let them all in, and we stood in Grandma's living room, the same room where we'd had countless family gatherings. My dad asked what was going on and how I had access to the house. I told them I'd bought it. There was stunned silence. Emma asked how I could possibly afford it. I explained that I'd spent 2 years saving every penny, building credit, and waiting for the right opportunity. My mom said this was wonderful, and that maybe now we could all share it like Grandma wanted. I shook my head. I told them that when they sold the house without my consent and used my inheritance to fund their own priorities, they made a choice. They chose money over family and over Grandma's wishes. Now I was making a choice too. I handed each of them an envelope. Inside were formal eviction notices. They weren't living there, but I wanted them to understand they had no claim and no access to the property anymore. The house was solely mine, and they were not welcome there. My dad's face turned red. He said I was being ridiculous and vindictive. Josh said I couldn't actually evict them because they didn't live there. I told him it was symbolic, but the message was real. They were no longer part of this property's story. Emma started crying and said I was tearing the family apart. Tyler just stood there silently. My mom asked how I could do this to them. I reminded her that she'd asked me to trust them as executors, and they'd betrayed that trust. I asked her if she remembered telling me my needs weren't as immediate as everyone else's. I asked my dad if he remembered using my inheritance to pay off his mortgage without asking. I asked Emma if her wedding was worth destroying our grandmother's wishes. I asked Josh if his car was worth betraying his sister. They tried to argue that they'd planned to give me my share eventually. My dad said it was all still in the family, so what did it matter? I told them it mattered because Grandma wanted us all to have this house equally, and they'd decided their judgment was better than hers. They'd sold her home, our memories, and our shared inheritance for their convenience. The dinner never happened. They all left within 20 minutes. My dad said I'd regret this, and that family was more important than a house. My mom called me heartless on her way out. Emma sent me a long text that night about how I was being cruel and selfish. Josh tried to call a few days later, but I didn't answer. Tyler sent a short message saying he understood why I was angry, but hoped I'd reconsider someday. I've been living in Grandma's house for 6 months now. I furnished it with some of her old furniture that I'd managed to save from storage and mixed in my own things. I've restored her garden to how she kept it. The house feels alive again, in a way it didn't when the Chens lived here. My family hasn't spoken to me much since that night. My parents sent a Christmas card with a note saying they hoped I'd come to my senses. Emma got married and didn't invite me. Josh reached out once to ask if we could talk, but when I didn't respond immediately, he gave up. Tyler sends occasional texts, checking in, but we haven't seen each other. Some people who know the story think I went too far. A colleague at school said that family should forgive family, and that I'm letting bitterness consume me. My therapist asks me regularly if holding on to the house is giving me peace, or just keeping me stuck in anger. Honestly, I don't know the answer. What I do know is that my parents and siblings sold something that wasn't entirely theirs to sell. They erased Grandma's wishes and my inheritance because they decided their needs mattered more than mine. The house meant something to me beyond money, and they reduced it to a transaction. I spent 2 years working toward getting it back, and I succeeded. They called me heartless for evicting them symbolically from a house they'd already abandoned. But they sold our family's heart for profit and didn't think twice about it. I just bought it back and made sure they understood there are consequences for betrayal. I'm living in Grandma's house now, surrounded by memories they tried to sell off. Maybe that makes me vindictive, or maybe it just makes me the only one who actually valued what she left behind. I haven't decided which one I am yet. They stole my inheritance and left me homeless, so I made sure they lost everything they loved. I'm 29 now, but this all started when I was 22. That's when my dad died suddenly, from a heart attack at 58. It destroyed me because we'd been close, especially after my mom passed when I was 14. He'd remarried when I was 16 to a woman named Linda, who was about 10 years younger than him. She came with a son from her previous marriage, Kyle, who was a year older than me. My dad tried to blend the families, but it never really worked. Linda tolerated me, and Kyle and I basically ignored each other. Dad had always been careful about money and planning. He worked as an electrical engineer for 30 years and saved aggressively. He'd told me multiple times that when he died, everything would be split fairly. The house, his retirement accounts, his savings, all of it would be divided between Kyle and me equally, because that's what he believed was right. He'd even taken me to meet with his lawyer when I turned 21 to show me the will and explain how everything would work. When he died, I was a mess. I just graduated college and was working my first real job as a junior accountant. I took a week off for the funeral and to help with arrangements. Linda seemed devastated, crying constantly, and Kyle actually seemed affected too. I thought maybe grief would bring us closer. I was wrong. About a week after the funeral, Linda asked me to come by the house for a family meeting. She sat me down at the kitchen table with Kyle next to her and slid some papers across to me. She said Dad's lawyer had found a more recent will, one that he'd updated just 3 months before he died. According to these papers, the house went entirely to Linda as his spouse, and his savings and retirement accounts were to be split between Linda and Kyle. I got $10,000 total. That was it. I couldn't believe it. I asked to see the original will, the one Dad had shown me. Linda said this new one superseded it, and that Dad had clearly changed his mind about things. She said the $10,000 was generous, considering I wasn't really family anyway, not like Kyle was to her. I asked who the lawyer was that prepared this will. She gave me a name I didn't recognize. When I looked him up later, I found out he was her cousin, who just passed the bar 2 years earlier. I tried to fight it at first. I called the law office where Dad's original will had been prepared, but they said they'd received a letter from the family lawyer requesting the file be closed because a new will superseded their documents. I called Linda's cousin, and he told me everything was legal and proper, and if I contested it, I'd just be wasting money on lawyers. I was 22, broke, and had no idea how to fight something like this. 2 weeks later, Linda told me I needed to move out. She said the house was hers now, and she needed the space. She was kind enough to give me until the end of the month. I packed everything I owned into my beat-up Toyota Corolla and left the house I'd grown up in. I couldn't afford first and last month's rent on an apartment with my entry-level salary, so I ended up sleeping in my car in various parking lots while still going to work every day. The next 3 years were brutal. I showered at the gym, ate cheap food, and saved every dollar I could while living out of my car. I eventually scraped together enough for a deposit on a tiny studio apartment, but money was always tight. Meanwhile, Linda and Kyle were living it up. I'd see their social media posts even though I'd unfriended them. Friends would tell me about the pictures. Vacation to Hawaii, new BMW for Kyle, Linda wearing expensive jewelry. They'd sold Dad's truck and replaced it with a new SUV. They renovated the kitchen. Everything that should have been partly mine was funding their lifestyle. What ate at me wasn't just the money. It was that my dad had trusted Linda, and she'd betrayed that trust. She'd erased me from his legacy and turned his wishes into nothing. I thought about it constantly. I couldn't let it go. About a year after Dad died, I remembered something. Dad's accountant, a guy named Richard who'd done his taxes for 20 years. I called him and explained the situation. Richard was quiet for a moment and then said he had copies of everything. Every tax return, every financial document, and yes, a copy of Dad's will from 2 years before he died. The real will. The one that split everything evenly between Kyle and me. Richard agreed to meet me. He brought a box of files and explained that he'd kept copies because Dad had specifically asked him to maintain records of everything. He showed me the will, properly notarized and witnessed, dated about 3 years before Dad died. Then he showed me something else. Dad's financial records showed no payments to Linda's cousin lawyer. No consultation fees, no legal fees, nothing. If Dad had really hired him to create a new will, there would be a paper trail. There wasn't one. I took everything to a lawyer who specialized in estate fraud. Her name was Margaret, and she'd been practicing for 35 years. She looked through the documents for about an hour and then told me I had a strong case, but it would take time and money. I told her I'd do whatever it took. She agreed to take the case on contingency, meaning she'd get paid when we won. The investigation took almost 4 years. Margaret was thorough. She got handwriting experts to analyze signatures. She subpoenaed financial records. She discovered that Linda's cousin had notarized documents he wasn't legally authorized to notarize. She found that Linda had transferred assets out of Dad's accounts within days of his death, before probate was even filed. She uncovered that they'd failed to report some of the inheritance money on their taxes, claiming it as gifts instead of inheritance to avoid taxes. What started as estate fraud turned into a criminal case. The IRS got involved. The State Bar Association started investigating Linda's cousin. Margaret built a case that wasn't just about getting my inheritance back. It was about proving a pattern of fraud and deception. We documented everything, every transfer, every lie, every forged signature. We filed the lawsuit when I was 26, 4 years after Dad died. Linda and Kyle were blindsided. They'd thought they'd gotten away with it. They hired lawyers who immediately tried to settle, offering me a portion of the estate if I'd drop everything. Margaret advised me to refuse. We had them, and she knew it. The trial took 8 months. The evidence was overwhelming. The handwriting expert testified that Dad's signature on the fake will didn't match his real signature. Richard testified about Dad's actual wishes and the financial records. The IRS presented evidence of tax evasion. Linda's cousin tried to claim everything was legitimate but fell apart under cross-examination when he couldn't explain why there was no paper trail of Dad ever hiring him. The judge ruled in my favor on every count. The fake will was declared fraudulent. The house and all assets were ordered to be redistributed according to the original will. But it didn't stop there. Linda was found guilty of fraud and ordered to pay back taxes plus penalties. Her cousin was disbarred and faced criminal charges. Kyle was found complicit because he'd known about the fraud and benefited from it. The house was seized by the court as part of the judgment. They'd refinanced it twice to fund their lifestyle, so there was barely any equity left. But it didn't matter. I wanted them to feel what I felt when they kicked me out. The court ordered it sold and the proceeds split according to Dad's actual will. After paying back taxes and legal fees, Linda showed up at one of the final hearings, crying and begging the judge for leniency. She said she'd made mistakes, but didn't deserve to lose everything. The judge wasn't sympathetic. Kyle sent me a long email before sentencing, begging me to ask the prosecutor to go easy on them. He said he was sorry, and that his mom had pressured him into going along with it. He said they'd lose everything and end up with nothing. I didn't respond to Kyle. At the final hearing, when the judge asked if I had anything to say, I stood up and looked directly at Linda. I told her she'd stolen my home when I was grieving my father. She'd left me homeless and taken what my dad had worked his entire life to build. I said I wasn't taking anything from her. I was just taking back what was always mine. The house sold 3 months ago. After back taxes, penalties, legal fees, and the court-ordered distribution, I ended up with about $180,000. It should have been more, but they'd burned through so much of Dad's savings and destroyed the equity in the house. Linda and Kyle had to move into a 2-bedroom apartment. Kyle lost the BMW and drives some old Honda now. Linda works retail after being fired from her office job when the fraud case went public. I bought a small condo with some of the money. The rest is invested. I drive past the old house sometimes, the one Dad owned, the one I grew up in. A new family lives there now, with 2 kids and a dog. It doesn't feel like home anymore. Maybe it never will. I haven't spoken to Linda or Kyle since the trial ended. Linda tried calling once and I blocked the number. Kyle sent another email a few months ago asking if we could talk. I deleted it. Some people who knew the situation say I should feel satisfied now that justice was served. A few people have said I went too far, that destroying them financially was cruel, even if they deserved some punishment. Honestly, I don't know what I feel. I spent years of my life fighting for this, living in my car, barely surviving, all while they enjoyed what should have been partly mine. I won in court, they lost everything. But my dad is still gone. Those years of struggle don't come back, and the relationship with the only family I had left is destroyed forever. Was it worth it? Some days I think yes, they deserved everything they got. Other days I wonder if I became just as ruthless as they were. The house is sold, the money is distributed, and justice was served. But I'm not sure any of us really won in the end. When my dad cut me out of his will for being gay, I inherited something he couldn't take back. I'm 34 now, and the moment that defined everything happened when I was 19. I'd known I was gay since I was about 14, but I'd hidden it through high school, terrified of what would happen if anyone found out. My dad was a traditional man, the kind who believed in very specific ideas about what made a real man. He owned a mid-size manufacturing company, had strong opinions about everything, and didn't tolerate anything he considered weakness. My younger brother Tyler was 17 then, the athletic one who played football and dated cheerleaders. He was everything my dad wanted in a son. I was the quieter one, interested in art and design. And my dad had always seemed vaguely disappointed by me, even before he knew I was gay. My mom was 48 at the time, a stay-at-home wife who'd long ago learned not to contradict my dad on anything important. I came out to them one evening after dinner. I'd been away at college for a year and had finally accepted who I was. I thought maybe distance and time would make it easier. I was wrong. I told them I was gay and that I'd been seeing someone. My dad's face went red, then completely blank. He asked me to repeat what I'd said. I did. He stood up from the table and told me I was confused, that this was a phase, that I'd been corrupted by liberal college professors. When I said it wasn't a phase, and this was who I was, he told me to get out. My mom sat frozen, saying nothing. Tyler looked uncomfortable, but stayed silent. My dad said if I was going to choose this lifestyle, I was choosing it without his family, his money, or his name. He said I was no longer his son, and that he'd had 2 sons, but now he only had 1. He told me to pack my things and leave by morning. I spent that night in my childhood bedroom, crying and packing. My mom came in once, very late. She sat on the edge of my bed and said she didn't understand this, but she loved me. Then she said I should do what my father asked because fighting him would only make it worse. She didn't offer to let me stay. She didn't stand up for me. She just cried quietly and left. I moved back to college the next day with everything I owned in my car. My dad cut me off financially immediately. No more tuition help, no more support, nothing. I had to take out loans, get 2 part-time jobs, and move into a tiny apartment with 3 roommates. I finished my degree in architecture on my own, working myself to exhaustion, while Tyler got his college fully funded and a guaranteed job at Dad's company after graduation. About 6 months after I left, my mom called to tell me that my dad had redone his will. Everything was going to Tyler now. The house, the company, all the assets. I wasn't mentioned. She said she thought I should know, and that maybe, if I apologized and lived differently, he might reconsider. I told her I had nothing to apologize for and hung up. We didn't speak for 2 years after that. I graduated at 23 with my architecture degree and $80,000 in student debt. I got hired by a small firm and spent the next several years working long hours, taking on every project I could, and slowly building my reputation. I was good at what I did, really good. I specialized in commercial redesign, taking outdated spaces and transforming them into modern, functional environments. By the time I was 30, I'd made senior architect at a respected firm in the city. I'd worked on projects for major companies, won some industry awards, and had a reputation for innovative design solutions. I'd also built a life for myself. I had a partner named Marcus who I'd been with for 4 years. We had an apartment together, good friends, and I was happy in a way I'd never been living in my father's house. I hadn't spoken to my dad in over a decade. My mom and I had reconnected in a limited way. We'd have lunch every few months, but we never discussed my dad or the fact that she'd chosen him over me. Tyler and I barely spoke. He worked at Dad's company as operations manager and was being groomed to take over eventually. From what I heard through Mom, Dad's company was struggling. Manufacturing was changing. They'd lost clients, and the business model wasn't keeping up with the times. Then one day my firm got a request for proposal for a major commercial redesign project. A manufacturing company needed their headquarters completely reimagined. The building was outdated, the layout was inefficient, and they wanted something that would signal to clients that they were modern and forward-thinking. When I saw the company name on the RFP, my heart stopped. It was my father's company. My boss asked if I wanted to lead the pitch since commercial redesign was my specialty. I hesitated for about 10 seconds, thinking about all the ways this could go wrong. Then I said yes. I spent 2 weeks putting together the most comprehensive proposal I'd ever created. We analyzed their space, identified inefficiencies, created preliminary designs that would transform their headquarters into something modern and impressive. Our proposal was competitive on price and superior on vision. We won the contract. The company had reviewed 5 firms and chosen ours. I was listed as lead architect on the project documentation, but I don't think my dad paid attention to names at that level. He probably just approved the contract his management team recommended. The first site visit was scheduled for a Monday morning. I walked into the building I'd visited as a kid, when Dad used to bring me to work occasionally. It looked worse than I remembered, outdated and tired. I was shown to a conference room where the project team was waiting. My dad was at the head of the table. Tyler sat to his right. I walked in wearing a suit, carrying my portfolio, very much the professional architect I'd become. My dad looked up and his face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Confusion, recognition, shock, and then something harder to read. Tyler's mouth actually fell open. I introduced myself professionally, shook hands with the other people in the room who had no idea about the family connection, and began my presentation. Dad interrupted after about 2 minutes. He said there must be some mistake, that he hadn't realized who the architect was. I told him there was no mistake, that my firm had won the contract based on our proposal, and that I was fully qualified to complete the project. He said he wanted to speak privately. I said anything he needed to say could be said in front of the project team. He asked how long I'd known this was his company. I told him I'd known from the moment I saw the RFP. He asked why I'd pursued it. I said because it was a good project and I was good at my job. He said he didn't want me working on his building. I told him he'd signed a contract, and breaking it would cost him a significant penalty. Plus his company would still need to hire someone else to do the work. The room was extremely uncomfortable. My dad tried to get out of the contract. He had his lawyers review it looking for loopholes. There weren't any. My firm stood behind me completely. My boss told him that I was the best architect they had for this type of project, and that if he wanted out of the contract it would cost him the penalty fee, plus whatever delays would cost his business. After 2 weeks of threats and negotiations, my dad backed down. The project would proceed with me as lead architect. The next 6 months were tense. I was on site regularly, meeting with stakeholders, overseeing contractors, making design decisions. My dad avoided me when possible. When we had to interact, he was coldly professional. Tyler tried to be a liaison at first, but it was awkward. He'd tell me Dad didn't mean anything personal, that this was just business. I'd remind him that cutting me out of the family and the will had been pretty personal. My mom found out I was working on Dad's building about 3 months into the project. She called me crying, saying this was too much, that I was punishing Dad and causing problems. I told her I was doing my job, that I'd earned this career on my own after he threw me out, and that if he was uncomfortable, he could have paid the penalty and hired someone else. She said I should have told her. I asked what she would have done if I had. She didn't have an answer. The redesign transformed the building. We opened up the layout, brought in natural light, created collaborative spaces, and modernized everything from the lobby to the executive offices. It was some of my best work. The building went from dated and tired to sleek and contemporary. When we were finishing up, I had one final design element I wanted to add. In the new lobby, there was space for a dedication plaque. Usually, these acknowledge the architects, contractors, or company leadership. I designed a plaque with a simple message: for the son he disowned, who still built his legacy. I had it made and installed during the final walkthrough when my dad wasn't on site. The day before the official unveiling, my dad saw it. He called me furious. He said it was arrogant, petty, and that I was using his building to make a statement. I told him it was a statement of fact. He'd disowned me for being gay, cut me out of his will, and told me I'd never amount to anything. I'd built a successful career anyway, and now I'd literally built his company's headquarters. The plaque was staying. He threatened to sue to have it removed. My firm's lawyers said the plaque didn't violate the contract and was within my rights as lead architect. He threatened to refuse final payment. The contract protected us there, too. Eventually, he realized he had no leverage. The plaque stayed. The building opened to clients and employees with mostly positive feedback. The plaque generated some curiosity and gossip. People who knew our family history understood its significance. People who didn't just saw it as an unusual dedication. My dad apparently told people it was a mistake and tried to ignore it. My mom called it cruel. She said I'd made my point and should have left well enough alone. I told her that for 15 years I'd been the son who wasn't good enough, who wasn't normal, who wasn't worth keeping in the will. I'd built a life and career anyway. The plaque was just a reminder that what he'd tried to take from me, my value, my future, my legacy, wasn't his to take. Tyler reached out a few weeks after the building opened. He said Dad wasn't doing well, that the whole situation had affected him, and that maybe I'd gotten my revenge and could let it go now. I told him it wasn't revenge, it was closure. Dad had cut me out of his will, but I'd inherited something he couldn't take back: my talent, my work ethic, and my ability to succeed without him. I don't regret the plaque. Some people think it was petty or vindictive. Maybe it was. But for 15 years I carried the weight of being told I was worthless by the man who was supposed to love me unconditionally. I built a career and a life that proved him wrong. That plaque in his building's lobby is a permanent reminder that the son he threw away was good enough after all. He called it arrogance. I called it closure. Either way, every person who walks into that building sees a monument to the fact that I survived his rejection and built something lasting anyway. That's a legacy no will can erase. When my family mocked me for being useless, I turned my startup into their worst humiliation. I'm 30 now, and for most of my life, I was the family joke. My older brother Nathan is 34 and became a cardiologist. My older sister Rebecca is 32 and made partner at a corporate law firm by the time she was 29. Then there was me, the youngest, who decided to study graphic design at a state school instead of pursuing medicine or law like my parents wanted. My parents, both in their early 60s now, never let me forget that I was the disappointment. Family dinners were torture. My dad would talk about Nathan's latest publication in some medical journal or Rebecca's big case win, and then he'd turn to me and ask how my little art projects were going. My mom would sigh and say she hoped I'd figure out something stable eventually, because design wasn't a real career. When I was 24 and fresh out of college, I started working at a small design agency making $35,000 a year. I was doing branding and web design for local businesses, and I actually loved it. But at family gatherings, when people asked what I did, my parents would sort of mumble through an explanation and quickly change the subject to Nathan's research or Rebecca's courtroom victories. I started my company when I was 24, just a year out of college. It wasn't anything huge at first, just me and my college roommate Jake working out of my apartment. We'd noticed that small businesses were struggling with their online presence, but couldn't afford traditional design agencies. We created a platform that used templates, but allowed for customization, basically democratizing good design for businesses that couldn't drop $10,000 on branding. When I told my family about it at Thanksgiving that year, the response was brutal. My dad literally laughed and said it sounded like I was going to sell t-shirts to my friends. Rebecca asked if I was going to be one of those people who calls themselves an entrepreneur when they're really just unemployed. Nathan didn't say much, but I could see the pity in his eyes. My mom patted my hand and said it was cute that I had hobbies, but maybe I should think about grad school or getting a real job with benefits. I stopped talking about my work at family events after that. When they asked how things were going, I'd just say fine and change the subject. Meanwhile, Jake and I were grinding 16-hour days. We'd built out our platform, started getting clients through word of mouth and online marketing, and were actually making money. Not a lot at first, but we were growing. By the time I was 26, we had 15 employees and had raised a small seed round of funding. We were doing maybe $2 million in annual revenue. My family had no idea. At Christmas that year, my dad asked if I was still doing my design thing and seemed surprised when I said yes. He told me there was no shame in admitting something didn't work out and getting a regular job. I just nodded and ate my turkey. The company kept growing. We expanded our services, added new features, and started landing bigger clients. By the time I was 28, we had 70 employees and were doing $15 million in revenue. We'd become one of the go-to platforms for small business branding and design. Tech publications were writing about us. We were getting acquisition interest from larger companies. My family still had no clue. I'd moved to a nice apartment in the city, drove a decent car, but nothing flashy. I didn't post about work on social media. As far as they knew, I was still doing freelance design or whatever they'd decided I was doing. When I was 29, we got a serious acquisition offer from a major tech company. They wanted our platform, our team, and our user base. The offer was $43 million. Jake and I owned about 60% of the company between us after the funding rounds, which meant I personally stood to make about $13 million after taxes. The negotiation took 3 months. We finally closed the deal 2 weeks before Christmas. I was suddenly worth more money than I'd ever imagined, and my family had no idea any of this had happened. I decided to go to Christmas dinner that year and just see what happened. The dinner was at my parents' house like always. Nathan was talking about a complex surgery he'd performed. Rebecca was talking about making partner and her salary increase. My dad was beaming at both of them. When the attention finally turned to me, my mom asked if I was seeing anyone, because maybe it was time to think about settling down since my career situation was so uncertain. I told them I'd had a pretty good year, actually. My dad asked if I'd gotten a promotion at whatever design place I was working at. I said, not exactly, but my company had been acquired. There was a confused silence. Rebecca asked what I meant by my company. I explained that I'd started a design platform company 6 years ago, and we'd just been bought out. Nathan asked how much, like it was some joke. I told him the acquisition price. The table went completely silent. My dad actually dropped his fork. My mom asked me to repeat the number. When I did, Rebecca said there was no way that was real. I pulled up the press release on my phone and showed them. There it was. Official announcement from the acquiring company with my name listed as co-founder and my quote about being excited for the next chapter. The rest of dinner was awkward. My parents kept asking questions about how this had happened and why I'd never told them. I said I had tried to tell them, but they'd called it cute and suggested I get a real job. My dad got defensive and said they'd just been concerned about my future. Rebecca looked like she'd swallowed something bitter. Nathan was the only one who seemed genuinely happy for me and asked real questions about the business. After that dinner, everything changed. Suddenly, my parents wanted to have lunch with me to hear all about my success story. Rebecca asked if I needed a lawyer to help manage my wealth. Nathan asked if I wanted to invest in a medical device startup his colleague was launching. Everyone was so interested in my life and my opinions. Then my dad called me about 2 months after Christmas. He asked if we could meet for coffee to discuss something important. When we met, he told me his commercial real estate business was struggling. He'd over-leveraged during the expansion and now had significant debts that were coming due. He owed about $800,000 to various creditors, and the bank was threatening to call his loans. He asked if I could help him out as a gesture of gratitude for everything he'd done for me growing up. I asked him what exactly he'd done for me. He seemed taken aback. He said he'd raised me and supported me and given me a good education. I pointed out that I'd paid for most of my own college through scholarships and part-time jobs, and that he'd spent the last 6 years telling me I was wasting my life. He said that wasn't fair, and that parents sometimes push their kids because they want the best for them. I told him I'd think about it. Then I did something he didn't expect. I looked into his business debts. I contacted his creditors through my lawyer and made offers to buy out his loans at a discount. Most of them were happy to get paid something rather than risk default. Within a month, I owned about $750,000 of my father's business debt. When you own someone's debt, you own leverage over their business. My father's company was structured in a way that the debt holders could force certain business decisions if the debts weren't paid. I had my lawyer send him a formal notice that I now held his loans and we needed to discuss restructuring. My dad called me furious. He said I'd betrayed him and gone behind his back. I told him I was just being a good businessman, the kind of businessman he'd always told me I could never be. He said I was being vindictive and cruel. I said I was being practical, and that if he couldn't pay his debts, there would be consequences. I gave him 2 options. He could pay back the full amount within 90 days, which we both knew he couldn't do, or he could accept my restructuring proposal. The proposal was simple. I would forgive the debt in exchange for majority ownership of his company and control of business operations. He would stay on as a consultant, but I would make all major decisions. He refused at first. He said he'd built that company over 30 years, and I had no right to take it from him. I pointed out that he'd built it into the ground and was about to lose it anyway. At least my way, he'd still have a role and wouldn't face bankruptcy. He hung up on me. 2 weeks later, his lawyer called my lawyer. My dad was accepting the terms. We drew up the papers, and he signed over majority control. I immediately brought in a management consultant to assess operations. Within a month, I'd restructured the entire company, cut unnecessary expenses, and renegotiated contracts. I also eliminated my father's position as CEO and moved him to a consultant role with a significant pay cut. My mother called me crying, asking how I could do this to my own father. I reminded her of every dinner where they'd mocked my career choice, every time they'd called my work cute or suggested I get a real job. She said I was supposed to be better than that success should make me generous, not petty. I told her I was being generous by not letting his company collapse completely and taking his house with it. Rebecca sent me a long email about family loyalty and how money was changing me. I didn't respond. Nathan called and said he understood why I was angry, but asked if this was really who I wanted to be. That one actually made me think for a while. The company I took over is now profitable again. I hired a real CEO to run it, and my dad works maybe 10 hours a week doing consulting on legacy accounts. He makes about a third of what he used to make. My parents had to downsize their house and adjust their lifestyle. They're not struggling, but they're not comfortable either. Family gatherings are tense now. My parents barely speak to me. Rebecca is cordial, but cold. Nathan still tries to maintain a relationship, but it's strained. Last Christmas, when my dad had to leave early from dinner at Rebecca's house, she made a comment about him having work in the morning. Everyone knew it was a dig at me. My mom sent me a card on my birthday last month with a note saying she hoped I was happy now that I'd proven my point. It stung more than I expected. I've been thinking a lot about whether I went too far. I could have just loaned him the money or helped him restructure without taking control. But something in me needed them to understand what it felt like to be dismissed and underestimated. The startup I built got acquired for millions, but the real victory was never about the money. It was about proving I wasn't the failure they'd decided I was. Buying my father's company and firing him probably makes me vindictive, maybe even cruel. But for 6 years they treated my dreams like a joke, and now the punchline is that their useless son owns their reality. My dad has to call me sir now when we have business meetings, per company protocol. My mom avoids looking at me at family events. Rebecca acts like I'm a stranger who happens to share her DNA. Nathan is the only one who still treats me like a brother, and even that's complicated. They used to call me a disappointment. Now they don't call me much at all. I won, I guess, but most days it doesn't feel like winning. It just feels empty. When my mom sold my late dad's tools for her boyfriend, I took everything she valued most back. I'm 29, and my mother Karen, 54, and her boyfriend Derek, 48, just learned that destroying someone's legacy has consequences. I need to start with my dad's workshop, because it wasn't just a garage full of tools. It was his sanctuary, his classroom, and the place where I learned everything that mattered. Dad was a master mechanic, worked for 30 years at the same auto shop before his body gave out. By the time I was 7, I was standing on a stool next to him, learning to identify wrenches by size just by feel. The workshop was attached to our house, a converted 2-car garage with pegboards covering every wall, tools organized with the precision of a surgical suite. Dad had collected those tools over 40 years. Some were gifts from his father, some he'd saved months to buy. Some were specialized pieces he'd custom modified for specific jobs. Each one had a story. Each one was perfectly maintained. A craftsman respects his tools, Dad would say while teaching me to clean and oil them after every use. These aren't just metal and plastic. They're the extension of your skill, your ability to fix what's broken. You take care of them. They take care of you. We spent hundreds of hours in that workshop. Dad teaching me how to rebuild carburetors, diagnose engine problems by sound, fabricate custom parts on his lathe. By the time I was 16, I could tear down and rebuild a transmission. Not because I planned to be a mechanic. Dad insisted I go to college, get an engineering degree, do something better than he'd done. But because he believed every person should understand how things work. Engineers design things, he'd say, but if they don't understand how they're actually built and maintained, they design garbage that breaks and can't be fixed. You're going to be an engineer who knows better. Dad died suddenly when I was 19, halfway through my sophomore year of college. Massive heart attack while working on a customer's car. He was 52. One moment he was there, the next he wasn't. The funeral was packed. Guys from the shop, customers whose cars he'd kept running for decades, old friends. Everyone had a story about my dad fixing something for them, often refusing to charge for the labor. Your dad kept my truck running for 20 years, one farmer told me. Every time I tried to pay him properly, he'd say, "Buy your kid something nice instead." That's the kind of man he was. After the funeral, I went into the workshop. Everything was exactly as he'd left it. A carburetor partially disassembled on the workbench, his reading glasses next to it. His coffee mug, still half full, growing mold. The radio tuned to the classic rock station he loved. I sat in his chair and cried for an hour. Mom found me there. She'd been distant since Dad died, numb, going through motions. The grief counselor said it was normal, that everyone processes loss differently. "He'd want you to have all of this," she said, gesturing to the tools. "The workshop, everything in it. He was always so proud of teaching you." "I can't take it to my dorm." "I know, but it'll be here. Whenever you're home, you can use it. And when you graduate, get your own place. We'll move everything there." "You're sure?" "He built this for you as much as for himself. It's yours." I went back to school carrying that promise. The workshop was mine. Dad's legacy was safe. I came home every few weeks that first year. Each time, I'd spend hours in the workshop. Not really working on projects, just being there, surrounded by Dad's tools, feeling close to him. I'd pick up his favorite wrench, the one with electrical tape on the handle where he'd gripped it 10,000 times, and feel like he was still teaching me something. Mom seemed to be coping. She'd gone back to her job as an office manager at a medical practice. She had friends who checked on her. She was functioning. Then, about 14 months after Dad died, she mentioned she'd started dating someone. "His name is Derek. I met him at the gym. He's nice, considerate. I think you'd like him." I was cautious, but supportive. Dad wouldn't have wanted Mom to be alone forever. If she'd found someone who made her happy, that was good. "When do I get to meet him?" "Maybe next time you're home. He's been asking about you." That meeting happened a month later. Derek was fine. Friendly, but in that trying too hard way. Tall, fit, obviously spent a lot of time at the gym. He worked in sales, talked a lot about his business, his goals, his workout routine. Not my kind of person, but if Mom liked him, whatever. What bothered me was how he talked about Dad. "Your mom says your dad spent all his time in that garage. Must have been hard for her, him always working on cars instead of paying attention to her." Dad worked on cars because he loved it, and Mom never complained about it while he was alive. I'm just saying, there's more to life than being buried in a garage with a bunch of tools. I didn't engage, didn't want to fight with Mom's boyfriend, but something about him felt off. Over the next few months, Derek started spending more time at the house. Then he started staying over. Then Mom mentioned he might move in. Move in? He has his own place, doesn't he? He's renting month to month. Doesn't make sense for him to keep paying rent when he's here most of the time anyway. Where would he put his stuff? We'd figure it out. The house is big enough. But I noticed she didn't mention the workshop, and I was worried. Spring semester of my junior year, I had a major project due. A month-long intensive where I basically lived in the engineering lab. I told Mom I wouldn't be able to come home for a few weeks. "That's fine, honey. Focus on school. We'll see you when you're done." 3 weeks later, I drove home for spring break. Pulled into the driveway and immediately knew something was wrong. Dad's truck, a 1985 Ford F-150 that he'd kept immaculate, that he'd promised me when I graduated, was gone. I ran to the workshop. Empty. Not just empty, completely gutted. The pegboards were bare. The workbenches were gone. The tool chests, the lathe, the welding equipment, the air compressor. Every single tool, every piece of equipment. 40 years of collected tools. Gone. I stood in that empty space, feeling like I'd been punched in the stomach. Mom found me there. She looked guilty but defiant. "Where is everything?" "I sold it." "You what?" "I sold it. The tools, the equipment, your dad's truck. I got good prices. Used the money to fix up the house." "You sold Dad's workshop? You sold his truck? You promised me. Derek and I need the space. He's moving in, and he doesn't like clutter. All those tools were just sitting there collecting dust." "Those weren't clutter. That was Dad's legacy. He spent 40 years collecting those tools. He taught me everything in this workshop. You promised me it was mine." "You're away at college. You weren't using it. I made a practical decision." "When? When did you sell everything?" "Over the past 2 weeks. I knew you'd try to stop me, so I waited until you were busy with school." The betrayal was so complete, I could barely process it. She deliberately waited until I was unavailable, sold everything that mattered to me, erased Dad's workshop from existence, all so her boyfriend could move in. "Derek wanted this space for his home gym," Mom continued. "He's been very patient about living in a house full of another man's stuff. It was time to move forward." "Move forward? You erased Dad." "Your father is gone. I'm allowed to build a new life." "By destroying his legacy? By breaking your promise to me?" "You're being dramatic. They were just tools." Just tools. I walked past her, went to my childhood bedroom. Derek was there, assembling weight equipment in what used to be Dad's workshop space. "Hey, buddy," he said cheerfully. "Your mom finally cleared out all that junk. Gonna make this a killer home gym. You'll have to work out with me sometime." I didn't trust myself to speak. I packed a bag, took everything from my room that mattered, photos of Dad, a few things he'd given me, and loaded them in my car. Mom followed me out. "Where are you going?" "Away from you." "Don't be childish. You're upset, I understand, but you sold Dad's tools. The tools he spent 40 years collecting. The tools he used to teach me everything. You sold his truck that he promised to me. You did it behind my back while I was at school because you knew it was wrong. I did what I needed to do to move forward with my life, then move forward without me in it." I got in my car. "You're really going to throw away our relationship over some old tools?" she called after me. I looked at her standing there, Derek visible through the workshop door behind her, setting up his bench press where Dad's workbench used to be. "You threw away our relationship when you sold them," I said. "Those tools represented everything Dad taught me, everything he valued, the bond we shared. You knew that. You sold them anyway. For Derek, for someone you've known for a few months. You chose him over Dad's memory and over me." "I didn't choose." "You absolutely chose. And now you get to live with that choice." I drove back to school and didn't answer her calls for a week. When I finally did, the conversation was brief. "I'm sorry you're upset," she said, "but I'm not sorry for moving forward with my life. Derek makes me happy. You need to accept that." I accepted. I also accept that we don't have a relationship anymore. "You're going to cut me off over this?" "You cut me off when you erased Dad from your life to make room for Derek. I'm just making it official. That was the last real conversation we had." She'd call occasionally, birthdays, holidays, and I'd give one-word answers or not answer at all. I finished college on scholarships and loans, worked summer jobs, Graduated with my mechanical engineering degree. Mom wasn't at graduation. I didn't invite her. And as I walked across that stage, I made a promise to myself. I was going to rebuild what she'd destroyed. I was going to honor Dad's legacy in a way she never could. I was going to make her regret what she'd done. After graduation, I took a job with an engineering firm designing industrial equipment. It paid well, $65,000 to start, and gave me real-world experience. But every night and weekend, I had a side project. I rented a small garage space, just 400 square feet, barely big enough for a car. I bought tools, not nice ones at first, Harbor Freight specials, used tools from pawn shops, anything functional I could afford. I set up a basic workbench. I started taking small repair jobs. Friends needing work on their cars, people from church with broken appliances, word-of-mouth referrals. I charged barely above cost, just enough to fund buying better tools. Every tool I bought, I'd think about Dad. The socket set I saved for 3 months to buy, Dad had a better one, sold by Mom. The torque wrench I found at an estate sale, Dad had 2, both sold. The drill press I bought used on Craigslist, Dad's vintage one, perfectly maintained, sold to some stranger. I was rebuilding his workshop piece by piece. With my own money, my own work, my own hands. The work was meditative. After 8 hours of computer-aided design at my day job, I'd go to my garage and work with my hands. Fix things, make things, feel connected to Dad in a way I hadn't since Mom had destroyed his workshop. Year 2, I upgraded to a larger space, 1,200 square feet, enough for real equipment. I bought a used lathe, a proper welding setup, a paint booth. I was taking on bigger jobs, engine rebuilds, custom fabrication work, restoration projects. I registered a business, Morrison Mechanical, named after Dad. The logo I designed featured a wrench and gear with my dad's motto underneath: respect the craft, honor the tools. I made sure Mom knew about the business. Not directly, I didn't contact her, but I set up social media, posted photos of the shop, made sure it was findable. I wanted her to see what I was building from the ashes of what she'd destroyed. Year 3, Morrison Mechanical was profitable enough that I quit my engineering job and went full-time. I hired 1 employee, a young guy fresh out of trade school who reminded me of myself at that age. My dad taught me everything I know, I told him on his first day. Now I'm going to teach you. But first rule, respect the tools. Every one of these I bought with money I earned. Every one has value. You treat them like they matter. Yes, sir. And don't call me sir. Call me Jack, after my dad. Word spread. Morrison Mechanical became known for quality work, fair prices, and respecting both the customer and the craft. We weren't the fastest shop, weren't the cheapest, but we were thorough and honest. Dad's philosophy. Year 4. I bought a building, an old industrial space with 3,000 square feet of shop space and a small office. I expanded to 3 employees. We did custom fabrication, classic car restoration, and specialized repairs that most shops wouldn't touch. I bought back some of Dad's tools. Not the original ones. Those were gone, scattered to yard sales and pawn shops and landfills. But the same models, the same brands. I hunted on eBay, at estate sales, through online collector groups. A vintage Snap-on torque wrench like Dad's. A Craftsman tool chest from the same year Dad bought his. The same model of lathe. They weren't his tools, but they were the same tools, arranged the same way, maintained with the same care. The workshop reborn. Year 5. I bought the building next door and expanded. 6 employees now. We were doing $800,000 in annual revenue. Local news did a feature on us. Young engineer builds business on traditional craftsmanship. The article mentioned my dad, how he'd been a mechanic, how he'd taught me everything, how Morrison Mechanical was named in his honor. My father believed that good work starts with respecting your tools and your craft, I told the reporter. Every bolt we turn, every part we fabricate, we do it the way he taught me. With care, with precision, with pride. The article ran with a photo of me in the shop, surrounded by tools, standing next to a fully restored vintage truck. I made sure my mom could find that article, posted it on social media, sent a copy to relatives who I knew would mention it to her. I wanted her to see what her son had built, what her late husband's legacy had become, how I'd honored Dad while she'd erased him. Year 6. Morrison Mechanical had outgrown even the expanded space. I bought a larger building, 10,000 square feet, room for a showroom, expanded shop space, office areas. We employed 15 people. I personally designed the shop layout, the tool organization systems, the workflow patterns, the storage solutions, all based on Dad's workshop, the one I'd memorized before Mom destroyed it. The showroom featured restored vehicles and custom fabrication projects. But in the back corner, visible through a glass window, was a workshop replica. Dad's tools, or as close as I could get to them, arranged exactly as he'd kept them. A memorial as much as a working space. I posted a video tour of the shop on YouTube. It got 50,000 views. In the video, I talked about my dad, how he'd taught me, what his workshop had meant, how his philosophy guided everything Morrison Mechanical did. My father's workshop was destroyed years ago, I said in the video. Someone decided those tools were just clutter, that his life's work didn't matter. But you can't destroy a legacy by selling tools. Legacy lives in what you build, what you teach, what you pass on. This company, this workshop, these tools, they're my father's legacy, rebuilt and continued. The comments were overwhelmingly supportive. People shared their own stories about learning from fathers and grandfathers, about the importance of craftsmanship, about respecting the past while building the future. One commenter wrote, "Your dad would be so proud." I hoped that was true. Then, 7 years after Mom had sold Dad's tools, I got an unexpected phone call. Morrison Mechanical? Yeah, hi, my name's Derek Walsh. I saw your video online. I'm looking for work. I've got experience in fabrication and repair. Any chance you're hiring? Derek Walsh, Mom's boyfriend. The man who'd wanted Dad's workshop cleared out for his home gym. The man who'd called Dad's life's work junk. He didn't recognize my voice. Or maybe he'd forgotten what I sounded like. It had been 7 years since we'd spoken. Send me your resume, I said. We'll review it. His resume arrived 2 days later. Gaps in employment. Vague job descriptions. A business that had apparently failed a year ago. He was desperate for work. I could have just rejected him. Said we weren't hiring. Moved on. But I didn't want to move on. I wanted him to understand what he'd destroyed. What his callousness and selfishness had cost. I called him back. Derek Walsh? This is Jack Morrison from Morrison Mechanical. I'd like to bring you in for an interview. Derek showed up for the interview wearing clean work clothes, looking nervous and older than I remembered. 7 years had not been kind to him. The gym fit appearance was gone, replaced by the soft middle and tired eyes of someone who'd struggled. He walked into my office and froze when he saw me. Jack? Hello, Derek. I didn't realize. When I applied, I didn't know this was your company. Clearly. Sit down. He sat, uncomfortable. Look, I know we had some tension years ago, but I really need this job. My business failed. Things have been tough, and tell me about your experience. Your resume says fabrication and repair work. Where'd you learn that? I had a personal training business that expanded into selling fitness equipment. When that folded, I tried pivoting to equipment repair. Did that for about a year before the work dried up. So you have 1 year of repair experience, with no formal training and no successful business history. I'm a hard worker. I learn fast. Why do you want to work here specifically? He shifted in his seat. Your company has a good reputation. And honestly, I need stable work. Your mom, Karen, she told me you'd built something impressive, and I thought maybe. You've been talking to my mother? We're still together. 7 years now. I thought you knew. 7 years. Mom had stayed with the man she'd chosen over Dad's memory, over me. The man she'd erased Dad's legacy for. Tell me, Derek, what do you know about tools, about craftsmanship, about respecting equipment? I know enough to do good work. Do you remember my father's workshop? The one you called junk? The one you wanted cleared out so you could put in a home gym? His face paled. That was a long time ago. I didn't understand. You're right. You didn't understand. Those tools represented 40 years of collection, maintenance, and care. That workshop was where my father taught me everything that matters, and you convinced my mother to sell it all because you didn't like clutter. I'm sorry. I was thoughtless. I didn't realize. You didn't care to realize. Just like you didn't care that my father's truck meant something. Just like you didn't care that you were erasing a dead man's legacy so you could move in with his widow. What do you want me to say? I made mistakes. I'm trying to move forward. I'll tell you what. I'm going to hire you. He looked surprised. You are? 1 week. Trial period. I'll pay you $20 an hour. Entry level for someone with minimal experience. You'll work in the shop, learn our processes, prove you can handle basic work. Thank you. I won't let you. One condition. You'll use my father's tools, the ones I've collected to replace what you helped destroy. You'll learn to maintain them, respect them, understand what they represent. Maybe then you'll understand what you cost me 7 years ago. He nodded, clearly uncomfortable but desperate enough to accept. Derek worked that week. I gave him basic tasks, cleaning parts, organizing inventory, assisting with simple repairs. Every day, I'd teach him something about the tools, how to properly care for them, why each one mattered, the history of particular pieces. This torque wrench is the same model my father had, I'd say. He bought his in 1989, used it for 30 years, kept it calibrated and perfect. Yours, his, was sold to who knows where. This is its replacement, and you'll treat it like it's irreplaceable. I understand, he'd say quietly. By Friday, he'd learned enough to be barely useful. He wasn't skilled, wasn't particularly good, but he could follow instructions. Friday afternoon, I gathered all 15 employees in the shop. Derek stood among them, looking nervous. I want to introduce our newest hire, I said. Derek Walsh. Some of you might not know this, but Derek has a unique connection to Morrison Mechanical. 7 years ago, Derek moved in with my mother. When he did, he convinced her to sell my late father's entire workshop. 40 years of tools, equipment, everything. Sold it all so he could put in a home gym. Called my father's legacy junk. Derek's face was red. The other employees were staring. This company exists because of that. Because my mother betrayed my father's memory and my trust, I built this place from nothing. Every tool, every piece of equipment, every system. I built it to honor what was destroyed. Morrison Mechanical is my father's workshop reborn, and it's successful because we respect the craft, the tools, and the legacy. I turned to Derek. You wanted space in my mother's life so badly that you erased my father from it. Now you're desperate enough to come asking me for work. So I gave you a week to learn what you destroyed, to understand what those tools meant, to feel what it's like to respect something beyond yourself. Jack, please, you're fired. Not because you're bad at the work, though you are, but because you represent everything this company stands against. Disrespect for legacy, callousness toward what others value, selfishness disguised as practicality. I need this job. You needed my mother's house and didn't care what you destroyed to get it. Now you're experiencing what it's like when someone takes something you need. Feels different when it's you, doesn't it? I handed him his paycheck for the week. Your final pay. Use it wisely. And Derek? Some things do collect dust. Like your morals. Get out of my shop. He left without another word. My employees were silent, processing what had just happened. Anyone have questions about that? I asked. Carlos, one of my senior techs, spoke up. That was harsh, boss. Was it? Harsher than erasing a dead man's legacy? Harsher than betraying someone's trust? Harsher than calling 40 years of craftsmanship junk? No, I guess not. Just intense. This company is built on respect for the craft, for the tools, for what came before us. Derek represents the opposite. He doesn't belong here. The shop returned to work. I went to my office and sat down, feeling both satisfied and empty. Mom called that night. Derek had apparently told her what happened. How could you do that to him? She said immediately. He came to you for help, and you humiliated him in front of your entire staff. He came asking for work at a company built from the ashes of what he helped destroy. What did you expect? I expected you to be professional, to separate personal feelings from business. My entire business is personal. It exists because of what you and Derek did. Every tool, every piece of equipment, every system, I built it all to replace what you destroyed. It's been 7 years. How long are you going to punish us for one mistake? One mistake? Mom, you sold Dad's entire workshop, his truck, everything he'd spent 40 years collecting, everything he'd used to teach me. You did it behind my back while I was at school because you knew it was wrong. You broke your promise to me. You erased Dad from your life. That's not one mistake. That's a series of choices that showed me exactly where your priorities were. I was grieving. I was trying to move forward with my life. You were erasing your dead husband for a man you'd known for 4 months, a man who called Dad's legacy junk. And you chose him over Dad's memory and over me. So you're going to hold on to this forever? Never forgive? Never move past it? I have moved past it. I built a successful business. I honored Dad's legacy. I rebuilt what you destroyed. I don't need to forgive you to move forward. I've already done it. But we can't have a relationship. You ended our relationship 7 years ago. I'm just maintaining that boundary. I'm your mother. You were my mother. Now you're the woman who betrayed my father's memory and my trust. That's the relationship we have. She was crying now. I see your posts, your videos, the shop. I know you're successful. I know you built something amazing. I'm proud of you, even if you don't want to hear it. If you were proud, you wouldn't have sold the workshop Dad built to teach me. You would have protected his legacy instead of destroying it. I miss you. I want my son back. Then you shouldn't have chosen Derek over him. Please, can't we at least talk? Can you come to the house, see me, just have a conversation? No, I will never set foot in that house again. The house where Derek's home gym sits where Dad's workshop used to be. Where you erased 40 years of his life for someone you'd just met. I'm never coming back there. Then somewhere else. Coffee, lunch, anything. Why? So you can apologize? So you can try to rebuild something you chose to destroy? What's the point, Mom? You've been with Derek for 7 years. You chose him. You're living with the consequences of that choice. The consequence is losing my son? Yes, that's exactly the consequence. You valued Derek's preferences over Dad's legacy and over me. Now you have Derek and your choice. Live with it. I hung up. That was 6 months ago. Mom has called a few more times. I don't answer. She's sent letters. I don't read them. Derek apparently had to move back in with family in another state. The job at Morrison Mechanical was his last opportunity locally, and after I fired him, word spread in the industry about what happened. No one wanted to hire someone who disrespected a dead man's legacy. Morrison Mechanical continues to thrive. We're expanding again, opening a second location, hiring more people, taking on larger projects. I'm personally training a new apprentice, a 19-year-old kid whose father died last year. I'm teaching him everything Dad taught me. Respect the tools, I told him on his first day. They're not just metal. They're the extension of your skill, your ability to fix what's broken. You take care of them. They take care of you. Yes, sir. Don't call me sir. Call me Jack, after my dad. My girlfriend Rachel, who I've been dating for 2 years, knows the whole story. She supports me but also challenges me. Do you think you'll ever reconcile with your mom? No. Why would I? Because holding on to anger doesn't hurt her. It hurts you. You've built an amazing business. You've honored your dad's legacy. You've proven everything you needed to prove. At what point does refusing to forgive just become cruelty? She was cruel first. She destroyed something irreplaceable. She did. But you've rebuilt it. You've created something even better. You've won. At what point is enough enough? When she understands what she did. When she admits that choosing Derek over Dad's memory and over me was wrong. She has admitted it, in her letters. I don't read those. Maybe you should. I finally read one of Mom's letters last week. It was long, handwritten, clearly written over multiple sessions. I know you'll probably never read this, but I need to write it anyway. I need you to know that I understand what I did wrong. When your father died, I was broken. Everything reminded me of him, and I couldn't handle it. The workshop especially, walking past it every day, seeing his tools, remembering him there. It was too painful. When I met Derek, he represented something that wasn't grief, a future that wasn't just mourning. I convinced myself that moving forward meant clearing away the past. I was wrong. I understand that now. Those tools weren't just objects. They were your connection to your father. That workshop was where he taught you everything. I destroyed something irreplaceable because I was trying to run from grief instead of processing it. I'm sorry. I know that's not enough. I know 7 years is too late. But I need you to know that I see what I did. I understand why you can't forgive me. And I'm proud of what you built despite me. Morrison Mechanical is everything your father would have wanted. You honored his legacy in a way I destroyed. I hope that brings you peace, even if I can't be part of it. I love you. I miss you. And I understand why that doesn't matter anymore. I folded the letter and put it back in the drawer where I keep things I don't know what to do with. My therapist asked me, "Do you believe her? Do you think she understands?" I think she understands she lost her son. I'm not sure she understands why. What would it take for you to consider reconciliation? I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe the damage is too fundamental. Is that justice, or is that revenge? Maybe both. She took something irreplaceable from me. I took myself, which is irreplaceable to her, from her. That seems proportional. But you've rebuilt what she destroyed. You have everything you wanted. Is holding on to the anger still serving you? I don't have an answer. So here's what I can't figure out. Am I the asshole for cutting my mother out of my life and publicly humiliating her boyfriend after she sold my late father's workshop for him 7 years ago? Or is that justified accountability for someone who betrayed my father's legacy and my trust? When my parents sold my college fund to save my useless brother, I made them regret every cent. I'm 27 now, and the defining moment of my life happened when I was 18. That's when my parents chose my brother over me in the most brutal way possible. My older brother Tyler is 31, and for our entire lives he's been the favorite, the golden child who could do no wrong, even when he was doing everything wrong. I was always the responsible one, the backup plan, the kid who had to earn approval while Tyler just coasted on being charming. Growing up, the favoritism was obvious, but I dealt with it. Tyler got a new car for his 16th birthday while I got a used bike. Tyler's baseball games were family events, while my academic competitions were something my parents might attend if they had nothing else to do. When Tyler barely graduated high school, my parents threw him a huge party. When I graduated with honors and a partial scholarship, I got a card with $50 in it. I'd been saving for college since I was 14. I worked every summer, did part-time jobs during school, babysat, tutored, mowed lawns, whatever I could find. My parents had also set up college funds for both of us when we were born, putting in money here and there over the years. By the time I was 18, I had about $12,000 of my own savings, and my college fund had about $35,000 in it. Combined with my partial scholarship, I'd be able to afford a decent state university without drowning in loans. Tyler had gone to community college for a year before dropping out. He'd worked various jobs but never kept any of them for long. By the time I was graduating high school, he was 22 and still living at home, working part-time at a bar and spending most of his money on who knows what. My parents kept saying he was figuring things out and that not everyone follows the same path. 2 months before I was supposed to start college, my parents sat me down at the kitchen table. They looked nervous, which should have been my first warning sign. My dad did the talking. He said Tyler had gotten into some trouble. He owed money to some people, and it was serious. They needed to help him get out of this situation before it got worse. They were taking money from my college fund to pay off Tyler's debts. I asked how much. My mom started crying. My dad said all of it. The entire $35,000. They'd already transferred it and paid off whoever Tyler owed. They said I'd understand someday, that family helps family. They said I was smart and could figure out loans and financial aid. They said Tyler's situation was an emergency, and they had no choice. I sat there stunned. I asked what Tyler had done to rack up $35,000 in debt. My dad said it was gambling, that Tyler had gotten in over his head with some online betting and some loans from people they wouldn't name. I asked why Tyler couldn't work it off or face the consequences of his own choices. My mom said I was being selfish and that Tyler could have been in real danger. I went to my room and didn't come out for 2 days except to use the bathroom. My parents left food outside my door. Tyler wasn't even home. He was staying with friends, avoiding me. When I finally came out, I told my parents I needed to think about my options. They seemed relieved, probably thinking I was going to accept it and move on. Instead, I called my Uncle Marcus, my dad's brother who my parents had a falling out with years ago over some business deal. I'd stayed in touch with him secretly, mostly through emails and occasional phone calls. I told him everything. Uncle Marcus listened to the whole story and then asked me one question. Did I want to roll over and accept this, or did I want to actually have a future? I told him I wanted out. He said he had a guest house I could stay in rent-free and a job at his construction company if I was willing to work hard. I said yes immediately. I moved out 3 days later when my parents were both at work. I took everything that was mine, left a note saying I was taking a gap year to figure things out, and blocked their numbers. I didn't tell them where I was going. Tyler tried to call me a few times, but I blocked him too. Uncle Marcus lived about 4 hours away in a different state, far enough that they couldn't just show up. The work was brutal. Construction wasn't easy and I wasn't particularly strong or experienced, but Uncle Marcus was patient, and the guys on the crew gave me a hard time in the way that people do when they're actually trying to help you get better. I worked 10-hour days, 6 days a week. I used a variation of my middle name at work because I didn't want anything getting back to my parents if they tried to track me down. Uncle Marcus paid me fairly, and I saved almost everything. I lived in his guest house and he wouldn't take rent. He said my dad had screwed him over years ago, and helping me was payback in the best way. I learned he'd loaned my dad money to start a business that failed, and my dad had never paid him back, then cut him off when Uncle Marcus asked for repayment. We bonded over being the people my dad had thrown away when we were inconvenient. After a year of working construction, I'd saved about $30,000. Uncle Marcus helped me apply to universities using his address. I got into a better school than I'd originally planned for, a private university with a strong business program that offered me a decent financial aid package after seeing my work history and essay about overcoming family obstacles. My parents didn't even know the name of the school. I'd never mentioned it because I'd thought it was out of reach before. I went to college and worked part-time throughout. Uncle Marcus helped when I needed it, but I tried to be as independent as possible. I graduated in 4 years with a degree in business management and got hired immediately by a mid-sized logistics company. I worked my way up quickly, got promoted twice in 3 years, and became operations manager by the time I was 26. My parents had no idea where I was or what I was doing. I'd kept them blocked. I heard through some mutual family friends that they'd tried to find me at first, but eventually gave up. Tyler apparently told people I'd overreacted and abandoned the family over money. That stung when I heard it, but it also confirmed I'd made the right choice. Then, about 6 months ago, a resume came across my desk. Tyler had applied for a warehouse supervisor position at our company. His application was a mess. Spotty work history, multiple jobs that lasted less than 6 months, and a criminal record that he'd tried to hide but came up in the background check. 2 arrests for DUI and 1 for assault at a bar. None of that was on his resume. I was the one who conducted interviews for operational positions. I scheduled him without revealing who I was. I wanted to see what he'd say, how he'd present himself, whether he'd grown up at all in the 9 years since I'd left. Tyler showed up 15 minutes late to the interview, wearing wrinkled khakis and a polo shirt that had a stain on it. He didn't recognize me at first. I'd changed a lot, filled out from the construction work, wore glasses now, kept my hair different. I let him go through his whole pitch about being a hard worker and a team player, while I looked at his resume that was clearly exaggerated. Then I asked him about the employment gaps. He fumbled through some excuses about family obligations and the market being tough. I asked about the criminal record. He went pale and claimed it was all misunderstandings that had been blown out of proportion. I asked him why he thought he'd be a good fit for a supervisor role when he'd never successfully kept a job for more than 8 months. That's when he finally looked at me closely, really looked. I saw the recognition hit him. He said my name like a question, and I nodded. He started talking fast, saying he didn't know I worked here, that this was crazy, that we should catch up. I let him ramble for about a minute, and then I cut him off. I told him his application was rejected. His background check showed multiple red flags, and his work history demonstrated unreliability. I said we couldn't take a risk on someone with his record. He started begging, saying he needed this job, that he was trying to turn things around. I asked him if he'd turned things around before, or after his 3rd arrest last year. He got angry then, said I was being petty and holding grudges, said family should help family. I almost laughed. I told him he and our parents already taught me that lesson when they stole my college fund to pay off his gambling debts. I said he should try asking them for help, since they were so willing to sacrifice for him before. He left the office, and I made sure to flag his name in our hiring system as "Do Not Hire." Then I did something that probably makes me a bad person. I reached out to colleagues at other companies in our industry. We have an informal network where we share information about problem employees. I made sure Tyler's record and work history were known. Not illegally, just through professional conversations. Word gets around. My parents found out somehow that I'd interviewed Tyler and rejected him. My mom called from a number I didn't have blocked. She left a voicemail calling me heartless and cruel. She said Tyler was struggling, and I had the power to help him, but chose revenge instead. She said I'd become cold, and that they didn't raise me to be this way. I saved the voicemail but didn't respond. My dad sent an email to my work address asking me to reconsider. He said Tyler had made mistakes but deserved a chance. He said they'd made a hard choice years ago and thought I'd understand by now. He said family was supposed to forgive. I replied from my work email with one sentence. You taught me that family helps family unless it's inconvenient, and Tyler is inconvenient to me now. Then I blocked that email address too. Tyler sent me a message through LinkedIn last month. He said he was sorry for everything and asked if we could meet and talk. He said he'd been sober for 3 months and was trying to rebuild his life. I read it and didn't respond. Some people who know the story think I should give him a chance, that holding on to anger will hurt me more than him. Maybe they're right. But here's what I know. I'm living in a nice apartment in a city I love. I have a career I worked hard for with promotions I earned. I have savings and investments and a future. Tyler is still bouncing between jobs and living with our parents who are now in their 60s and tired of supporting him. The golden child who could do no wrong is a middle-aged man with a criminal record who can't hold down a job. My parents chose him over me when it mattered. They took my future to fix his mistakes. Now I'm choosing me over him, and somehow that makes me the villain in their story. I don't feel guilty about it anymore. I spent years being the backup plan, the responsible one who didn't matter as much. Now I'm the one who made it out, and they're all still stuck in the same patterns. Maybe that's heartless. Or maybe it's just justice finally showing. When my brother sold our late dad's tools for beer money, I turned his scheme against him. I'm 28 now, and this started 2 years ago when my dad died unexpectedly from a heart attack at 61. He'd been a carpenter his entire adult life, building custom furniture and doing renovation work until the day he died. His workshop in the garage was his sanctuary, filled with tools he'd collected over 40 years. Some he'd inherited from his own father, some he'd bought with his first paychecks, and some he'd saved up for years to afford. Every tool had a story, and he'd taught me most of them. My older brother Derek is 32, and he'd never had any interest in Dad's work. He'd barely set foot in the workshop growing up, thought working with your hands was beneath him, and had spent most of his adult life bouncing between jobs and blaming everyone else for his problems. He was living with his girlfriend at the time, working part-time at a warehouse and spending most of his money at bars. Dad's will was straightforward. The house went to our mom, who was 59 and planned to keep living there. Everything else, his savings, his truck, and his tools and equipment, were to be split evenly between Derek and me. The estate wasn't huge, maybe $80,000 in savings and retirement accounts, plus the tools and truck. The lawyer handling the estate said we'd have a formal division of assets once everything was appraised and paperwork was complete, probably in about 2 months. In the meantime, Mom asked if we could help clean out Dad's workshop. She found it too painful to go in there, and she wanted some space to process everything. I offered to handle it myself because I knew how much those tools meant and wanted to catalog everything properly. Derek said he'd help, which surprised me since he'd never shown interest before. I was working full-time as a project manager and couldn't take time off immediately after the funeral. I told Derek I'd come by the following weekend to start going through everything. He said he'd start organizing things during the week to make it easier. I should have known something was wrong, but I was grieving and wanted to trust that my brother would respect Dad's things. When I showed up that Saturday morning, the workshop was nearly empty. Dad's workbenches were bare. The tool chests were gone. The shelves where he'd kept his collection of hand planes and chisels were cleared out. I stood there in shock, trying to understand what I was seeing. I called for my mom, and she came down looking confused. She said Derek had been there earlier in the week with a truck and had taken several loads of things. She'd assumed he was moving them to storage or to his place for safekeeping. I called Derek immediately. He answered, sounding casual, almost cheerful. I asked where Dad's tools were. He said he'd cleaned out the garage like Mom asked. I asked where he'd taken everything. There was a pause, and then he said he'd sold most of it. Just like that, he'd sold our father's tools. I couldn't process it at first. I asked why he would do that. He said the tools were just sitting there, and he'd gotten a decent price for them, a few $100 from some guy who collected old tools. He said we were splitting the estate anyway, so what did it matter if he'd liquidated some assets early? I asked what he'd done with the money. He laughed and said he'd had a pretty good weekend, went out with friends, paid some bills. He'd spent it all on beer and bars. I drove to Derek's apartment immediately. He wasn't there. His girlfriend answered and said he'd gone out. I asked her about the tools. She looked uncomfortable and said Derek had sold a bunch of stuff earlier in the week. She'd asked him if he was allowed to do that, and he'd said it was his inheritance so he could do what he wanted. She seemed to realize something was wrong and said she had nothing to do with it. I went back to Mom's house and searched the workshop more carefully. Derek hadn't taken everything. He'd left some of the basic power tools and a few hand tools, probably the things the buyer hadn't wanted or Derek thought weren't worth much. But Dad's collection of vintage hand planes, his custom tool chest that his father had made, his complete set of Japanese chisels he'd spent years acquiring, all of it was gone. I found a business card wedged under one of the workbenches. It was for a local tool collector and restoration specialist named Bill. I called the number and he answered. I explained who I was and asked if he'd recently bought tools from someone. He said yes. A younger guy had contacted him earlier that week saying he'd inherited his father's workshop and wanted to sell the collection. Bill had gone to look at it and offered $2,500 for the lot. He said it was a fair price given the condition and rarity of some of the pieces. Derek had told me he'd gotten a few $100. He'd gotten $2,500 and spent it all in less than a week. I asked Bill if he still had the tools. He said he'd kept most of them, but had already sold a few pieces to other collectors. I explained the situation. that my brother had sold the tools without permission or legal authority, since the estate wasn't settled. Bill was sympathetic, but said he'd bought them in good faith and had receipts. He said if I wanted to buy anything back, he'd work with me, but he wasn't just giving them back for free. I spent the next week documenting everything. I got screenshots of Derek's social media where he'd posted photos from bars that week with captions about having a great time and buying rounds for everyone. I got copies of text messages from him to friends bragging about coming into money. I contacted Bill and got copies of the receipts showing the sale, including texts between him and Derek setting up the transaction. I got a statement from Derek's girlfriend about the timeline and what Derek had told her. Then I called the estate lawyer. I explained what had happened and provided all the documentation. The lawyer was clear that Derek had violated the terms of the estate. He'd sold inherited property before the estate was settled, without permission from the executor, who was Mom, and without splitting the proceeds with me. It was technically theft from the estate. The lawyer said we could file a civil suit or potentially even criminal charges if we wanted to push it. I decided on a different approach. The lawyer scheduled a family meeting to discuss the division of assets, something that had been planned anyway. Mom, Derek, and I met at the lawyer's office about 3 weeks after Derek had sold the tools. Derek showed up thinking this was just a routine estate meeting. He seemed relaxed, probably figuring he'd already gotten his share early and would get more on top of it. The lawyer started by explaining how estates worked and how assets needed to be properly divided. Then he turned to Derek and asked if he had anything to disclose about assets he'd already taken from the estate. Derek shrugged and said he'd cleaned out the garage like Mom asked. The lawyer asked specifically about the tools. Derek admitted he'd sold them, but said it was no big deal since they were split between us anyway. The lawyer pulled out the documentation I'd provided. Receipts showing Derek had sold $2,500 worth of tools. Bank records showing Derek had deposited the check and withdrawn it all within days. Social media posts showing him spending money at bars that same week. Text messages bragging about his windfall. The girlfriend's statement about Derek saying he could do what he wanted with his inheritance. The lawyer explained that Derek had committed conversion of estate property. He'd taken and sold assets worth $2,500 without authority and without giving me my half. The money was gone, spent on alcohol and entertainment. The lawyer said that under the law, Derek now owed the estate $2,500, plus he'd lost any claim to the tools that were still recoverable. His half of what I could buy back would be forfeited as partial restitution for what he'd stolen and squandered. Derek's face went red. He started arguing that the tools were just sitting there unused, and that he was going to inherit half anyway, so what did it matter? The lawyer cut him off and explained that estates don't work that way. Nothing could be taken or sold until the estate was properly settled and divided. By taking the tools and selling them, Derek had stolen from both the estate and from me. The $2,500 he'd gotten should have been split with me, so he owed me $1,250 at minimum. But since he'd spent it all and couldn't pay it back, the lawyer recommended forfeiting Derek's share of any remaining recoverable items as compensation. Mom sat there, looking devastated. She asked Derek if this was true, if he'd really sold his father's tools for drinking money. Derek tried to minimize it, saying it was just some old tools and everyone was making a big deal out of nothing. I pulled out my phone and showed her the photos Dad had taken of his workshop, the tools Derek had sold, the things that had belonged to my grandfather. She started crying. The lawyer laid out the options. We could file a civil suit against Derek for the value of what he'd stolen and potentially press criminal charges. Or Derek could agree to forfeit his claim to any estate assets I'd managed to recover and accept a reduced share of the remaining estate, equal to his half minus the $2,500 he'd already taken. Derek tried to argue, but his only real choice was agreeing to the settlement or facing legal action he couldn't afford to defend. I'd already been working with Bill, the collector, to buy back what I could. Bill had been decent about it, giving me fair prices and letting me make payment plans for the more expensive pieces. Over the next 6 months, I spent about $3,000 buying back some of Dad's tools. I didn't get everything back. Some pieces had already been sold to other collectors and were gone. But I recovered the tool chest my grandfather had made, most of Dad's handplane collection, and several other important pieces. Under the settlement, those tools were now entirely mine. Derek had no claim to them. The remaining estate assets, Dad's truck and the savings accounts, were divided, with Derek receiving his half minus $2,500. His share came to about $37,500 instead of the $40,000 he would have gotten. I got my full share of $40,000 plus sole ownership of any recovered tools. Derek was furious. He called me afterwards saying I'd screwed him over his inheritance. I reminded him that he'd sold Dad's tools for beer money without asking and spent it all in a week. He said I was being petty and vindictive over some old tools. I told him those tools represented 40 years of Dad's work and memories, and he'd treated them like garbage because he needed drinking money. He started telling family members that I'd cheated him out of his inheritance over a misunderstanding. Some relatives believed him at first until I showed them the documentation. The social media posts of him partying that week, the texts bragging about having money to blow, the receipt showing he'd gotten $2,500 and never mentioned it to anyone. Most of the family turned on him after that. Mom was heartbroken by the whole situation. She told me she was glad I'd fought for Dad's tools, but sad that it had torn the family apart. I told her Derek had made his choices, and I'd just made sure there were consequences. She asked if I'd ever forgive him. I said maybe someday, but not while he was still acting like he'd done nothing wrong. Derek and I haven't spoken in almost 2 years now. He sends occasional texts saying I owe him money or accusing me of turning Mom against him. I don't respond. I've set up Dad's recovered tools in my own workshop. The tool chest sits in a place of honor. I use the hand planes and chisels Dad taught me to use when I was young. Every time I pick up one of those tools, I remember the stories Dad told me about where they came from and how he used them. Some people think I went too far in documenting everything and pushing for Derek to lose his share. They say family should forgive family, and that I cost my brother thousands of dollars over what they see as a mistake. But it wasn't a mistake. Derek deliberately sold our father's tools without permission, spent the money on himself within days, and never intended to tell anyone or share the proceeds. He disrespected Dad's memory and stole from both me and the estate. I didn't betray Derek. I held him accountable for betraying Dad's memory and stealing what wasn't his to take. Now Derek tells everyone I destroyed his inheritance over tools. I tell people I honored our father's legacy the way Derek never could. The tools are back in a workshop where they're respected and used. Derek got exactly what he earned from the estate, his share minus what he stole and squandered. That's not betrayal. That's justice. And every time I use one of Dad's tools and remember the stories behind them, I know I did the right thing.